Whoa, that's too much. Okay, so I doubt anyone's watching right now, but if you are, I'm still trying to futz around with the cameras. What to do here? All right. I don't want the StreamYard to show up with my damn glasses, which I think it is. Crazy. Is that any better? Yeah, thanks, Rebellious. I know it's dark, but if I turn the overhead light on, then this completely disappears, no matter what setting I try to pick for it. And I'm trying to get to where that's usable. So I want to be able to kind of go through some images and whatnot. And a lot of them are not going to show up very well, but the better I can make it, you know. But yeah. Any more light and it just destroys it. I've got to find a better way to do this eventually, but I don't really know how to do it. Certainly not in multiple platforms. Like, how would I do it on TikTok and on YouTube through the Restreamer or anything else with slides? Like, if I'm using the software, the fact that it's two different systems, that wouldn't work. So yeah, it's a real pickle. This is the best I've come up with so far as an idea, is a very darkened monitor here. Oh, actually, I wonder if I can stop that Toshiba light. So look at this something. Maybe we'll do one more thing that'll help. Not quite. There's that. See if that looks any better. Oh, yeah, I got a light on there. And I can still see them. Let's get something skinnier. How about we use this? How much time we got? 2 minutes. Let's see. Let's smaller. Okay. Oh yeah, that takes a little. I'm sure there's a setting on the remote I can find, but it's a garage sale television I just picked up. So it would take too long to find the yeah, that'll work here. And then I got the little thing on the other monitor to paste, so I know which number to go through. Would have been distracting, but I could have put numbers on the darn slides. I should be able to figure it out. there's that. Turboing kitten. All right. I don't know if anybody else came in. I'd asked, yeah. Okay. Well, you're here at least. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else can pop in and give me any like thoughts or whatever before I'm supposed to go live in like a minute here. With that's media. Okay, good. With Freedom Advocate. But yeah, so long as it doesn't put too much on here. I mean, okay, can you look for a minute and let me know if I completely hide the StreamYard window. Does this do anything to make the glare any better, or is it just because there's light from the screens in general? Because I think it's just the backlighting from the screens that's doing it. But I mean, the StreamYard site does have a lot of white on it, so it might be making it worse. So this is with the browser window there showing, and this is with it not. And I'm moving around a little bit to try and pick it up in different ways. So right now the browser is not showing. I mean, it's useful to be able to see as a reference, but maybe it makes it better. Oh, it looks the same. Yeah, then it's just the backlighting. Oh well, not much I can do about that then. So it is what it is. So just slide that over a little bit, and then let's go find. Oh, let's see. And they never remember to share it to me. Well, they didn't kill any. Let's see if I can find her. I think she said it's on the 1.0. So let's go there. Yep, that's live. How do I join it? There.
Oh, are you saying that?
No, I said thank you so much, Mikey. Gave us some coins.
Oh, Mikey, don't do that for me. Okay, I'm sitting here going, join the team. Yet I have not joined the team yet. So there goes my join.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
You did it now. You're good. You're good. Safe.
This a little closer.
It is a big day, isn't it, today?
Today is a bad day.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
I
want to.
that should be all right.
I was gonna say, I want to hear all about it, but since
I know, I won't elaborate or even touch on it yet.
yeah.
We'll just talk about how we feel.
Shooketh. And every day I find myself shook, and again I'm shaken again and again and again, and it just does not stop.
Yeah.
It just does not. My head is about to explode.
Yeah. I just can't believe how many sick people there are in the world. I'm just like, I knew that there were people out there that were sick, but I didn't know that there was this many that were this sick.
Oh, there's quite a few of them in the comments.
I know. Statistically speaking, there's a lot of sick people out there. Hi, Dinosaur.
All right, let's go ahead and
Salam.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, beautiful.
Just as I greet the water goes off in the street, I'm so sorry. look, I just came up to greet my Pali and Pro Pali families. I love you all. I miss you all. I've not been on panels forever, but it's not to say that we're not busy still, in this cause. I was just in Smithy's live, and I'm the Davo at this level. It's like, can you just shut up and stop?
Yeah.
They cannot. Dharma, I don't know if you know what's happening today in the session today. Can I give you a little refresher? Do you know who's speaking today?
Up to speed with things. So I'm here to learn and listen.
Awesome.
So
Iskander is going to be speaking, and Geek Lafrique is going to give us latest news update. Welcome, Professor Liam. Absolutely lovely to see you again. You're muted.
It's always a pleasure to have Dr. Liam on live.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go down to the panel now because I'm here to learn. I'll go down to the chat rather, not the panel. I'll leave the panel for guests.
Why don't you stay for a little bit? Stay for a little bit until Freedom comes back and our second.
Okay, just a minute.
Yeah.
Professor, I was just in your YouTube thingy. I couldn't comment, but it was kind of one-sided. I couldn't comment or anything to tell you about the lighting or the sound or the anything. But okay.
That's interesting. Is it? Oh, you probably have to be logged into a YouTube account to do it. But Rebellious was in there and gave me a few points, which is great. I don't know that I can make it any better. A lot of the slides kind of wash out, but you can kind of see it. And it seems to be the best I can do.
As long as we get the gist. As long as we get the gist, and we can see. We can see, and it's already your voice is very informative, and we all listen. And now that we have visuals, it's an added benefit for all of us and for the learning.
Yeah,
so
cool. Yeah,
you.
If any of them show up, fantastic. Yeah, okay. So actually, I guessed pretty well here. The setting up, because I'm trying to do it simultaneously on TikTok and streaming it out to YouTube. So it's also the widescreen and whatnot there. And it fits well. I can see the screen on both,
works well.
even though one's landscape, one's portrait. So right on.
Hey, Dr. Liam. So we're gonna test like the setup for the panel. So can you see like how it looks like in this setting? And there's another one that it's the other one that you use all the time.
Yeah, I don't remember what all they look like.
I don't know how it looks like for you now, but let me show you how
it shows. It shows 6 boxes running down one side of it, which is why I squished myself off to one side. So that's there. So I think it can show me and the screen, and it has the 6 boxes.
This looks really good.
Another way. Let me show you the other way, where you get like the full screen and the guest boxes are transparent. Let me show you that.
Where is Emma? Emma Rasa?
She's in the hallway right now, running around.
Okay.
The house is open to them, which is why Socrates is spending most of his time hiding in one of the windows, trying to stay away from her.
Oh, not this one. Hold on.
Yeah, she charges around. She'll end up popping up here. The only trick is trying to keep her off the keyboard.
Freedom, if you use the other big screen, then we only have 4 people on the panel if that's what you want. I think the 6 panel screen is the best because you can still see all the graphics. You can see the speaker and the graphics in the background.
Yeah, I don't know what the transparent one. Oh, that's neat. Down to 4 instead of 6, and they're cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I short of having people stay down and then request to come back up so that it's only me on there, I don't think there's any way to make it any better than that. Oh, you're down even smaller boxes. I wonder how that'll look. Can you put me back on the large one? Look at that. Oh no! As soon as when it was on, it had 4 really small ones. As soon as it switches back to me, it changes to. I've got 6 huge ones along the side. So yeah, short of having everyone down, I don't think there's a better way to do it.
Unless Sir's the host, then you can't do that. because her's a guest on the thingy.
Oh yeah. So joining 2 lives doesn't work because that always leaves 2 people showing on the screen. Yeah, there's no way to do it this better. This is it. So
This looks best, I think.
Yeah,
my opinion.
it lines
My
up
opinion.
and it lines up well enough. I don't know how. Again, some of these things are going to be kind of washed out, but I mean, I don't know. You might be able to see some of these well enough. It might help a little bit.
Well, what we can do is like, the thing is, even if they drop, it's still going to show the same, but the only thing it's going to show is like empty boxes. So it doesn't matter if
Right.
everyone dropped.
Yeah, exactly, because I'm not the host. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's they're really washed out, but I don't know a better way to do this. And the real trick is too, if I'm doing things on both TikTok and through the restreamer, I can't use it, like I can't use software to put them on the screen somehow because it wouldn't work in both places easily. I don't know. I do want to talk to some other people and see if we can come up with a better way to do it. But for now, like this little TV I bought at a garage sale is better than nothing.
But I think, sir, nothing will become better if TikTok doesn't change the software format. It's not up to us. It's us using what TikTok presents us with right now. If TikTok doesn't give us better options, then there's no. If TikTok would give us a box in box. Like
yeah, I thought that they had a
speaking.
picture-in-picture function, but I guess if they don't, then they don't. But even if they did, then I'd have to have a picture-in-picture there and a picture-in-picture on the restreamer, so it's still a complication.
Or is this an iPad?
What was that?
Is this a phone or is this an iPad?
Mine is the TikTok is on a phone.
Have you tried moving the phone closer to the camera, to the TV? When it's time to present, so when you're showing, you can just, is it like a tripod holder or what do you got?
Yeah, it's on a tripod, but I don't know that there's a way to show me and it
closer. When you're ready to talk, like when you're ready to show the pictures, just move your tripod forward.
Yeah, I don't.
And I would turn that one thing.
Let me see.
Hold on, and I would turn off that light on your, I think it's your right side, the light that's coming down when you're ready to show, because the glare is on the screen.
Oh, the glare is going to be backlight from the phone and the computer. There's nothing I can do really about that.
Okay, then never mind. But I would just move just for now. I would, when you're ready to present a picture or something, just move your tripod closer to the TV. It's fine.
I don't know. I easily can, especially with the wire that I've got plugged in, because this is that's as far as I can get anyway, and it takes me out of the picture entirely.
You know, only when you're talking to show a picture, not when you're like talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah, I guess what I can always do, if somebody else has like if somebody's watching along and has their video on and can give me a signal to show one, like the people in the chat wanted to see something, I can move one closer specifically for an image, if that helps. Okay. But if I'm doing it constantly, I mean, there's more than 100 of them, so I'm not going to move the thing constantly.
Okay, got it.
It'll be people will get seasick if I'm moving this thing all the time. Yeah, but I can.
Professor Liam, is there a way where you could switch your screen?
Oh yeah, it
because it's backwards. The words on your screen are backwards to us.
I can't, but almost none of them have any text. What I did was I made specific slides for this by cutting all the text out, blowing up the images, and so almost all of them are just an image. But there's a couple out of laziness that I, especially for like the little jokes that separate sections, I just copied them out of a lecture note and posted them in. So,
but just as Emily had just mentioned now, as speaking, if you just suggest what the images are for, I mean, the image are just there for visual enhancement.
Oh,
it's not something specific that you're going to be pointing to, like as in factory. I think this is just an added benefit. So I think, like Emily said, if you just give reference to the image that you're going to be showing, I mean, it's just an added graphic benefit, we think. There's went again.
I'm here. I was
Freedom, I'm having issues. I'm gonna drop and come back up because I cannot my mod powers are not there entirely.
Okay, so get out of the app and come back. Hey guys, I think we're about to start. We can like switch the schedule where Skender goes at the end to talk about the USS Liberty. Well, first of all, thank you everyone so much for coming. Just so everyone knows, this is not a debate panel. This is an educational one, a set one where we pre-prepared the topics and the talking points and all of that. So everything is prepared ahead of time. There won't be debating, but there will be a room where you can ask questions and the speakers will answer them. Well, as usual, whenever Geek Freak is available, we always start with the update. Everyone knows Geek Freak. She is one of like the unknown soldiers. Like she's always behind the scene, supporting and getting information together. She's always with the reporters. She gets information firsthand from the reporters, and she gathers all the information about everything that's happening in Gaza. So if we can give it to Geek Freak for the weekly update. So it's been like a couple of weeks, but yeah, go ahead, Geek Freak.
Assalamu alaikum, this is Geek Freak with your weekly update.
Before you start, I would really appreciate it for the people on the panel if you can put like a picture on a green screen. This will show much better for the the recording. So if you put like any type of picture that you want, I would really appreciate it. Go ahead. So.
Well, give me a second and I'll just change the picture
Interesting.
somehow. Settings? Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I will figure that out later. I'm going to start with the weekly update with top news. Today, Saturday, June 8th, hospital overwhelmed with victims of Is Not Real ATT attack on central Gaza. At least 210 unalived and more wounded in Is Not Real ATT attack on Darabella and Nasserat in central Gaza. Gaza's government media official says an Is Not Real massacre at the Nasserat refugee camp has unalived 210 Palestinians and wounded more than 400. The Ministry of Health in Gaza said large numbers of unalived and wounded on Saturday today were unalived at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, majority of them children and women. Dozens of injured people are lying on the ground and medical teams are trying to save them with the basic medical capabilities they have available. A lot of these things, ladies and gentlemen, are plastic mats. They don't have soap. They don't have a lot of their PPE that they don't have anymore. It said, adding that it is short on medicine and food, and its proper PPE, which is I just said, and that its main generator has stopped functioning due to a lack of fuel. A health ministry spokesman earlier said that there are and were still a lot of cadavers and wounded people that remained on the streets. Communications were affected aimed at the intense bombardment, but reporting from inside the overwhelmed hospital via telephone call, Al Jazeera's Hind Kadou said the situation is tense, with terrified people on the street not knowing where to turn. There are explosions happening every minute. Ambulances are transferring the wounded to the hospital where we are trapped. It's chaos inside. The hospitals are children among the wounded, she said. As of for the updates, today counts 36,731 people unalived, including more than 15,000 children. Among the injured today are 83,530 people. As of the missing total, it ranges from 10,000 to 15,000 people. The latest figures from the Palestinian Ministry of Health in the occupied West Bank are as follows. At least 532 people, including more than 133 children. This is the West Bank. More than 5,000 injured. And Is Not Real officials received the D toll from the October 7th ATT acts down from 1,105 to 1,139, which I found very interesting. One moment. Every hour in Gaza, 15 people are unalived, 35 people are injured, 42 to 65 bombardments are dropped, 12 buildings are destroyed. One moment. More than half of Gaza's homes have been destroyed or damaged. 80% of commercial facilities, 86% of school buildings, 14 out of 35 hospitals are partially functioning. 83% of groundwater wells are not operational or optional to use, meaning that they are infected with either salt water or they've completely dried up or they are not safe to go near. Over 267 places of worship have been completely destroyed. That is all religious backgrounds, including Christians, Jews, and Islam, and apparently one Buddhist place as well. And that is the breakdown. Thank you for listening. I am Geek the Freak.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Geekly Freak. You know, with the last massacre, I saw a video of a little child. They were carrying the child thinking that he was unalived, and all of a sudden he moved and they rushed him to the hospital. That that was like one of I can't decide whether it was one of the saddest or happiest moments for the father who was carrying his child. He had like a head injury. Bella, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, if we can have Professor Liam on the big screen. So, hello. Allow me to introduce our speaker today, Dr. Liam Omer, a captivating figure in the world of history and commentary with a razor-sharp wit and a pennage of sarcasm. Dr. O'Mara proudly wears the badge of snarky historian, professor, and commentator. His self-proclaimed titles, bibliophile, anti-nationalist, Lisbon Antifa mountain man, and a geeky cat dad, reveal an intriguing blend of interest and perspective. As a repeat speaker, consistently brings a fresh approach to every discussion. Today, he fearlessly dives into the complex issues of Palestine and Zionism, drawing upon his extensive knowledge. So everyone, get ready for an interesting session.
So, am I supposed to say something now?
Yes, go ahead. It's your turn now.
Well, hello. So I'm going to be pulling together a bunch of material from different lectures, and we'll see how well this works time-wise. We can always do at certain points is take little breaks and have questions. So if somebody's collecting questions in the chats there on TikTok, when you get to be too many of them, you can just like let me know. We got to pause for a minute and we can knock some of those out. But better to do it in a few larger chunks rather than like constantly stopping, because that's how we get to be here for the entire day, which I don't think anyone wants. What I'm going to try and do is show a few images along the way too. I did switch to a longer cable, so I can get closer without, disconnecting. So if people want to see something, some of them will show up better than others. But I can always move this thing around as long as you guys don't get seasick from it moving. Okay, so let's see where to start. I wanted to make a couple of quick points at the beginning, and I know this is sort of outside the 18th, 19th century period that I'm going to try and cover, but I want to make a few basic comments about Palestine's territorial identity, its historical and regional identity, and the where that kind of like fits in over time, because I'm going to discuss like some shifting borders over time in the different periods, but I want to start with a couple of the earlier ones. So to start with, let's see. Have to take a little practice to get, there you go, one tap. To start with, there is a lot of ancient states on the land. If you're going back into the early Iron Age, The Palestine at the time would have referred to the Philistine state in the south, which is still mostly indigenous, but it takes a name from some people who moved in. But by about the 5th century or so BCE, it's becoming a common name for the entire southern Levant. But in periods prior to that, especially under the like the Persian satrapy, and then under Greek and Roman control, it was common to refer to a large section of it as Judah or Judea, from a loyal population that was sort of put in charge. The Jewish population from Mesopotamia had aligned with the Persians, so they got control over it. But it didn't include all of Palestine either. I don't know if you guys can see very well here, but that's the Galilee, and it's not part of it. The province of Judah or Judea usually included the hill country and a portion of the coast plain. But at different times it can be expanded or whatever. The Romans will expand it a little bit and then end up changing the name entirely and tossing the Judah after Judea in Latin after a revolt, and sort of calling it Palestina. And then from there, under the East Roman Empire, they further broke it down into 3 main sections. So the Palestina Prima is the one that roughly corresponds with the older one here that includes the hill country and the coast plain. Palestina Secunda covers the Galilee, and then later they add Palestina Tertia, where normally they hadn't incorporated it at all, but it's including the Negev desert and portions of the east bank of the Jordan. So this is, for the Byzantine ones, you're looking at like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th century, the period just before the Arab conquest. It's important there because when the Arabs step in, and this is how the name ends up becoming into Arabic, they actually retain that basic geographic breakdown. So in the early Arab period, you have 3 territories. So you got one here, and then the larger one wrapping around, and that roughly corresponds to Palestina Prima, Secunda, and Tertia. Although the other one they connected Tertia to a larger section that included Damascus, but you still have Philistine. Palestine, obviously Palestinian Arabic, but Philistine Arabic, and then the name changed a few times. So you got a territory to the north that roughly corresponds with Palestina Secunda, that roughly includes the Galilee. So that breakdown here sticks around for a while, and and the first time it really runs into trouble here is actually during the Crusades. And the Crusades actually are kind of fundamental to shaping Palestine's territorial identity, which is the main reason I took a further step back here. Because the Kingdom of Jerusalem, in a single political structure, obviously not called Palestine, but in a single political structure, included the entire territory of the Galilee and a little bit further up the coast plain. So it included where today you've got Haifa and Akka, and then a little bit up into where today southern Lebanon is. In fact, at times all the way up as far as Beirut, and then the rest of this territory here. And roughly this is a region that historically people are going to... There's a bird. It's a bird. Is what we would kind of like refer to as Palestine today, kind of like contiguously in a single term. So this kind of shakes up the way the late Roman and early Arab systems view it, and will affect the way we start thinking about it. The early Ottomans actually confuse it even further by including all of that territory, but also running up into Damascus, and tied them together into their single Damascus eyalet. And that'll stay the case for a little while, but it will later on in the Ottoman period, it'll carve it up further. And I'll talk about that as we get into the main body of it. But I want to note that it's the Crusades that fully link the hill country, the entire coast plain, and the Galil and the northern coast together into a single territory. And then for a while in the early period, the Ottomans also included Damascus to that, but we'll later separate it from it. But that gives us at least a bit of territorial identity. Now, I do want to take a quick moment here because it is sort of important in the understanding of what Palestine is. Make a quick excursus, at least on Jerusalem or Ilya or Al-Quds or whatever you want to call it. A common early Arab name for the city of Jerusalem was actually Ilya, from the Latin Aelia Capitolina, which is what the Romans called it once they burnt down the temple and rebuilt it as a Hellenistic city. So it stuck around as its de facto name for a long time in Latin and Greek, and then passed from those into Arabic as Ilya. It is much more often called like Al-Quds, short for Madinat Al-Quds. And realistically, that Al-Quds, instead of coming from the Latin and later Greek forms of it, it actually is drawn from the Hebrew, from Ir HaKodesh, which is city of the holy place, which is roughly what the Arabic means as well. You know, the city of the holy, the city of the holy place. So the Ir HaKodesh becomes Al-Quds, you said the similarity in the K sound there. And Ha is Al, just in different languages. And if anybody cares, since I'm going to be talking about the Ottoman period for most of today, because it's 18th and 19th century, the Turkish is Al-Quds. Actually, so the Turkish comes from a variant Arabic name. So from Al-Quds Asharif, which is Al-Quds the Noble. And then the Turks took that and made it Kudusi Sharif. So it's similar, but obviously different language. So it's still got the Sharif part. But anyway, so Kudus ish Sharif is the Turkish for it. Now, for the city here, the walls that we have surrounding the old city, and it's worth understanding from most of our history, and this will be important both near the end of today and much more importantly, once we pick this up in a couple of weeks, as the city of Jerusalem begins expanding far, far outside the walls. But for most of its history, it's a walled city because most histories in the world were always walled. That's just how you did things. If you didn't have walls, then people were going to rob you, raiders and bandits, all kinds of stuff would come in there. Actually, I think I've got, I don't know if these will show well enough, but the current wall, one of the reasons I like showing these is that the current walls don't actually encompass the original full old city. You can see elements here like the Hasmonean wall is further out than the Ottoman wall is, but the Ottoman walls were actually built during the time of Suleiman the Magnificent. So they were built up in the Ottoman period. And the reason for that is that the Mamluks, the successor sultanate in Egypt that replaced the Ayyubid Sultanate of Salahuddin, the Mamluks actually destroyed the walls of Jerusalem, which is interesting because at the same time, they oversaw a whole bunch of books being published talking about how Jerusalem is super awesome and everyone should care. But they took the walls down because it effectively stopped the Crusaders from trying to take the city. And I don't know if that makes sense. I sometimes will ask classes like this because I'll tell them, if we remove the walls of the city, it makes it harder to conquer. And people are like, what? Like the walls are supposed to stop you from conquering the cities. How does it make it harder if you take the walls down? Well, what it does is it makes it impossible to defend. So if a Crusader force came in and seized control of the city, they would not be able to defend it. And there's a whole lot more like people in that region than there would be Crusaders. It'd be very easy to whip people up in jihad and take it right back because there's no walls. They'd have to start building walls right away, and they wouldn't have time to build them before an army could show up to take it back. So the Mamluks actually removed the walls. And in doing that, they greatly shrunk the city. So the remainder of like the Hasmonean and Herodian era walls were actually broken in this period, as well as the ones the Crusaders had put up and the fortifications they'd put up, all broken down, which meant that the population really shrunk because it's dangerous as hell to live in a city before the late Middle Ages without walls. I mean, once gunpowder and cannon are invented, it changes the logic entirely, and cities eventually start tearing down their walls. But until cannon are around, cities always had walls because that's how you kept bandits out. So it was just sort of like the norm. So the population really shrinks in this period. But the Ottomans build the walls that we have today in the time of Suleiman the Magnificent in the 16th century. So about 200 years or so before the time we're going to be focusing on today. The period that builds up here, for the city itself, what I guess is kind of important if we're going to look at the Ottomans in general, is to understand that they change the way things work a little bit territorially. What they end up doing is they take the northern parts back, including the Sanjak of Nablus, which is part of the northern hill country, as well as parts of the Galil, and then a separate one here, the Sanjak of Akka, and they tie them to Avilayet, ruled from Beirut. So what they did was they greatly reduced a Palestine area, and they don't use the term anymore. The Crusades ultimately changed the way a lot of this stuff works, terminology wise. It does a hard reset, where the East Roman Empire was still calling it Palestine, and the early Arab caliphates all called it Palestine. Once the Crusaders take it over, and then Muslims take it back, it sort of does a reset on the name. The northern territories are pulled away from it, and what they do is they create a separate Sanjak or Mutasarrafat of Jerusalem. And this really just includes the whole Jerusalem and Bethlehem, and then a strip down to the coast, so you can get to Jaffa port and get in and out. And the main reason for this is European Christians. Moving too fast. Back. There we go. I'll get the hang of that. And just to let you know that there are tons of Europeans who are starting to publish books about this, and they're thinking about it, and they're like, gosh, this is super important to us. This holiest city in our religion. We should care more about it. And more people are taking tours. They're becoming tourists. People didn't travel as much in the ancient or medieval worlds. I don't think people really recognize how weird our idea of vacations is. People generally didn't travel for most of human history because it was damn dangerous, not to mention expensive. But as European bourgeois culture was getting a bit richer, people started taking longer tours. So like the concept of the Grand Tour developed, where wealthy people would move around the major cities of Europe, and they'd go to Rome and Paris and Bruges, and they're going around, checking all these different things. And they started thinking, you know what? Things are pretty stable here in the Middle East. The Ottomans are doing a bang up job. Why don't we also go to see the Holy Land? And they started adding the Holy Land tours and started going there. And this is really taking off from the early 19th century, but it's beginning in the age of the Grand Tour in the 18th century, and people are beginning to want to see this. So there's more and more interest in seeing, what's happened to it. What is this land like now? And what the Ottomans are doing is they're creating a smaller, separate state, within, with their Jerusalem Sanjak. So they only have to issue one tourist visa, basically, to use modern terms for this, because you got to give permits to protect people as they're moving around through the empire. And they later added Nazareth as a kind of exclave, even though it's up above that to the north. But they connected it politically to the Mutasarrafat of Jerusalem, because again, only one tourist visa, basically, one set of documents, and they could travel to all of that. And more people are going in to see it. The modern borders that we have, though, today that we're really dealing with are very much a product of the early 20th century, with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and at the end of the First World War. And the Brits and the French carved it up. And what this does is it re-adds that territory to the north. So the northern part of the hill country and the Galilee and the northern coast plain are now part of Palestine again. But several of the cities of southern Lebanon, so Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, that would historically have been Palestinian in the sense of a common cultural identity, common history, earlier political structures, they're definitively cut off from this point on, because there's a hard line that gets drawn through it. And the political institutions developed there under French and British colonialism, obviously French is the minority language, then British, English, for there, the different political structures, laws, institutions, whatnot. It definitively separates that area from it. The northern part of Lebanon and most of Syria historically is not at all connected to Palestine. There have at various times been short-term connections to where today like the Golan and Damascus are, but the rest of Syria, no. So most of Syria and the northern half of Lebanon have never been Palestine, but portions of those cities along the southern half of the coast and southern Lebanon were historically tied to it. But our territorial understanding of Palestine is locked in by this. So that's worth understanding. So that's what I wanted. I just want to back up a little bit here and give a kind of top level overview in our first 10 minutes or whatever, rambling on about the territorial nature of this, because it'll help as we go through a lot of the modern periods in the all through summer. I guess apparently I'm doing this every 2 weeks. Now, to talk about Palestine in the 18th century, there's one thing that we do need to kind of know about it, and that is that it is simultaneously a patrician society and a merchant society. To use Al-Bahrani's phrase here, you've got the politics of notables. These are these important families, major landowners, and people who oversee large lands through patronage, and they dominate the towns and nascent cities, and they serve as a kind of mediating force, kind of in between the Ottoman authorities and ordinary Palestinians. Some cat politics going on in the background here. The thing you should probably understand a little bit about early modern states as well as pre-modern states is that they really don't have the kind of institutions that we take for granted. Most people never wanted to interact with government, and most people never did. Most parts of the world were heavily decentralized. A government would exist, you'd be part of a broader state, but that state would only be relevant when there's a war, because then they come around and like, join the army, like draft you, like you're in the army now, you come in and draft you, here's your sharpened stick, let's go to war. Or they would come around and tax you. And even there, only in highly centralized empires was taxation really well organized. For a lot of human history, and for this period in the Ottoman Empire too, you often use tax farmers. And I'll come back and I'll talk a bit more about that concept in a moment. But that's like somebody locally who's given responsibility to shake people down for taxes, keep a portion for themselves to get rich, and then send the rest off to the capital. So you always have a force in between people. And that's what the notables are. So if you want like the nutshell understanding of what the notables are, they're a part of the local population that stands midway between the Ottoman political hierarchy and everyone else in Palestine. So it means that, well, again, because the government can't directly rule these areas, it's quite decentralized. But in addition to this politics of notables, there's a less well understood segment in between. And I'm going to make a number of comments today that deal with this social class. So it's really important to understand that not only is Palestine a patrician society ruled by these notables, it's also a merchant society. So, hello, come here. My little Roman war goddess has to keep putting the kitten in her place, so she knows that she's in charge. But yeah, this is only the second day that they're wandering all around together. Okay, so the The merchant side of this is that in those towns, and again, the small cities that exist, you also have merchant houses. And these merchants, what they do is they add a lot more depth to the social structure. Oh, in fact, one of the books I grabbed to block the glowing Toshiba light here is Bashar Domani's book on the merchant class in northern Palestine in this period. The what they do is they are also a mediating force, but more between all of the craftsmen and tradesmen, the artisans who would be producing the goods, as well as all the different farmers, ranchers, that sort of thing, the people who are bringing in the cotton crops and the olive crops and the leather stuff, and they're basically overseeing that whole process and then getting the stuff to market. So you've basically got two intermediary social classes here. Our notables that keep the political authorities at bay and help people to basically go about their lives, as well as get rich in the process. But I'll talk about that later. And then the merchants who are going to get rich by overseeing the process of all these different goods coming in, whether they're the manufactured goods or the raw materials, and then getting that stuff off into market to be sold. Okay, let's see.
So just watch the TV. Watch the TV with Melissa.
Hi. Minerva.
Okay, thanks.
You're in the way, Turkey.
Was that a cat on the TV?
Yeah, that was Minerva walking in front of it. I mean, she knows she knows she's a war goddess. She can do whatever she wants. Boss cat. Big boss cat. Okay, what was I just talking about? Okay, so our intermediate figures. Okay, so again, you're bringing all these goods in. Now, worth understanding something at least too. This is essentially an agrarian society. I'll talk much more about this as we go along too. Palestine is overwhelmingly rural in this period, almost exclusively rural. A lot of the places that we today call cities were really only small towns at the time that we're talking about today. So 18th and 19th century, we only have small towns. I'm just, for convention, going to refer to some of them as cities because some of them will grow into cities, but they're quite small. Most of the country is deeply rural. There's a lot of grains being produced, so basic cereal crops to feed people. Wheats, chickpeas, all that kind of stuff. But you're also they grow a lot of cotton in Palestine. Cotton was a major crop in the period, and of course olives, which are still culturally quite important, although economically no longer are. Things like citrus don't actually show up until much later. So I'll talk a little bit about that near the end of today. But our big money makers are the cotton and the olives and olive oil, and then some leather goods from the cat politics. Got to push that kitten around a little bit. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Oh, I actually had there was a few of these I was supposed to look at here. Oh well, can't really see those well anyway. Can't see that well. Oh, actually, if you can, these things that look like pillars or something, they're giant stacks of soap, right? This is all olive oil based soap. So this is a manufactured good that comes from an agricultural product in the area. So you bring in, the olives get turned into olive oil in the countryside, and then that's brought into the towns. And in the towns, that olive oil is processed into soap, and this soap is traded through the local trade routes, is all the way up to like Aleppo. There's a kind of big north-south, routes. They're moving the goods around, so you got a bunch of that stuff moving around. Let's see. That and another little picture here. I don't need that. Okay, so moving on to here. In terms of those patronage networks, one other thing that's worth noting at the time is that there also are what we call Maltman lands, using the the European term for it, but an Islamic waqf is a kind of more land. This is lands that's turned over to a kind of supervising authority, but doesn't actually own it per se. Ownership does exist in terms of private property in the area, but it's a lot looser. Most of the land in Palestine is not directly owned, even if it is kind of de facto owned. A lot of it is basic usufruct rights. You've taken over, you're using it, you're growing your crops here, you've got your olive orchard there, you've got your goats grazing there. So it's basically yours, but there's no title deed, there's no documents for that. There's a few larger estates that are like that, but the main reason that in this earlier period, a lot of land, the people don't want to go through the process of registering it with the Ottoman authorities as theirs, is because that puts you into a steep tax bracket and it drafts your sons into the army. Those are the people that they most know about and the people that they turn to. The people who want to do that are your local ruling class. They have enough land, enough money, they can afford the taxes, and they kind of want the prestige of having their children going off in the military because they'll often be, they could rise to the ranks or whatever. So that, they're participating in a wider political system. Most of the actual smallholders in Palestine don't actually have direct documentation in a kind of like legal state manner to register that land, because it's just not common in general. And we'll talk about the transition to that later today too. But you also, again, have these waqf lands. So just for fun, I've got this weird, I get a thing about taking pictures of people taking pictures. So I'll have to use them as like framing stuff. But a lot of people are probably familiar with what this thing is. This is the finest surviving example of Umayyad era architecture, the shrine to Abraham up on the Haram al-Sharif. And it is a waqf. So it's owned in general by the Muslim community as a whole, but there's an authority that gets to run it and profit from people coming to it, and the lands connected. Oftentimes waqfs would have agricultural lands tied to them and people on them to kind of support them. But it's a distinct type of ownership there, rather than a kind of private ownership where you're making a bunch of money off of something. Okay, let's see. That should cover, let's see, some of that. What do we got here? Where am I? Okay, so just to close this section here in terms of introduction to it, and then we're going to head into a little discussion of the Ottoman Empire in the early 18th century that kind of sets up, 18th century for Palestine, is to understand that you have these two main mediating forces. So you have the notable families in the city, in the towns, whatever, that deal with the political authorities that interact with Istanbul, and they would often be the ones that had responsibility for being tax farmers, raising the money or whatever. They're often ones that do have lands that they directly own because they don't mind being tied to the state politically and, contributing their sons into the armies or whatever. And obviously they can afford the taxes. So you got the notables there that are kind of important, and tons of people would attach themselves to different notable families because, again, it's a highly decentralized society. This is honestly the norm in much of the world, and it's one of those things where people are always trying to project into the past their modern understanding of states, and we forget that modern state structures are very, very different. Most of the world is heavily decentralized before the 18th century. And the process is really only beginning to centralize in parts of Europe a little bit before this point, and it takes a while to take off. So most people really don't interact with government. They have local people who live locally that they interact with that are kind of a government for them. So the notables, if people are saying, well, what was Palestine's government? Well, the notables are its government. They literally function in that role because they do all the stuff for the Ottoman authorities, because the central government in Istanbul doesn't know a damn thing about the country. They're not present on it. They're not going to station tons of troops there, interact with it. They have a kind of hands-off approach. And that's normal in the world. It's not just for the Ottoman state, because they're like this all throughout their territories, pretty decentralized, but all European empires were the same way. European empires, for most European empires, there's a handful of like centralized exceptions, like the Roman state, whatnot. But even there, it's semi-decentralized. Most of the time, you don't have a powerful bureaucratic state that directly controls you. It's always some local authority, some local political structure that you report to. Those are our notables. But you also have the merchant families, and they play an important part as well in terms of everyday power relations. The power relations that are driven by, say, market forces and whatnot. That's much more often the merchant families and not the notables. So, and they kind of like work together in this. Let's see. So what's our next little picture? Okay, cool. So another one I stole from one of my lecture slides. It's that meme with like the smiling little girl while something is burning down. And I use that sometimes to say, and now changes are afoot. Because there's a lot of changes happening in Europe in this period. And a lot of those are going to have a seriously negative effect on the Ottomans in changing their reality, because they're increasingly going to be, well, I don't know if I remember to put in a map for this, but I might have, but they're cut off from a lot of income sources because the Silk Road trade isn't coming through anymore. Europeans are sailing around to get stuff, and therefore they're losing that. But at the same time, Europeans are increasingly spending more and more money professionalizing their military. And these European states are doing that because there's a kind of feedback loop in play in Europe at the time between the growing mercantile capitalist houses and the state that supports them, but then ends up in constant conflict with other forces and then needs to fight them. But at the same time, military technologies are changing. Gunpowder has been introduced. Cannon have been introduced. So you've got basically an arms race happening where everyone is constantly building the next bigger cannon and whatnot. And it just feeds off of each other. And it just slowly, the government becomes stronger and stronger and stronger out of a need to afford the new weapons tech for this arms race and a need to manage the merchant houses and the banking clans in early mercantile capitalism. So that creates a force that drives greater and greater state centralization. The single biggest problem that'll set up the what we sometimes call the wars of contraction, where the Ottoman Empire steadily shrinks after growing for a long time, is that it's not from anything that they are doing wrong. It's that the world is changing around them, and the structure of the empire makes it difficult for them to keep up. They're forced to compete to keep up with the military technologies with the Europeans, because otherwise they'd just get conquered. Because for most of human history, if you've got two empires next to each other and one gets stronger, they're going to conquer territory from that one. That's just how they work, because empires are military states. They're not ones that people feel a sense of personal connection to or identity. So they're forced to keep up with the Europeans and invest in the military tech at the same time that they are they're losing out on a ton of the income. So they gotta build new ships and put cannon on those ships. I mean, in the early modern period, when the Ottomans are still expanding and conquering, their galleys in the Mediterranean still have banks of oars moving the ships around. But you get into the 18th century and they're having to build like ships of the line like everybody else, and then investing in all kinds of like the latest cannon tech, the latest gunpowder, everything else. They have to keep building this stuff, but they're losing out. I do. Okay, so our overland trade routes, and the Indian Ocean seaborne trade, tons of the goods that came from Southeast Asia, South Asia, and East Africa would move by sea on little dhow, the boats up through the Red Sea and the Gulf, and end up in Ottoman territory. And that's how they got to the Mediterranean. And then tons of the overland stuff that's moving in from, again, South Asia, as well as East Asia and Central Asia, all of it, again, ends up passing through Ottoman territories. The Ottomans got filthy rich because much of the world's trade passed through their territory. And they lose that once Europeans start to cut out the middleman and sail around the world instead. So as they're trying to sail around, and honestly, the Portuguese are in part driven by the fact that they don't want to trade with Muslims. They still think like crusaders. So like, fuck, I don't want to buy this crap from people in North Africa because they're Muslims. So I'm going to sail right around and go straight to the source. And they find ways to do that. Once everyone's doing that, people quickly realize that even though it's a long trip and it's risky, so I might put forward the cash to send out 10 ships, and maybe 5 of them make it back, and the other 5 all get wrecked or lost or whatever there. But because there's no middlemen, the profit rate is so freaking high that it makes up for the losses. Because most trade in the world, as it's moving along here, so say you've got something coming from China that you're going to get all the way here to Syria and the Ottoman Empire, right? It's not one family that's doing that. It's not one merchant. It's not one merchant house. No one's taking that trip. No one packs up his caravan and travels 10,000 miles with this shit. You're going from here to here and you sell it to somebody else. And then you go from here to here and you sell it to somebody else. And you go from here to here and you sell it to somebody else. And it just moves from hand to hand. Every time it gets bought and sold, the price has to go up, doesn't it? This is why, like in the Roman world, they had access to Chinese silks, but it was a luxury good for the very richest people. No one could afford that. Most trade in world history has been in luxury goods because they're the only people who can afford the very steep cost because it's passing through so many hands. Now, if one company sends a ship from Lisbon here all the way around over here to Indonesia and then back, they get all the profit. And people in Europe are used to paying a lot for these things. So like, wow, like money's pouring in for them. They're making tons and tons of cash. And then they can like cut out their competitors by lowering costs because their costs really aren't that high comparatively, especially as the ships get better and better and there's more and more ships plying these trade routes, so more goods are flowing in. Next thing you know, Europeans finally have access to things like pepper because the European diet sucked. I mean, today we're having turnips and turnips and turnips, and that's it. Just boiled turnips, no spices, just boiled turnip, and that's it. So yeah, tons of goods now that for ordinary people are suddenly going to become an issue. And that's only because of these trade routes. The reason this is important is that it hooks the Ottoman Empire. And it's not their fault because they'd never had to control this trade. They didn't do anything about it. It just came through their territory and they made money. Their economy grew because it was passing from merchant to merchant inside the empire. And every time somebody made a profit, they've got more money they can spend. And of course, there's taxes that get levied. So they're making tons of passive income without having to do anything at all. And they lose all of that. So this is a real problem for them. And the trick in a lot of this is that they really don't know how to respond. So here's, I didn't do that for most of this because I knew that this would be hard to see for people, but my actual lecture notes for classes, I have like maps and photos and important stuff, but I also have tons of terrible jokes. So it's like a cat looking in different directions with bugged out eyes. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? You know, and so I'm using it to make a basic point that they're confused. They're like, what is going on here? They don't understand how they went from being the global superpower, and realistically, in the early modern period, the Ottomans and Ming China are the two global superpowers, and the Chinese had no interest in conquering the world, and the Ottomans were a massively expanding empire. So they're the hegemon, and suddenly they're losing wars, they're losing battles, they're shrinking in territorially, and their money is drying up. And they're like, what's going on? What do we do about this? How do we change? How do we adapt to this? And it starts to create a lot of problems for people figuring out how to address this stuff, because in order to draw this in, and I'll use this term a few times later and clarify it a bit, but defensive development is the selective borrowing of foreign ideas in order to avoid being conquered or colonized. It isn't the same as like, I don't know, Westernization or Americanization or some, thing like that. It's more like you're taking ideas in, but you're always introducing them into your own context. You're always changing them. You're making it work for you. People trying to do that here, people are going to be proposing ideas they're often going to get shot down because people say, why do we have to change? We're badass. We keep conquering the world. Look at that. Oh, we conquer all this territory. Oh, we've had some setbacks recently, sure, but we'll bounce back. We always will because God is on our side. Remember, the Sultan is also the Caliph of the Sunni Muslim world. So there's the Ottoman state is also a religious state as well as a political one. And they really don't understand all of the political and economic forces that are acting against them. So it's not that they were doing something wrong per se, it's that the system was changing in the background and they weren't involved in those conversations. So they'll have to figure it out later and catch up from that. But those changes are going to start putting them in a profound disadvantage, and it's very difficult to be able to recognize what and why that is. Now, there's a lot of examples that I give going through that, talking about defensive development in classes, most of which I will not say anything about here because they're not relevant, but I will talk about two of them. I'm going to briefly talk a little bit later about Mehmet Ali in Egypt, so we'll come back to defensive development there. But the only other one I want to bring up here that bears on them is actually one in Palestine. And it's not one that I get to talk about much because it's sort of it's a relatively minor episode in most contexts, but it's, went too fast, Zahir al-Umar. So, and Zahir al-Umar is an important figure in the development of Palestine's history, but not really in world history. But it is going to be a sign that things are changing a bit for the Ottomans. So the way to note this, well, okay, so first I'll note that what he's going to create inside the context of the empire is the first autonomous state in modern Palestine. So again, you have these notable families and whatnot, but they're all very obviously subordinate to the Ottoman authorities. Zahir al-Umar will consciously reject a lot of Ottoman authority, push back against them, attack other political figures in the area, fighting with Damascus and whatnot, at one point in direct conflict militarily with the Ottoman authorities themselves. So it's a kind of like mini civil war in Palestine. So there's an attempt here to carve a state out of the Ottoman Empire, either autonomously or independently. And he is de facto independent. So I want to talk a little bit about that. And then I'll give you a few points that are useful, I guess, because it comes up a lot in, say, arguments with Zionists. Again, those the kind of people are like, who was the first king of Palestine? Oh, they've got their shitty talking points. There are a few important ways we can use this specific issue in those kind of discussions. Now, the start with it is that Zahir's power is rooted in a pretty unfortunate reality, and that is tax farming. The process of tax farming, iltisam, is the way it works is somebody has the authority from the government. So, like, here's your little writ from the government. This gives you the authority to go out and you can shake down the peasants, take money from them, take whatever you want as long as I get half of it. Is, obviously I'm simplifying, but that's the basic idea here. Instead of the government knowing what people have and what they can afford, they outsource it to people who are on the ground under the assumption that somebody who lives in the area will know what the peasantry can afford without being broken. And therefore, they won't take too much, whereas the central government has no way of knowing that because it doesn't have the kind of full-blown bureaucracy that can study all peoples inside the empire and know what they can afford, like, I don't know, the IRS does or something. So the tax rates wouldn't work properly. So they use tax farmers. And Zahir's father is a tax farmer, so he inherits that franchise. And when he takes over this process as a tax farmer here, he's going to start using it in an unusual way, because he uses it to build his own political power base. It's the foundation for what will become his separate state. the state early on, and this builds on. Let's see. I'm going to move this in a little bit. See if we can see that. Okay, so you can see this is in the north. That's Lake Kinneret or the Sea of Galilee. So what we're looking at here is the Galileo or the Galilee, this broad valley above the hill country. So it's a territory that kind of like runs seamlessly up into Lebanon. You can't really tell that that there's a border there, but it's this entire Galilee region here. This is his power base. He's going to start in a lot of places further east here. So like in Tiberias and whatnot, and build up his power base and gradually expand westward until he gets to the coast plain and makes Acre or Akka or Akko, whatever the hell you want to call it, this city here on the coast, will end up being his power base for a long time and a capital. He's actually also one of the reasons that we see places like Haifa building up, because Haifa was a small village before that, and he actually moved that village to a better location where it could build a port and started building a new town there, and that will grow into the modern metropolis of Haifa. So Zahir is actually significant in a whole lot of different ways in Palestinian and by extension Israeli history because of that. Yeah, like Akka, yeah. So, yeah, again, some cities have multiple names in different languages, and we're just sort of stuck with that. I mean, honestly, most sources will just call it Acre because that's what, it shows up in European sources, French sources and whatnot, but whatever, we got different names for it. But either way, this is his early power base. He's building along here across the Galileo, and he's making his money this way, and what he does is he breaks with the franchise that his father had, because his father worked for a notable family, and oh gosh, where are they based? It's one of the cities of Lebanon. I'm blanking on which city it is, but there's an important family, the Shehabi. Yeah, Shehabi, I think. There's a family that they're like the notables that would then be the intermediate. He would collect taxes and they would go to them, and then they would be forwarded on from there to Istanbul. And what he does is he says, you know what, fuck that. I'm not going to collect it for you anymore. I'm going to collect it for myself. And he starts collecting the taxes himself. And as he gets more and more powerful, he starts keeping more and more of it for himself too. And this again is the foundation for his state building. He contributes a lot to building up in different hi cats, starts building things up, like there's all kinds of construction work. So like there's work built onto the walls around Akka, and there's in fact a ton of cities benefit directly from it. Akka, I mentioned Haifa already, Tiberias does, Safed does, or Tzfat in Hebrew, if you know it that way. Nazareth does. In fact, I think I put in a it's so hard to keep track of the multiple stuff in here. But this church here in Nazareth was built under Zahir with his money. So he's contributing a lot to these different areas, building things up because he's taken in so much money. And along the way, he's cultivating really good relations with a lot of different populations, kind of replacing a lot of the traditional structure of separate notable families and consolidating more and more of that power for himself. And in doing this, what he ends up doing is, well, I guess one way to put this is he's consciously working to maintain really good relations among different religious sects. So, he's like Sunni. The government in Istanbul is Sunni, so like you'd think, oh, it's a Sunni state, you should pay attention to that. But no, he's got really, really good relations with the Shi'i populations, with the Druzi, with Jews in the area, with all the different Christian sects. In fact, his relations with Christians in his territory are so good that more Christians start migrating in. There's a significant wave of settlers from Cyprus and Greece, of Orthodox Christians, and a lot of their descendants today, they're still there in Palestine. So people are moving in because it's a relatively well-run state. He's not exploiting people too forcefully. And he's consciously cultivating really good like ecumenical like relations among the different populations this way. So this helps to build his local power base and a lot of people that are kind of loyal to him. Now, just a second here. I have to pause every now and then.
Are you drinking water, Liam?
So I've got water here, and I've got my cacao coffee mix on the table.
Gotcha.
So,
all right, man.
A little bit of both.
We got, Dr. Liam, we got a water break emote just for you. Here you see it.
Well, I'll pause a little longer then.
Okay.
I came up to say hi and see how you guys are doing. What's up, man?
Howdy.
All right, you're back at it, dude. The floor is cool.
Okay, so I got to go in here for countering some of those shitty far right talking points you get. You know, the whole like, you know, who is the president of Palestine? Oh, you can't name a president. I guess they didn't exist. Well, you can very credibly point to Zahir as a first modern autonomous or independent figure, and what they can do to counter that is say, well, he's not really independent. But oh, do not jump on the freaking coffee. That was almost, that could have been disastrous. Oh, geez. You bum. And they can say, well, he wasn't totally independent. It was still part of the Ottoman Empire. Like, okay, cool. Give them an analogy. This is probably pretty easy for Americans, but I'm sure a lot of non-Americans have heard of the American Civil War and the Confederacy, you know, the Confederate States of America. You know that no government actually recognized the CSA, right? Like they were an unrecognized body. It was literally part of the U.S. This is one of the things legally that's problematic about what happens in the Civil War, because in waging a war the way we did at that point, it actually contributed to a massive expansion of federal and presidential power in the U.S. This is one of the places where Lincoln is not the super great president we tend to think. Great in the sense that if you wanted the whole country to be held together, but bad in the sense that it makes the government a lot more powerful than the founders wanted it to be. What did where am I? I keep track of my little pictures here. I'm going to put it on a map here. This is more like at his height. So you can see that stretch across the Galil, but it also he'll end up stretching way down the coast plain as far down as Hasaza, and then establishing close ties with like the Nablus region. So like the northern part of the hill country is still not directly controlled, but is subservient to him. And then he'll later conquer significant parts of what is today Lebanon. But I'll talk about that in a moment. But I want to leave that as a background.
Liam, can you spell the name of the leader you mentioned a moment ago?
So in Zahir, and then Al AL dash, and then UMAR is, I guess, the most common transliteration. Now what you've got here with this is, so think about our parallel with the CSA, right? The CSA is not recognized as independent. It's you're still unmuted, JBS. It's not recognized as such, but people treat it de facto as independent, right? And I think anybody you're having a conversation with are going to say, so was the Confederacy a real thing? Was it a government? Was it a country? Think about all these like proud Southerners waving their stupid ass flags today, little Dixie swastikas or whatever. They clearly think it was a country, but it wasn't recognized by anybody else as a separate country. It was still part of the United States. Despite that, it had diplomatic relations. It tried to gain recognition. It waged a war. It formed a government. It wrote a constitution. It had laws. It had an army. It had everything that we would associate with a country, except external diplomatic recognition as a country. Do you see what I'm getting at here? If you use the CSA as a direct analogy, you can point out immediately that Zahir's state is independent. it is a separate country, because what he's going to do as he expands his power base is he stops recognizing Ottoman authorities. He stops sending his taxes to Istanbul, and he starts attacking his neighbors and expanding his power base. So he is building a fully autonomous state. In that process, he's even building a military in it. As he gets pushed a bit later, especially as he's picking fights with Uthman Pasha. Pasha is not a name, it's a title, but as he's fighting with Uthman Pasha in Damascus over here, he ends up not only building up a direct military force, but starts requiring people to carry pistols and a saber in case you need to be quickly drafted and expand the army to fight against a larger attack. Because he knows it's a relatively small territory, and if the government really wants that territory, they can fight and they can take it. And he doesn't want that. So he's doing everything that you would do to build a separate, independent state. And we really should understand it as, in this period, a separate state. Although de jure, like on paper, it's still part of the Ottoman Empire and no one recognizes he's independent, effectively he is. Because he's no longer actually working with the authorities, and in fact is frequently in open rebellion with them. The early stages in the fight too. So later in his reign, he starts getting a lot bolder because he spends decades building his power base, building up money, building support among the population by building churches and mosques and whatnot, and getting people to like him. And from that, near the end here, he's like, screw it, let's go whole hog and be independent. And at that point, he's poking at people around him. And when he ends up, I'll pull very briefly closer here so you guys can again see. So his power base again, Galil here, and then later stretching down the coast plain and also into the interior here in the hill country. But he's going to end up seizing control of significant parts of southern Lebanon here once he's fighting Damascus. And the fight there in 1770 with Uthman Pasha ends up being kind of important for us because initially he's winning, right? He's kicking butt in this. Uthman Pasha sends very threatening messages to Akka and says, "Hey, y'all better surrender. I'm going to take you. I'm gonna crush you." And then he starts sending his forces into the area, and at their first major confrontation in Nablus, they lose and withdraw. So he pulls back, never gets anywhere close to Akka in 1770. But the threat pushes Zahir to, again, build a larger military, require people to start carrying weapons, being willing to fight and ready to fight, because he knows, again, underdog, you might have to fight like some big dog at some point here. But he's slowly building up his own forces here. And this is where a number of fortifications start being rebuilt, including expansions to some surviving Crusader era fortifications, like you have in Akka. They build this stuff up because eventually shit's going to go down. Eventually it's going to be a problem. And then from there, here's where this gets, I think, really kind of interesting. He actually allies with what's his name? Ali Bey al-Kabir. Bey is a title, just like Pasha is. So Ali in Egypt, and Egypt has a long history of kind of de facto autonomy in the Ottoman Empire. It's part of it, but runs its own affairs, has its own government, collects its own taxes, does pretty damn well. But they send so much money to Istanbul every year because the Nile is so productive that the Ottomans just leave them the hell alone. And the Bey there at the time is starting to flex his own muscles and trying to become a bit more independent himself. So he allies with Zahir. Like they start working together, and they think, hey, together we can break away and we can form our own states. This is, again, one of the reasons that this is one of many of the places like, Napoleon that I'll talk about in a moment here, or later like Algeria or Greece or things like that, that are eventually going to tell the Ottomans they really have to start reforming or they're dead. This is a century before the Greek and Algerian struggles here. This process starts, and it's reaching ahead like 60 years or so before those, and they didn't notice. They didn't pay enough attention. But these local forces trying to break away and establish their own independence are a real threat to the state. And when Ali and Zahir are working together, they have a real shot at this. The problem here is that the Egyptian forces, how do I put this? They keep backing down in fights. They don't push very hard. So like at one point, the Egyptian forces are put under the command of Ismail Bey. Again, Bey is a title. And Ismail's forces are large and significant, and they march all the way up to Damascus and they take it. And on the way up to it, he pulls back from it because people tell him, you're affecting the pilgrim trade. There are pilgrims heading to holy sites. They're going down there and they're afraid. And what you're doing is affecting them because they can't come into the city and whatnot. And that makes you a bad Muslim. And he's like, oh, that makes me a bad Muslim. Oh, shit, I don't want to be a bad Muslim. And he retreats. This is where, and you can see there's quite a few interesting cases like this in Muslim history where genuinely sincere, good believing Muslims will struggle with the kind of compromises and realpolitik that go along with power structures. Because, hey, Muslims aren't supposed to fight Muslims. They're all part of the community of the faithful. It doesn't work that way. So as soon as you're like attacking some rebels or something, what are you doing? Are you a good Muslim or a bad Muslim? You're unaliving Muslims. So you're kind of like, it's a rock and a hard place. You're running a power structure, but you're trying to be a good person too. And that really kind of gets in the way of all this. Oh, I forgot to move a few images. Let's see. Let's where are we at? Oh gosh. Well, let's see. Can't keep track of this at all. Oh, so our fella in Egypt here. And then let's see. Next to this. Okay, so here's Egypt. And it's again a fairly large, wealthy, autonomous part. And then again, his forces are coming up into here and getting involved in some of this fighting. Now the trick here is he pulls back because initially of the pilgrim trade, and then again he again screws Zahir over by when they split up and they head off to take different parts. So Zahir is going down to like take control of like Jaffa, whatever, and well, let's see. Actually, when he pulls back, when Ismail pulls back from Damascus, Zahir actually has to abandon Sidon in Lebanon. He has to pull back because he's exposed now because the guy he was counting on to protect his rear is now gone. But it does get really, really tricky in all this. Like how do you keep people going? And at one point too, Ismail is also told that if he is fighting and the Ottoman authorities in Istanbul tell him not to, and the Sultan is also the Caliph of the Sunni Muslim world, then suddenly he's rebelling against a legitimate authority over all Muslims. So it gets really like religiously difficult for him to figure out what to do. So this alliance with Egypt doesn't work terribly well for Zahir, because while the Egyptians can put many more forces on the field and fight, they're not very reliable allies because they're not really, their commanders they put on the ground aren't really capable of fighting back against the legitimate authority of the entire Sunni Muslim world. So very problematic for him there. But Zahir keeps fighting. And actually scores a really significant victory. Oh, I gotta find the picture. So hard to keep. Too many moving parts here. Okay, so oh, that's so this is just a picture I took ages ago in Jaffa port. So there's that. But that takes us to there we go. So over to Hule. And the reason actually there's only part of it is wet now. Just as a sad kind of like side note, this was a significant lake at one point, but in the 1950s, the Israelis actually drained the lake completely because it was producing so many malarial mosquitoes and causing outbreaks of malaria. and they figured, well, we got to stop the malaria, so they drained it. Eventually, they because of the collapse of the ecosystem, they partially reflooded the valley and restored a portion of the lake. So it's back to being a major stopover for migratory birds. But the ecosystem almost completely collapsed when they drained the lake. But it does produce a lot of mosquitoes too, so bad either way. Either way, there's a battle here that Zahir wins, and the Battle of Lake Hule actually caused the Syrian and Ottoman forces that were arrayed against Zahir to retreat and flee, and their retreat was so disordered and so chaotic that a significant part of their army drowned in the Jordan River trying to get across to the other side, which sucks. But about 10,000 troops were lost in this. So again, if you want to think, was Zahir really independent? Here he is directly fighting the Ottoman freaking government and winning a battle that saw the loss of 10,000 Ottoman troops. If that's not an independent player, I don't know what is. Was he diplomatically recognized as such? No, but neither was the Confederacy. So it's just, that is. Okay, so that takes us through Battle of Lake Hule. Let's see. Keep track of my little pictures. Okay, so this just, I'm going to take us back to another one of the little maps there. So again, showing him at his greatest height power-wise. So again, here's his original power base in these two parts here of the Galil, the east where he starts, and then all the west that he takes. Then he's expanded down the coast here and down taking Jaffa port, and further up the coast through Tyre and Sidon. So he's in what is today Lebanon, and then takes the interior of it, and for a while, because the fights across the Jordan, takes control of a portion of what is today northwest Jordan. So his state is actually quite substantial. It's certainly not all of Palestine, but I don't know if that helps any of y'all. But it's not tiny either. It is a state. It's it's bigger than modern day Lebanon is, and it is effectively independent, although not recognized as such. Where he's really kind of like it all comes apart by 1775, and this is after winning a few other battles. He wins at Nabatea. He's still like doing pretty well, but at this point, sorry. Okay, cool. So at this point here, the Ottoman authorities are no longer content to allow regional commanders and notables to go up against him, and they actually dispatch a fleet. They full on send forces directly from the capital. And this is where, again, there's a bit of a political/religious problem for Zahir, because when you have an Ottoman fleet show up outside of Akka, and they open fire, and initially some of his defenders shoot back, but not much, and very quickly stories start circulating around that if they start shooting back at those ships, they are at war with the Caliph. And people are like, oh, I don't want to do that. Gosh, that's problematic for me. So they don't. So on the second day of bombardment, the defenders in Akka don't even shoot back. They literally, the guns go silent. The troops all pull back from the walls, and they allow the Ottomans to bombard the hell out of the walls. This is when it's all over for Zahir, and he knows it. If his army isn't willing to fight, then he's not going to be able to secure the independence that he was fighting to achieve. So again, there's a parallel with the CSA. They fought a war for independence. They had a functioning government, army, everything else, but they lost that war. This is where Zahir loses his war. He actually retreats from the city. He flees. He like sneaks out and gets away. But someone manages to take a pot shot at him that hits him in the neck, and he drops. And of course, because this isn't quite the modern period and people are a little bit more gruesome, they actually decapitated him, but whatever. Either way, he fled, got shot. That's the end of that. But you do see in this period, there's a significant shift in the structure of the empire, the way things work for it. And again, there's a lot of places where the writing is kind of on the wall. the balance of power is shifting. And I want, oh, hello. Since we're now near the end of the 18th century, I want to make a point about the Ottoman state and its and a first real attempt at reform that's going to fail. And this is, interestingly enough, just a decade before Napoleon's assault on Egypt. So it's sort of like sad that this didn't really work out well for them, but they took a shot at it. What they're seeing here is that the balance of power is totally shifting, that they need some kind of defense development. They need some kind of, they need to catch up in some way. And again, part of the problem for this is that they're trying to keep up militarily without actually changing the way administration works, without changing the way the economy works. So it's unaffordable. It's unsustainable. They simply can't do it. Because again, the empire has been losing revenue for a long time. And as it stands within the empire itself, they don't have full control over their own economy, because at their height, they'd actually created a lot of, I know this is a weird word in English for people today, but they're called capitulations. But I don't mean it in the sense of like surrendering to an enemy force. They're basically economic concessions. So like Venetians, Genoese, whatever, these major banking and merchant clans that developed in early modern Italy take control of portions of the Ottoman economy because the Ottomans just don't want to deal with it. And they didn't need to before, because so much money was being generated already that it didn't matter. But now they're at a profound disadvantage in tons of ways. They're not developing industrially or internally through, like, capital and merchant activities, because they've turned a lot of those merchant activities over to Italians. They don't have the benefit of all the trade that passes through the empire anymore, because all that's going by sea now and cutting them out completely. And they're having to spend more money than they ever had before, because they have to keep up with military technologies, which means they have to tax people more, and they're not making more money. So they're making the empire poorer. So they're in real trouble. So it brings us back to like defensive development, which is, the selective borrowing of ideas to avoid this kind of a catastrophe. And, our boy for that is a fellow called Selim III, who after another war is lost with the Russians, so getting beaten by the Russians again, which keeps happening. What he does is he decides to, and this begins in 1792, starts a process of significant reform. And had this worked, who knows how differently history might have turned out, but it didn't last very long. What he's doing is he starts with creating embassies in European capitals. And I really don't know how, very quickly to sum this up. Okay, so you guys know what like an ambassador does in other countries, like, I don't know, the ambassador for Guatemala in Washington, whatever, he speaks for his government, right? That's his job. Now today we've got, like, I don't know, telephones or whatever, you can just talk to somebody. Why do we still need them? Well, ambassadors have always done tons of other things as well, including collecting information in those countries. Ambassadors are spies by definition. We just don't use that word for them. In fact, their origins are in spies. They started with the papacy. They created like papal legates, and they placed them in different European capitals so they could pay attention to the local power structures, so the church could manipulate the different rulers. They wanted people on the ground who knew who was there, who knew who the powerful people were, what their weaknesses were, what they liked, so they knew how to bribe people. Like they're studying the country. Embassies always do this. This is actually the main reason they exist in the world. So he does this for the first time because while Europeans for several centuries have had ambassadors in different countries, again, the church started under Gregory, and expands outward from there. But the Ottomans had never done that, because the Ottomans were a massive, powerful empire. And again, at their height in the 16th and 17th century, the Ottomans had proven that they could beat a coalition of any size. All the European countries at once could come at them and they could kick their asses. So they had nothing to worry about. And it took them a long time to really adapt to the fact that things were changing. It wasn't the 17th century anymore. Now it's the end of the 18th, and they have fallen behind. but they still were making everyone come to the Sublime Porte, come to us. They want people to go and like, oh yes, you're the Sultan, you're super awesome. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. They wanted that still. And Selim says, screw it, I want ambassadors. And he creates an embassy in Paris. He starts building embassies around Europe. Now, the neat thing about this is that ambassadors on the ground have access to the latest innovations in those countries. So imagine your Ottoman ambassador is walking down a street on like the left bank in Paris, and he passes a bookshop. Like, cool, I'm going to go in the bookshop. And in the bookshop, he sees volumes on military strategy and tactics, right? He's like, oh, that's neat. Buys a copy, takes it back to the embassy, gives it to somebody, send this back to the get this translated and send it back to the capital. Like, get this into circulation. This is good shit. We need this. They now have access to tons of the latest stuff that they might not have even noticed they needed before because they weren't on the ground. They weren't present and active. They weren't as integrated. The Ottomans were always part of the general European power structure, but they weren't as socially integrated or economically integrated into Europe. Only in terms of like great power politics were they European. Every power in Europe considered the Ottoman Empire to be a European empire. They were all part of the power. They were always part of the power structure, but they weren't socially and economically integrated in the same way. So they didn't have the same kind of direct contact. And Selim is changing that. You're now seeing a lot of new stuff that you wouldn't have otherwise. And this scares people. And the issue here is that Selim starts getting a lot of criticism. Selim III starts getting a lot of criticism from people saying, hey, you're selling out the empire. You're selling out Islam. We were like the superpower. We're so awesome. And we even if we've lost a little bit recently, that's just because we must have pissed God off. We're not being good enough Muslims. We just need to try harder and we'll be back on top. And we were on top for a long time and we'll get back there. They're not willing to recognize that some things structurally in the world have changed, economically have changed, right? They haven't noticed what's happening around them. And Selim is the one giving them a way to start seeing that, but a lot of the traditional power structure in the empire, in particular the Janissaries, aren't willing to see this. And there's a good reason for this. And sometimes it's tempting to wonder what the hell's wrong with a lot of people, but it makes a lot of sense. I'll give you a nice way of seeing this in the modern world. Because we have to understand that human beings, by our natures, we aren't really wired to look for truth. Our truths are more socially constructed. They're what works within our particular environment, our particular framework. And if accepting the truth of something will force you to cut yourself off from people that are important to you, challenge your own sense of identity and sense of self and meaning, most of us won't do it. People have a really hard time taking a leap into the unknown and away from those comforting social relations and all the comforting ideas and the sense of identity that we have. And sometimes that's necessary in order to accept something that's genuinely true. I mean, just think about how many people today are like flat earthers or like, I don't know, like totally anti-evolution creationists, like God created every individual thing 6,000 years ago and, put them all here and the earth is only 6,000 years old. It's like young earth creationists. Like, yeah, that's biblically literal, but it's factually inaccurate. It's literally impossible to be true. For the world to be only 6,000 years old, we would have to abandon everything about science, including this freaking smartphone that I'm using here, because all of our understanding of physics and everything around it tells us that the earth is more than 6,000 years old. But people have a hard time doing that because if their church, if their family, and everything they've ever believed and felt about themselves is invested in thinking that's true, they can't let it go. The Janissaries are like that in this case because the Janissaries are the traditional power structure of the Ottoman Empire. I don't want to get too far off base, but like the 60-second answer here is the Janissaries were created at a particular point in the High Middle Age, the late High Middle Ages when the Ottomans have a setback and they need like a hardcore, like fanatically loyal military force. And the Janissaries have their origins in like slave soldiers. And so they're directly tied to the Sultan. So that they have a loyalty bond directly to the Sultan, but they're not slaves the way a lot of Americans would think of slaves, say in the Atlantic system. because they're your like provincial governors, top generals. They're people, you know, with the like, I don't know, in modern terms, they have the big house, the nice car, everything. You know, like they're doing great. They're powerful people. Oftentimes, the Sultan's daughters are used the same way that European princesses were. They were, you know, married off to people as political favors. You know, top janissaries, top generals, and would be married to Sultan's daughters. Hello, cats. They when the general is retired from active military service, he's put in charge governing a province. They're powerful people, and they know if there's a major change, they're the ones who lose. And the way you can best see that, let me find an image here, is the military, because the traditional janissary military, the way it works is the janissaries themselves, this kind of like slave soldier elite, is in charge of this whole system and the people that you're recruiting into it. And if you create a modern a modern military force, think about how modern armies work. Okay, so just as it's so weird to do things like this in another classroom, because I'm used to like pausing constantly, asking questions, and like, you know, it's so you can't really do that in this environment very well. If you think about the U.S. military as a parallel, the U.S. military is not loyal to the president, who is the commander-in-chief. They're loyal to the government, which means to the constitutional structure, not personally loyal to the president. So if the president tells them to violate the Constitution, the generals are going to say no. That's because they're not tied to it. That's not how that works. Militaries used to be tied directly to the monarch. They were theirs, and that's the case in the Ottoman Empire. The janissaries are tied to the Sultan, and they're supposed to be loyal to the Sultan, not to the full-blown civilian government in Istanbul. Now, the new government, the new military that Selim creates, do I have a, oh yeah, so the Nizam-e-Jadid, to put in the Turkish form, or a new order. And the Nizam-e-Jadid is basically like a modern European style military. They are conscripted peasants, so they're just ordinary people who are then trained, and they're professional, like they get a salary, because you guys know most armies were not paid a salary in most of human history. It wasn't a profession before. You didn't make money in the army. You were just called up and you served in the military. This is why militaries often did terrible shit like looting things and you know stealing everywhere they go, because they didn't get paid. But this is a job. You're joining the army, and you get a salary and training, and you're full time in the military. Like it's your job, and you're in the barracks and everything else. So it's like the way the European centralized militaries are being built up in the late 18th and early 19th century. It's the same basic pattern here, but it's completely different from the janissary structure. And they understand that if this works, that if this as a model takes off, then the Sultan doesn't need them anymore. And if he doesn't need them anymore, then they don't have the social prestige. They won't be marrying his daughters. They won't be provincial governors. They won't be the powerful, wealthy elite, because the Ottoman Empire doesn't have a traditional aristocracy of land like Europe does. It had the janissaries. So it's more meritocratic. You rose through the ranks based on how good you were, but it's also, it's tied to a specific institution. So while in the early modern period it was much more meritocratic than the European system was, in this period, as you're getting to the end of the 18th century, it puts you at a profound disadvantage vis-a-vis the more professional militaries of Europe. And they know that if the Nizam-e-Jadid works, they're out of a job. They're gone. So what do you think they're going to do about that? Like, how do you respond? Remember, you're the generals. You guys have all the pew-pews. you have the ability to do something about this. So they did. They overthrew the Sultan. Now, while technically speaking, janissaries are slaves to the Sultan and are supposed to be personally loyal to the Sultan, it hasn't stopped them from assassinating a number of them along the way. And that's what they did here. They removed Selim and they put a relative in his place. Boom. Problem solved. And the guy that they offered the job to, hey, do you want to be Sultan as part of our coup? All you got to do is promise not to keep doing this. Like, don't keep reforming. Don't take our power away. And he's like, yeah, cool, I'll do that. I won't change anything. Like, cool. And then Selim III is gone. This new guy's in charge. And that's the end of that. Interestingly, the Nizamajadi was not actually dismantled. They didn't shut it down completely. It still exists, and it will be important when we get to. I talk about a little bit about some Ottoman reform a little later, because it also bears on Palestine. So when I come back to that in a bit, we can see how the Nizamajidi will still be important. But it's small. It doesn't grow. So it's like they didn't expand it to replace the Ottoman military as a whole, which was Selim's plan, but it's still there. This small core of a military that's loyal directly to the government itself, to the civilian government, not personally to the Sultan. So we'll come back to that later. Let's see. So from here, I think okay. So that's. Yeah, we're nearly the end of the 18th century. The last thing in the 18th century is in 1798 with Napoleon's conquest of Egypt, which is also going to come into Palestine. Again, all these things do directly bear on Palestine. And Napoleon will attempt to conquer and actually will briefly control Palestine, but then come back out of it. I want to check and see if we need a break or anything there, because it might be a good time to it. So I'll just... I'll show you a couple of bad jokes from, like, we move as a unit, we strike at dawn. Here's Napoleon on a velociraptor instead. But yeah, stupid jokes. But before we go into Napoleon, is this Freedom? Is this a good place to pause for a minute and see if there's questions on the 18th century? Because the last 2 years of the 18th century are really going to smoothly flow into the early 19th. So I think that's where I should stop the 18th.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. You guys, if you have any questions, you can put them in the comments. Anyone on the panel, do you have any questions?
Actually, while you collect some questions, I think I can refill my drinks too while you ask it in the chat and collect a few.
Sounds good.
I'm good. This is fabulous. Thank you so much, Dr. Liam.
Okay, let's get a little bit more of this.
Okay, I think the questions are for the people in the comments. They're asking each other questions. Okay, do you have any questions for Dr. Liam, guys? And Skander,
Yes.
did you check Discord?
I guess about to right now.
Okay, thank
I
you.
accepted your friend request, but
Yeah, no, I put in the comments like multiple times if you can check it again. I appreciate you. Okay, guys, I'm going to wait for 5 more seconds. If I don't see a hand, if I don't see a question, then we are going to move on. Okay, I will answer a question by myself. Oh my God, that is so cute. So, is this a new one?
Yes, this is Emma Woza.
Oh, baby.
He's my little baby. He's a
Oh.
little baby.
Oh, baby. Oh, I love cats so much.
Yeah, I like them across the screen.
Here, you keep the chair warm.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So I guess we're gonna go to our first break. I want you guys to I want to introduce to you Nichelle with an N. She is one of the pillars of this community. She's a great debater, and today she's here to share with us her amazing voice. So please, everyone, welcome Nichelle. Go ahead, Nichelle. What have you prepared for us today? Michelle?
Sorry. I was washing dishes and listening in. I always love listening to Professor Liam. Let me take my gloves off here. How you guys doing today?
We're good today.
Good.
Thank you so much for coming. I know it was like a last minute.
It was.
So.
Yeah, no problem. Always here to support. Always. So when I sing, and for me personally, it's something that
that I do to, I don't know, just kind of soothe myself, especially in today's very, very stressful day. Well, it's been a stressful week for all of us. And I think about, I think about a lot of things when I'm singing. So I think today the song that was on my heart is, it's an older gospel song called "A Balm in Gilead." I actually think it's a very simple song, but yeah. Or I can do "Amazing Grace," whatever you guys want. You guys tell me in the chat. I see a lot of people in here who have heard me sing before. What would you guys like to hear? "Amazing Grace," "A Balm in Gilead"? You tell me. And while you're doing that, please like and share this live. It's really important. Very important. Do, 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 do. Oh, you want to hear "Balm in Gilead"? Okay. That's what I'm saying, "A Balm in Gilead." Or "Amazing Grace," which one? Or "You Are My Sunshine," which I sing for the kids. Okay, well, I'll do both. Because "Balm in Gilead" is really simple, but that's what's kind of been on my heart thinking about that. But let's see. There is a balm in Gilead to heal the broken soul. There is a balm in Gilead to heal the broken soul. It's a super simple line, but then I will sing "Amazing Grace" for you guys as well. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. There you go.
You have a very good sing. Love your voice. Thank you so much.
Bravo. Of course. Anytime.
Dr. Liam, are you okay with a 15 minutes break?
What do you mean?
So we have Iskandar, so he can talk about the USS Liberty for like 15 minutes while you take a break. Are you okay with that?
Yeah. If you like, I was actually going to ask you about time-wise too. I'm thinking just on the pacing here. I honestly don't know if I'm going to get to Zionism. We might just finish through like 19th century Palestine, because I'm definitely not meeting the time I was hoping already.
It is totally fine.
But we'll see. We might just stop before we get to Zionism. But we'll see. I'll check in with you when we get later there too.
Yeah, it is totally fine. After Iskandar's 15 minutes, the timer is all yours. You can go as long as you want, and you can stop whenever you want. So it's totally up to you.
Well, it's up to like a lot of people who are watching too, how long they want to be here or listening in too. So I don't want to drag someone's entire day, but because I was really hoping to keep this like to 4 to 5, and not go beyond that. But we'll see.
I totally got you.
We'll check in. We'll check in later.
Okay, guys, in the comments, can we W Dr. Liam and W Michelle? Geekly Freak for her update. It is a bit too late for the W's. It's something that I always forget. Yeah. So, Mariama, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. First, please, I want to say thank you to everybody that has been here from the very beginning. And welcome to everybody that just joined us. If you guys, please, can click on the orange heart next to Freedom's name, would be much appreciated. That helps us to strengthen our team and boost the live. And also, please share it to all your friends. And you see the host box. If you can tap in there and help us to increase the number of likes, would be greatly appreciated as well. Now, please help me to welcome our next speaker. Lebanese American, former U.S. Marine officer with a passion for history and politics. With a deep understanding of global affairs, Iskandar brings a unique perspective to his talk. On this solemn day of the U.S. Liberty Memorial, he will draw on his military experience and extensive knowledge to offer a compelling insight to this moment in history when Israel attacked America. Get ready to be captivated by his experience. With you, one of my favorite pro-Palestine TikToker, Iskandar.
So, yeah, hi. With that being said, I have pictured here General Raymond Davis. So he was actually one of the lead investigators for the investigation into the USS Liberty bombing. So just for some context, the bottom line of, let me give you the bottom line up front first before I go into the context. So the bottom line up front is that the Israeli government knew that the USS Liberty was, in fact, an American ship. And they blew it up intentionally because they were trying to bait the United States into invading Egypt and toppling Gamal Abdel Nasser. So, it's psychology behind that's very transparent. They hated Nasser with a passion, but they were too afraid to actually march into Cairo themselves. So they wanted to get the United States to do their dirty work for them. So they blew up the USS Liberty, then blamed it on the Egyptians. And then General Davis here, investigated and said, wait, this is not true. This was in fact the Israelis who blew up the ship, and the psychology behind it is fairly transparent. So anyway, General Davis was a very decorated Marine Corps officer, as you can see. He had served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam. You see that he's got a Medal of Honor at the very top of his ribbon stack there, and a Navy Cross, a Silver Star, and a Legion of Merit with a Valor Device. This guy had seen quite a bit of combat. And definitely, he was also formerly the assistant commandant to the Marine Corps as well. So definitely had very extensive experience within the military and certainly knew how to call for fire and understood fire direction control. So with that being the case, definitely an authority on the matter, hence why he was assigned to investigate it. And so in so doing, again, just for the context. So from 1952, I believe it was, when Nasser overthrew he overthrew King Farouk in Egypt, who was a British appointed monarch, and he took control of Egypt, and he wanted to unite the entire world against Western imperialism, the United Arab Republic. And so with that being said, he consistently wanted to fight on behalf of the Palestinians. He was a staunch ally of Yasser Arafat's back when Yasser Arafat was a young man, and supported resistance to Israel, to its creation. I mean, he had himself fought in the Arab-Israeli War of 1948. And with that being said, when that failed, that was largely what motivated his decision to engineer a coup, because he wanted to, again, unite the entire Arab world against Western imperialism and actually get the job done. So one significant source of strife between Egypt and Israel historically was the battle for the Suez Canal in 1956. And there was some success. Both sides claimed victory on that. On the one hand, Dwight D. Eisenhower had actually threatened to kick the British government out of the International Monetary Fund because he actually wanted to establish very close ties with Egypt. He wanted to alienate Egypt away from the Soviet Union. Those were the interests that Eisenhower had at that time. So got a very rare instance where you actually see the U.S. and the British, and by extension to the French, were part of the Suez Crisis as well, actually kind of turning on each other a bit there. But while Nasser was able to maintain control of the Suez Canal, he was still not able to ultimately succeed in the complete destruction and annihilation of Israel. And so in the 6 Day War in 1967, Nasser had teamed up with the Syrians and the Jordanians to essentially blitz and attempt to besiege Israel. And so with that said, the Israeli government at that time was afraid that they were actually going to lose the war. They were convinced that it was going to happen. They had launched significant operations. This is where they took the Golan Heights from the Syrians, the West Bank from the Jordanians, and the Gaza Strip from Egypt. And so with that being the case, again, when they were trying to get more over U.S. support, because you have to remember, the United States was actually not Israel's main military supplier at this time. Before that, it was actually the French who were Israel's main military supplier. And that's mainly because they really hated Nasser. And so with that being said, this is what ultimately prompted more over U.S. support. Plus, the U.S. at the time, too, in 1967, was neck deep in Vietnam. And that, of course, well, we all know how that turned out. So the appetite to, for example, send troops into Egypt or anywhere to help the Zionist entity defend itself, quote unquote, was just not there politically. So the Israelis were trying to essentially stage a false flag operation. They saw a U.S. ship that was floating around in the Mediterranean, and the U.S. has bases, ships, etc., all over the world. So in the context of the USS Liberty, wasn't really that much different. The attempt there, the reason the U.S. had a ship there again, was largely to contain the influence. Back at this time, it was to contain the influence of the Soviet Union in fear of communism spreading throughout the Middle East. And so, anyway, in order to, like I said, bait the United States into attacking Egypt, the Israelis saw that it was a U.S. ship. They saw a U.S. flag. They knew exactly what they were aiming at when they ultimately ordered a submarine strike and absolutely decimated the USS Liberty, slaughtering over 100 sailors on board and causing several million, if not actually a few $1 billion worth of damage if you were to look at adjusting for inflation in today's money. So, and yeah, with that being said, that actually was not the first time that the government of Israel would facilitate an attack against U.S. troops. And yeah, well, anyway, with that being said, does anyone have any questions? I mean, I could go deeper into U.S. kind of like U.S.-Israeli relations, or specifically the military in the U.S. and its confrontations with Israel. So
attacking the ship is an act of war, right?
I would say that would be an act of war, yeah, personally.
Okay, so it's like a question that answers itself. Like, how come the U.S. did not respond for that attack?
Because the United States at that time considered Israel an ally in the war against communism. That was the justification back in those times. That was the main impetus. Oh, well, they're helping us fight the Soviets, so they're our friends. And this is indicative essentially of U.S. foreign policy in general, is that we would support some rather horrible people, to include, well, just to be TikTok safe, we'll call him OBL, the bearded guy with the turban who liked planes and tall buildings. Yeah, he was initially supported by the CIA because he was fighting communists in Afghanistan. So, I mean, that was started under Carter, technically, Operation Cyclone, but was supercharged under Reagan. And again, the intention was to contain communism. So the United States did not care about the human rights records of the people they supported. They just wanted to destroy the Soviet Union at any and all costs.
I have
Quick question, Iskander. This is Harambe Imran. Hey, so even like after the Cold War ended and all of that, why wasn't there any type of repercussion or anything for is not real after the fact? Because like active war is active war. It doesn't, to my understanding, it doesn't have a statute of limitation that okay, like if so many years pass, then we don't do anything. Like correct, so nothing done. So
yeah. So the answer to that, so throughout the 90s, it's probably the closest that the Zionists and the Palestinians ever came to peace. So it was actually kind of interesting. President George H.W. Bush. So just to clarify here, let me just get a little picture up. So not Bush Jr., but his dad, Senior, actually withheld this guy here actually withheld a $10 billion loan, which in today's money would be well over 21 billion, to Israel. Yitzhak Shamir, as the prime minister, was requesting that assistance because he was having a very difficult time containing the Palestinians amidst the first Intifada. So Bush, to the surprise of many, actually stood up and said, no, we are sick and tired of supporting you. No, if this bill passes through Congress to loan you this money, I will veto it. And AIPAC went ballistic. You anti-Semite, you suck. Ah! Like, they unloaded on him. And the evangelicals in the Republican Party at that time that had been courted during the Reagan administration, or for largely theological reasons, saying, oh, we have to support the real estate of Jesus, right? So like you have all those folks in the Bible Belts, especially, that insisted that we had to defend Israel no matter what. And so anyway, this is part of the reason Bush Sr. lost re-election in 1992 to Bill Clinton. Clinton, however, because you have to remember that when Yitzhak Shamir was failing to contain the Palestinians, that's what in large part led to him being voted out in favor of Yitzhak Rabin, who is a, comparatively speaking, much more moderate politician. He was the one who came to the table with Arafat to negotiate, and we don't know exactly what his intentions were, but also didn't really establish a right of return. It was a very complex series of negotiations about which settlements can stay and which settlements can't, and it was pilot work for a potential, I say that's the keyword here, potential two-state solution, which in my opinion is really much of a solution at all. I think it's kind of like a concession to colonization, which is not okay. But in any case, that's essentially what Oslo was. And we know how that obviously broke down with the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. And then even before that, in 1994, the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre by Ben Gvir's hero, Baruch Goldstein. And so the United States, there was still, even in Netanyahu's first stint as prime minister, he, for example, did come to the table with Arafat, and well, he ended up being derailed by a series of personal scandals, to include him, cheating on his wife and embezzling taxpayer money. So he got voted out, and in an upset election, Ehud Barak, who had served under Rabin, he came up and he tried to negotiate the Camp David Accords in 2000. And that, again, the reason Arafat walked away from that is because, well, the Camp David Accords in 2000 only offered allocations for 100,000 Palestinians to return, but when you've got 6 million just in the Middle East alone that are in diaspora, it seems like kind of a crappy deal. So Arafat walked away from it. And then when Ariel Sharon attended, when he went to the Temple Mount in a direct provocation of war, that's what ultimately started the second Intifada. And then you have to remember, not long after that was September 11. And then Israel became known, or at least to many observers in the US, they looked at Israel and thought, oh, they're our allies in the war on terror. They're helping us contain the intel on those dirty Muslims. And so for largely Islamophobic reasons, the US supported them heavily because as the second Intifada was going on, so was the war in Afghanistan and the second Gulf War. So does that answer your question? I know that was a lot. So
No, it does. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Love it when you speak, brother. Love it when you speak.
Oh, well,
It's an abundance of knowledge.
Well, I don't think I've ever been a doctor.
Dr. Liam as well. Thank you for all the knowledge that you and Iskander are providing us today.
For sure. Well, does anyone have any additional questions or?
I do have one, and my apologies if you already addressed this. What was Israel's justification to attack U.S. Liberty?
Oh, the Liberty? So, I mean, again, they didn't even claim any responsibility for it at first. They had to be essentially pinned down. And like I said, this guy had to actually kind of say, no, this wasn't Egypt at all. This was you guys. And when Israel was pinned down on this, they apologized to the administration of Lyndon B. Johnson, saying, oh, yeah, sorry, that was a mistake. My bad. Mistakes happen in war. That was at least what they said officially. But again, the rationale they had, like what their true intentions were, to bait the United States into going to war with Egypt. That was the reality.
May I add one thing here?
Yeah, of course, Dr. Man.
There's the Liberty was a spy ship. We don't have there weren't as many satellites, and you didn't, everything else. You couldn't study things in the same way. So you would have ships all over the place studying radio traffic. And whenever there's conflicts building up, that becomes more important. So the Liberty is there because everyone knew a conflict was coming. They've been talking about it for months and weeks, heading toward it. So you have a ship there that's analyzing all the radio traffic and translating things and gathering intelligence for the U.S. The attack on the Liberty happened so that the attack on the Golan could go ahead, because the early stages of the 67 war were only, fighting against the Egyptians and the Jordanians. And because when the fighting broke out, the Syrians just shut up, sat on their hands, did nothing. And there was nothing happening along that front. And there was big pushes internationally, including with the U.S., for a ceasefire to end it. And the Israeli government, in particular, the defense ministry under Dayan, did not want the Syrians to get away with all their provocative statements without getting a bloody nose. They wanted to extend the fight into Syria as well. But they knew the U.S. would demand that they stop, would demand a ceasefire and not allow them to attack Syria, because Syria hadn't attacked them. When the war broke out, the Syrians did nothing. They just sat on their hands and didn't join their allies. So the attack on the Liberty happened in order to blind the U.S. so we would find out about it after it had happened as a fait accompli. We wouldn't find out for a day or two later, and by then it's too late. And the attack into the Golan also wasn't even pre-approved. Dayan just sent forces into it and then told Eshkol, oh, by the way, we've invaded Syria and we're taking the Golan. Like, oh, okay. But the attack was authorized and launched on the Liberty specifically to blind the U.S. so that they could take the Golan Heights. That's the dirtiest secret about it. And the thing that's most problematic about the whole issue is that there was no reason to take it at all. They just wanted it strategically. They wanted to control the water support sources that flow into Lake Kinneret and everything else. And this was an opportunity to do that.
Right, and that's what I was saying too. And I would add as well, in terms of what they did in the West Bank, that was also in violation of international law. I mean, direct violation of the Geneva Conventions. So to sort of seize and annex land like that, but yeah, they didn't want the United States to see it. And like I said too, they wanted to bait the United States, because this is why they were blaming Egypt and say, oh, Egypt did it. Egypt did it. It's like, well, but no, they didn't. Right? Egypt had no interest. In
right. Yeah. It provides a fantastic secondary reason for it, and they can deflect attention towards somebody that the U.S. already doesn't like because the Suez crisis and everything else, and they're all calling him pinko, commie scum, and everything else. So yeah, it was an attempt to kind of give the U.S. somebody that they could point the finger at and not address with the Israelis, even though the U.S. knew from right at the attack, they knew who did it. There was no secret about this, but they were hoping the U.S. would take that bait and just blame Egypt instead of forcing them to kind of come clean over it. And it was a long drawn out process too, to try and get any kind of accountability over it. But yeah, big mess.
Absolutely. I mean, it took years. I mean, the investigation into the U.S. Liberty. Yep.
Right, but again, 2003, I think. We knew, we. I mean, oh, yeah. They're strafing the hell out of this thing. We know who did it, but
right. I mean,
but then it's like, oh, oops, sorry. We, when they finally had to admit that they did it, then they tried to say, oh, we thought it was a Syrian ship. Sorry. I'm like, hello.
Well, yeah, but that was totally debunked. I mean, they was there's no way in hell you could possibly have thought this was a Syrian ship.
No kidding. Yeah, it's
US flag waving on
it. They're just lies. Yeah, exactly. But it's what's sad is that people keep believing them. People keep wanting to believe them, because they've got a reason to want to believe it. But either way, yeah, that attack, that's how the Golan became Israeli. So.
Basically, yeah. I mean, and the other thing too that really gets me about this is when you hear people attempt to justify the U.S.'s liberty, and they just say, mistakes happen, or they'll sit there and say, oh, well, ultimately, you should be serving us. We're God's real estate. We're God's chosen people. And if you question us, you're going to hell. So ultimately, they were not where they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be firing on the Egyptians and helping us to defend, the real estate of the Lord. And if you disagree with that, then you're going to hell, right? This is what the evangelicals think oftentimes, the people who support Zionism. They will largely sit there and say, oh, well, it doesn't matter if they attacked the U.S. ship, right? They get a pass because they're God's chosen people. And for example, if let's say Egypt actually had fired on that ship, that probably would have been provocation for, right? The U.S. probably would have gone into Egypt and leveled it to the ground, much like what the U.S. ended up doing to Saddam Hussein, for example, who again Netanyahu passionately supported, is on record supporting the invasion of Iraq, because even though Iraq was a blatant lie, right? Even though, and we can talk about that too, by the way, General Zinni, for example, had spoken out against the Iraq War, and he ended up being right. There were actually a bunch of Marine Corps generals at that time who spoke out against Iraq and that condemned the war crimes that were committed in like Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay and elsewhere. And those guys were ignored. But Netanyahu, he steps up and says, oh yeah, absolutely, invade Iraq, torment these people. They're supporting the Palestinians, so they should get leveled to the ground. And that was the, like 9/11 provided like the perfect justification for Netanyahu to sit there and say, oh, well, Saddam Hussein definitely did it. Yep, he did it. No, I don't care. He did it. I don't care what anybody says. He's the one responsible. He supports the Palestinians. He's evil. And so there we go. And the United States committed one of the worst atrocities, certainly of the 21st century to date. I'd argue it was one of the most catastrophic foreign policy decisions in the history of the U.S., and that is saying something. So anyway, and if it wasn't for guys like General Davis here, the United States probably would have gone to war with Egypt. But it was General Davis, again, very decorated Marine officer, who's like, wait a second, this is bullshit. They're the ones who blew up the shit, and not the Egyptians. So, and thankfully, he was able to make that case. But again, that's what speaking from privilege looks like. I mean, just to put it lightly, right? Like, and I've seen this in Dr. Amara. You and I have talked about this before. My voice will often be elevated above somebody who's actually Palestinian, not because that's the way things should be, but the point is, being a white passing guy and an officer in the Marine Corps Reserve, suddenly my voice will be elevated. Suddenly I'm a foreign policy expert who knows more about Palestinians than Palestinians themselves do. Like, and so that's basically what General Davis, to his credit, did. And thankfully it averted war with Egypt. But it's like the fact that when Egyptians themselves are blown off and like, hey, we had nothing to do with this. We had nothing to do with this. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You attacked our ship. That's direct provocation for. And General Davis said, no, they're right. It was the Israelis who blew up the ship, and it's because they want us to invade and attack Egypt. And so it took, someone that high profile within the U.S. government to make that case. And thankfully, he was able to make it. Again, probably inadvertently benefited as well from like what was going on in Vietnam, and just the idea that, hey, we're already overextended. We can't get ourselves involved in another front and all this other stuff, especially when the U.S., like I mentioned before with Eisenhower, actually tried to play nice with Nasser because they wanted to subvert the Soviet Union. And Nasser very cleverly tried to keep playing the U.S. and the Soviet Union against each other in order to keep building up Egypt's own military capacity. So, Nasser was a very clever politician in that regard. So, but anyway. Yeah, that being said, if Dr. Mayer wants to come back on, I said my piece. Unless anyone has more questions.
Oh, thank you so much. Go ahead.
I got a 30-second thing to add on to a point you made earlier when you had the nice digression about Bush Sr. That the move he made was actually even more bold than people tend to remember, because the Oslo process isn't where this started. It was the Madrid process that Bush oversaw, and the Madrid process brought Israelis and Palestinians together with the U.S. as an intermediary. And where Clinton really screws everything up when he wins is he allows the Israelis to ditch Madrid, where Bush was actually holding like threatening sanctions, everything else, if they don't come to the table and negotiate with them, with the US there as well. And Clinton allowed them to negotiate directly with the Palestinians in the Oslo process, which meant that there was no one else to keep an eye on them. And then the power relations are a real problem, because obviously Israel holds all the cards, Arafat held none. So it's all doomed from that point on. So when we start thinking about Yitzhak Rabin and Oslo and everything else, keep in mind that the whole point was to destroy the possibility of real concessions, and that the Madrid process did have more likelihood of resulting in real concessions, but Bush paid a serious price for that. I'm not defending him in general. He's a terrible person overall, but in this matter, his approach was definitely better than Clinton's.
When I think about Bush Sr., I'm like, I think of him, like the stuff that he did as a president. I'm like, wow, these are very surprising W's. Yeah, in terms of like shit he did before he became president, like his association with the CIA. You can, to an extent, blame him for the way his son turned out. I mean, yeah.
Well, even as president, I mean, he invaded Panama. I mean, there's all kinds of terrible shit that he did as president as well.
Sure.
But
That's true.
they all have like something they do that's good and a whole bunch of shit they do that's bad. Like this is the place where we got to give credit where credit is due. This is a W for for Bush Senior.
Yeah,
Where
very surprising W, but I'll
Yeah,
take it. You know,
but-
like that. That's how I.
Yeah, but
another thing. Oh, go on,
it's
sorry.
interesting that U.S. politics used to be a lot more cautious about endorsing the Israeli position. And that was true all the way through both Reagan and Bush Sr. They both criticized the Israelis in the same way that Nixon did and Johnson did, and everyone else would call them out on different issues. We would withhold votes from them. There's all kinds of things. It's only really after that point that it becomes like unambiguously we'll roll over for whatever they do. Bush, and one of the reasons is that Bush pushed them harder than anybody else did. And a lot of people in the political class in the U.S., they blamed that for his loss. And they recognized finally the degree to which they were in bed with this evangelical population that Reagan had courted. And they're like, oh, shit, we can't do this anymore. And a lot of the existing realpolitik that we pursued a lot of realpolitik that was in our interests. Now suddenly Israeli interests are the equivalent of ours in the area because a lot of the American population wants them to be. A lot of the government did not want them to be. A lot of the people in government don't want to do the things that we do, but they realize that that's the voters. This is why I try to help people understand a lot that it's not just the U.S. government and everything else, or its policies, or even the lobbies or whatever. The lobbies exist because it's the U.S. population that's the problem. It's the evangelical lobby that's the problem, and their rise to power in the 1980s has had significant effects on American policy. And Bush Sr. paid the price for that, and that was an object lesson that no one else wants to repeat.
Yeah, another thing too that I want to mention as well, specific to Bush Sr., was after the Beirut barracks bombing, he actually, as the vice president, was there. I mean, he actually saw the wreckage and everything. And I'm thinking, given his association with the CIA and the fact that he was the vice president, it's part of the reason he was put on the ticket with Reagan. And so, with that being said, he had to have known, for example, about the Iran-Contra scandal, because Iran, like, they ordered and funded the Beirut barracks bombing. It was largely with the direction to FA12 Assad. Now, the part that doesn't come up about that is, again, Reagan and the government of Israel were the ones funneling weapons to Iran as that happened. And they also set the conditions for the Shias to hate the United States that much, enough to bomb the barracks. Because you have to remember that Reagan at that time, not only was he funneling weapons to the Israelis as they were blowing up the Shia communities in southern Lebanon, but Reagan was also funneling weapons to Saddam Hussein, who slaughtered Iraqi Shias by the thousands and invaded Iran and was destroying broad sections of the country with U.S.-made supplied weapons. Reagan was funneling weapons to Saudi Arabia as they slaughtered Shias in Saudi Arabia. He was funneling weapons to, like we talked about earlier, OBL, to be TikTok safe, who slaughtered Shias in Afghanistan and in Pakistan, for that matter. So the Shias tend to stick together. So then, of course, you add to that the U.S.'s relationship with Syria historically, like when Harry Truman engineered a coup to bring Hussein al-Zaim to power, or when Eisenhower had engineered 3 failed assassination attempts on Syrian politicians. They had their own motives for hating the U.S., hating the U.S. specifically. And so, with that being said, as Reagan was doing his thing and supporting people who slaughtered Shias by the hundreds, if not by the thousands, it's like, well, that's why they hated us. And to really add to the irony, the Israeli government, by the way, knew that the barracks bombing was going to happen, but because the Marines, specifically General Robert Barrow, had wrote a scathing letter denouncing and criticizing Israel back in March of 1983, and the Marines had nearly come into confrontation with the Zionists on several occasions after Sabra and Shatila, to include when a U.S. Marine jumped on top of an Israeli tank and threatened to blow the guy's head off. So they basically created a T-word cell, gave it lots of weapons, and then said, okay, we know they're going to bomb the barracks, but we're just going to let them. And there you go. And then Arafat turned up in Tripoli a week and a half after that happened and stood up for the Marines. He tried to fight Hafez al-Assad in Tripoli, just north of Beirut, because he seemed to appreciate that there were Americans who did try to defend the civilian populace of Lebanon, to include those who survived Sabra and Shatila. My own mother was there. This is actually why I personally joined the Marine Corps. This is the main reason. Now, I'm not here to blow smoke up the U.S. government's ass. Trust me, I criticize the U.S. constantly, to include for the shit that it's currently doing right now to the Palestinian people. But the point that I'm making is, notice how when these whistleblowers come out, it's like, like the USS Liberty, right? They get bombed. The Marine Corps barracks get bombed, which is, in my opinion, even more insidious than what happened with the Liberty. Far more insidious, actually.
Oh, far more. I mean, I think the fatalities in the Liberty were only 30 some, like 34, 35, 30, something like that. I can't remember. Like there was a lot wounded.
Several injuries.
There was almost 100 injuries, but the fatality is relatively low. But the barracks bombing killed several hundred, like outright.
220 Marines, 18 naval.
Yeah, and a whole bunch of people wounded. Yeah, so
yeah.
Vastly more lethal. And we also we didn't. I mean, Reagan just pulled us out. We just left. Because we couldn't really do much about it, because again, where all that was coming from, we were complicit in all of that, and they understood, and both Reagan and Bush Sr. knew about Iran-Contra. They were both neck deep in it, and the main reason, and Congress knew that they knew about it too, and said later the only reason they didn't pursue anything on it was too recently after the Nixon impeachment, and they didn't want to impeach Reagan over it so soon after it. It's again, we're just American domestic politics continually trump our own laws and our own interests. It's really kind of fucked up that way. But it's also in this, not only do you have Reagan and Bush being willing to take a harder line on the Israelis and things like this, but also the U.S. military too. So you're right to actually point to like the U.S. soldiers and their role inside Lebanon. It was actually U.S. Marines that helped to evacuate the PLO, which of course gave Israel ultimately what it wanted, but it also saved a lot of lives from those fighters, because the war in Lebanon would have gotten a lot dirtier. The Israelis were absolutely determined to crush the Palestinian militant movements completely, which could have also crushed their political organization, which could have prevented the whole process that built up, like the Declaration of Independence in the later 80s and everything else that's followed after that. Their occupation of Lebanon was in large part designed to destroy the Palestinian nascent state. And we helped to prevent that under Reagan and Bush, which is weird to think about now, given how many horrifying other things they did. And the reasons are very cynical. Like, don't give them like plaudits as being good people. It was just that they saw it as more in U.S. interests, because we wanted to cultivate better relations with a ton of the Arab states to prevent Soviet influence in those areas. We had to try and work better with those countries. And the more we were hardcore in Israel's camp, the more we pushed a lot of the Arab powers into the Soviet camp, and that hurt the Cold War. So the reasons are terrible, but for our cause, they were actually at least better decisions.
Oh yeah, completely agreed on that point. And one last thing I guess I'll show, that's a challenge coin of the multinational peacekeeping force that was in Lebanon at that time. The French barracks were also hit, but it was spearheaded by the U.S. Marines. And yeah, I mean, you talk about like the evacuation of the PLO. I mean, that was, when I think about U.S., like why Reagan decided to send in the Marines, that was in large part just power production. It wasn't like some big oil interest there or anything like that. It was largely just power production by the Reagan administration. And it was actually requested by Elias Sarkis, who was actually, I think, in my personal opinion, as Lebanese American, he was actually one of our better presidents. He was a genuinely good-hearted man who did actually want to help the Palestinians. But Lebanon's government did not have the ability to do it. And Lebanon had been overrun by foreign forces. You've got the Syrians that intervened. You had the Zionists that had occupied. Like Israel had launched Operation Peace Regalia in 1982, had completely put Beirut under siege. My mother and both of her brothers remember going almost 3 months without any food, without any electricity, running water, and they had to eat food out of a can. They had to eat Spam, for example, back then, because it would last forever. And my mom said she hated it, so it tasted like crap. That, and I think my mom said she had to eat anchovies too. There were some fishermen that were still able to fish some out in the Mediterranean. And so anyway, my mom said that's all they could afford. That's all they could get. And so, even though they were civilians,
at least they survived. You know, I mean, a lot of people were pushed into much worse situations. Yeah, it's terrible, like what people were forced to suffer. And yeah, the Lebanese were willing to ask for outside help there. France was willing to send in troops, but only if they weren't doing it on their own. So so the French were willing to create an international force if the U.S. came in, because they knew if shit went down, they'd have their back. As it happened, we pulled out, and then France followed suit. So, well, but
yeah. No, I mean, I completely agree with you on that, and that's the sad thing too, right? The really, really sad thing And when I talk about like the Marines in Beirut, I've had not too many people, but a handful of folks who get pissed and like, you sound like you're just a bootlicker for the military. I'm like, I'm actually not, because look at what happened to them, and look at who was behind it. So like when I talk about that piece specifically, it's like I try to separate them, like the Marines, as individuals from the antics of the U.S. government. So the point there is like, look, just because somebody's an American doesn't mean they support Zionism or they support the other war crimes that the U.S. Government has committed. Now,
the soldiers are generally pawns. You know, it's not that the soldiers choose where they go to battle. It's always the government that does it. People generally join the military for, you know, for more decent reasons. They want to defend their country, and it just so happens that their government is imperialist as fuck and sends them into harm's way. But we should be criticizing the government, not the military.
Skinder, we had a question in the comments. The Big Doc asked, "What is a good book that a good book recommendation to learn about Syria?" Skinder?
Oh yeah, sorry. Was I muted?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah, I don't have any specific like any specific book off the top of my head, but I do have a Google Doc that's loaded with lots of academic articles, newspapers that were written at the time, et cetera, like, in terms of how I kind of got the viewpoints that I got, the sources I looked at. I can't really point to like any one specific book, if you will, like a novel that somebody wrote, or maybe like an individual textbook. But I can definitely try to draw together, like scrape together, just various different resources in the context of Syria. I guess there is one that comes to mind. It's not just about Syria, though. It's about the history of the Middle East in general. So I guess I can at least recommend that in the interim. And so anyway, it was, in fact, let me see if I can find it here. It's called, History of the Arab People. Let's see here. Yeah, so it was written by Albert Hourani, and it's called A History of the Arab Peoples. And so anyway, it's a New York Times bestseller, written back in, let's open this here. I want to say this was 1991. So it's a little dated, but definitely if you're looking at the history just of the Middle East in general, it does talk quite extensively too about Syria. But yeah, in terms of something a bit more contemporary, I'd have to get back to you on that in terms of like the rise, not necessarily the rise, but the continuation of the Assad regime in Syria, and that kind of information. So,
did you get the link for the document in your bio, like Linktree or something?
Oh, I can't put it in. TikTok limits the number of characters that you have, and so I can't like put that in there, unfortunately.
In your Linktree, and you like you can create like a Linktree where you can put like a number of links. One of them.
Okay.
So it's easier. It's going to be in your bio, so it's easier for people to go there.
Yeah. Okay. I'll definitely do that. So I know what you're talking about. I actually didn't think of that, which is kind of silly of me, but no, you're right. That's a good point.
Yeah, I believe like a lot of like the questions that we get, a lot of people are interested in reading books, especially now after a lot of people found out that everything on the internet is either modified or it's either pure lie, you know. So they want to go to books where it's either first-hand experience or some expert wrote that book. Someone with credentials, not just someone in a basement just putting out false information.
Yeah, and disgustingly enough, a lot of the scholarly journals are behind paywalls so that the publishers can make money. So unless you have a university account or access to a university library, you can't even get like good stuff on the internet from the scholars, because a lot of the journals are just restricted. So you're oftentimes better off just getting a book than trusting a lot of the internet. Hourani is really, really good, although again dated. If you want like a single one volume on the modern period, Eugene Rogan's The Arabs is also really good. That's a lot more recent. But still, just it's kind of like an overall survey, like it just like what Ani's is, but on the market here for the Arab world.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Iskandar. W. Iskandar in the comments. W. Intellectual conversation. W. Information. W. Books. W. Everything that is useful. Do you have anything else to add, or should we move on, Iskandar?
No, that should be good. That was actually more than I thought I was going to say. So I usually don't get this much time on a panel. So yeah, it was good. It's good stuff.
Thank you so much. So in order for make it easier to Dr. Liam to go through the videos and kind of, by the way, the videos, this session, you're going to find it in Dr. Liam YouTube channel. So if you want to go back to it in the future. So to make it easier, we have added like, we call it entertainment, which is like breaks. So anyone who goes through like the videos can just see who's in the big screen, and they can go and see what they spoke about. So now we have Haram Bey, Halal Bey, Imran, one man with so many names, and he is going to sing for us today. He is like the number one supporters for so many causes in or missions in this community. He shaved his head for fundraising, and he's always there to support every mission, every fundraising for Palestine. So he's going to sing for us today. Please welcome Haram Bey, Halal Bey in Ramadan, and Imran. Go ahead.
Thank you, Freedom. Y'all can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. I am in no way, shape, or form as talented as Nichelle, or in the near future, during this event, you will hopefully be able to hear A Money. She is also very talented, so please pardon my performance. I am a big Frank Sinatra fan, so I'm gonna sing Fly Me to the Moon. So if it is somehow not to the expectation that y'all expect it to be, please forgive me. Here goes. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see if spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other words, I love you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. That was amazing.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
And as always, thank you, everybody. W. Iskander, W. Professor Liam. Professor Liam, you are actually one of my inspiration to, like, you know, from your knowledge and everything, and even my beard game. So I'm trying to grow it as long as you. So
Oh, let's
thank you, everybody, once again.
let's race. I only started growing it back out a few years ago.
You're already beating me by a mile.
Let's see how far it gets.
Well, a few months ago, he trimmed it. I think you took 2-3 inches from it for one of the fundraising, right?
3 inches, yeah, 3 inches.
Yes, he took 3 inches. So
Nice.
we will imagine that your beard is 3 inches longer. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, W. Harambe, in the
Thank
comment.
you, everybody.
Yeah, so guys, we are going back to Dr. Liam. So it's always a wild ride with Dr. Liam. So
Dr. Liam, someone asked a question. I know they asked you in Discord, but just in case
was it the years?
others were curious. Yes.
Oh, okay,
just
yeah.
in case others were curious.
Mm-hmm. Where we left off and where we're picking back up is 1798. The main thing we did looking at Zahir runs basically like 1730s through 1775, and then we started looking at some of the changes under Selim III from 1789, and Selim III's reign actually goes until 1808, so he's going to overlap with where we're going now. But I gave you the beginning and the end of his story already, and in between is the Napoleon issue, which will be from 1798. So we're starting the very end of the 18th century.
yeah, another question. Someone is asking if you can sing Witchcraft by Sinatra.
People who drive with me to places are forced to listen to me singing along to things. No one else ever hears it. So I generally don't sing in public. I'm not terribly good at it. I've done karaoke twice in my life, and only when they had live band karaoke because it's more fun. I'm not a terribly good singer, but I have fun with it. In fact, there was a trip a few years ago up into the Bay Area, and people were stuck in the car with me then for like 5 hours or so, and we put on a bunch of like it was like a bunch of jazz standards that were stuck listening to me singing like Sammy Davis and Tony Bennett and Sinatra and whatnot. I drove people crazy, but they're good friends, so they put up with me.
So was Rick Tiger one of the people who was stuck with you in the car?
No. The only person that would actually some of you will have met Tamara. She was actually on that trip, so she could tell you about it. The other person who was on that drive it's never going to be on TikTok, but yeah, my friend Tamara in Minnesota was out in California that time. We went up to the Bay Area for a concert. We actually went up to see well, it's a long story. We met up for a concert, and we're on our way back.
Sounds good. Okay, guys. So again, fasten your seatbelts. We're going on another wild ride with Dr. Liam. Drive away, Dr. Liam.
Alrighty. Okay, so we'll see how far we want to go here before another break, and then again, it'll really be up to you guys where we want to stop today, because just in the time that I try to sketch out for this, I guess I probably thought of too many things for this but of course the other ones you guys all have me set for across summer are like 20 or 30 year stretches, and I'm trying to do 2 centuries in this one, which I thought would there's less fewer moving parts. I thought it'd be easier to do, but there's still a lot there, so this will be a longer day, or we break this and I'll move some of it to the next one and we just reconfigure. So that's up to all y'all. but we'll run for another couple of hours and then we'll take a break and see what you guys want to do.
Yeah,
Cool.
perfect. Guys, please keep tapping and sharing the live. We appreciate each tap, each everyone who's here. We appreciate each and every one of you. Go ahead, Dr. Lee.
Wait, can I make the mod announcement?
Go ahead.
Okay, guys, join the team by clicking on the orange heart. And just like Freedom said, please tap, 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 like the live and share it. Thank you.
Okay, so anything else, or do I dive back in? We all good?
We're all good.
All right. Oh, geez, you got
Hey, thumbs up.
a Trump equals freedom, and I will never understand how neo-fascists think that authoritarianism is freedom. I mean, it's just so weird. I just don't get it.
Maybe he meant like Trump equals freedom, which is me. Like we are two average Joes. Like we can't do anything in politics.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, yeah. Okay, so moving aside from the licking boots kind of argument, so we've got Napoleon, someone else's boots who liked being licked. People still, for some reason, like this dude. Napoleon is an important figure, and interesting enough, very important in Middle East history in a way that I think a lot of people don't appreciate, and that actually bears directly on Palestine too, because Palestine gets sucked into the fight. And there's a couple of long-term reasons that the influence of this action is really going to reverberate through the ages. In fact, there are, gosh, it's not like 1798 is as important as, like, I don't know, 1492 in the sense of like changing world history, but it is a really important moment in global history that we really tend to underestimate. And I can only scratch the surface of that today, but it sets in motion a ton of transformations that will affect European colonialism and ideologies and everything else. But I'll hit a little bit of that. So first off, just to introduce him, during the French Revolution, obviously a lot of the traditional military class is kind of out because they came out of the aristocracy. So it creates a kind of meritocracy militarily and allows some people to kind of rise through the ranks. And Napoleon is one of them. He's technically not French. He's Corsican. And Corsica, and if anybody knows the native language in Corsica, is actually a variant of the Tuscan dialect. It's closer to Italian than to French. But so he always spoke French with a very bad accent. But he rises through the ranks as a commander, and by age 27, so a couple of years before this point, because he's still pretty young, so in 1796, he's already risen to be commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, and that tells you just how good he is on the battlefield. He's won a ton of things during the wars of the First and Second Coalition, helped to consolidate control in northern Italy, all kinds of things. And what he's looking for is an opportunity to catapult himself in terms of fame, to really cement his reputation. And he settles on conquering Egypt. And the reasons for it are kind of complicated. One of them has to do with like the romantic appeal of Egypt. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And another is also the strategic one, because since the 7 Years' War that started in 1757, France had been kicked out of South Asia, and the British East India Company was busy gobbling up the subcontinent, which was going to make the UK super, super rich. So they're kind of pissed about that. And while the Suez Canal doesn't exist, it's not carved out until 1868 or whatever, but it still actually is the quickest way to South Asia, because people will pull into port in northern Egypt, carry things over the short distance over land, hop on another ship, and off you go. So the UK is using it a lot to get to India, and he's thinking, well, if we take Egypt, then they fucked. They can't get there anymore. That's going to slow things down. They have to sail all the way around Africa, so there you go. So there's a good strategic reason to try and do it, as well as a romantic one that I'll come back to in a moment. But they know that the Brits have control of the waves. I mean, that the 7 Years' War, proved that Britain was the superior naval force. And so they had all the preparations had to be in secret. And he managed to take 36,000 men in 400 ships, sail across the Mediterranean and made it to Egypt without being caught. So the preparations were done quite well in secret, but he was right about the importance of that, because on their way back they got crushed. Like, the Brits found it pretty quickly. He's cut off, so he's trapped there for a while, and it's going to complicate things too. But he does make it there. On the way to it, oh, actually, I keep forgetting my little slide things. So let's see. There's some of the early battles. Here's Napoleon, and then let's see. Use a smaller one here so I can see. Oh, and then here's his armada setting on down there. People make nice little paintings afterwards. One of the interesting things about this whole process is just how little Europeans really knew about Egypt at this time, because they've been sucking in all this information from classical sources. They're reading ancient Greek and Roman authors, which had become much more widely circulated beginning in the Renaissance, and then all through the early modern period, up through in the 18th century. More and more people are reading this, and they're like, oh yeah, Egypt's cool. And Egypt, again, breadbasket of the Roman Empire, was a super wealthy province. So that's what they know about it. And they haven't been back and forth. And most of the ones who are, they don't have a broad social impact. And some of them end up actually converting to Islam, which is a significant problem there. And one of the reasons for the rise of a lot of interesting racist discourses in Europe was to convince people, don't do this. Because a lot of the Middle East in general, and North Africa, and the Ottoman Empire in particular, are much more meritocratic. If you're born a peasant in England, you're going to die a peasant in England. But if you're an ambitious, talented peasant and you move to North Africa, convert to Islam, next thing you know, you could be like, you could have your own castle or something. You could rise through the ranks. So a lot of people were doing that when they had the chance, but there's relatively little contact overall. And certainly very few Muslims traveled to Europe. So insert bad jokes here. How do you find a halal butcher in Paris in 1700? They don't exist. So not a lot of Muslims are traveling around there, and relatively few Christians are traveling in the Mideast. So most of what they know is kind of out of date and nonsensical. And that's really going to complicate things, especially since they have to really think about each other in very different ways. And this, just for fun, it's a kind of a classic painting of Napoleon looking at the still mostly buried Sphinx. And just as to counter a terrible myth, and I still haven't gotten around to seeing it, but as bad as they can be, I still watch all historical movies, but sometimes it can take me years to get around to it. They recently did a Napoleon film, and when I saw that they included the scene where Napoleon supposedly shoots the nose off of it, like, yeah, I'm not watching that for a while, because that didn't happen. That nose fell off in antiquity. I mean, in the Mamluk period, in the Middle Ages, we already knew the nose was gone. I mean, it's stupid. And to me, somebody here in the 21st century recycling that kind of stupid myth just makes no sense at all. But whatever. So here's Napoleon gazing at the Sphinx. Now, what you've got in this period is a lot of like transformations have been happening in Europe since the last time they had a lot of contact with each other on a very direct level in the Crusades. And the Crusades, for people who don't know, actually set in motion a ton of changes in Europe. I mean, Muslim and Jewish physicians in the Middle East were by far the best in the world at the time. Not by modern standards any good, but definitely much better than anything the Europeans had, which is basically like, bless you, son, I hope you don't die. Where, I mean, there's stories of like Muslims looking at Crusaders like sawing off legs, and they're like, you could have just put a cream on there and healed the infection. What are you doing? Like, this is stupid. They took back a lot of information. But after the Crusader period ended, there are several centuries where they're really not in contact directly. They're not right next to each other where they can exchange ideas in the same way. And in that period, that's when the Renaissance, scientific revolution, and Enlightenment happened, which, if anybody knows anything about European history, there's a massive transformation in European intellectual culture, as well as economic development, technological development. All kinds of things are flowing out of this. I mean, for crying out loud, the Industrial Revolution has already started by the time we're here in 1798. So yeah, the world is going to be very, very different. And in that period, they'd had no real contact. So it does create a kind of, I mean, to use an expression from a very problematic source, it is kind of a clash of civilizations in some ways. And the reason here is not in his sense of like, people's being somehow constantly at odds with each other. It's more a matter of like, there's a huge knowledge gap. They just didn't know enough about each other. So there's going to be a lot of real confusion along the way. Just as a fun point, let's see, watch the little slide thing there. Yeah, there it is. There's on the way to Egypt, they stopped at Malta first. If anybody doesn't know their maps very well, Malta is here below Sicily, somewhat close to Tunisia, in the middle of the Mediterranean. And they stopped at Malta first on the way to Egypt. And the reason is that Maltese is actually a form of Arabic. And because it's a form of Arabic, and even though it's a Christian population, they write in the Latin script, it's close enough that a lot of people there also develop skill in Arabic. So in classical Arabic and whatnot, so they figure, well, I need more people that are more up to date. They're closer to the Mideast. They'll know some things, and they can help me to kind of like work as an intermediary. They can help explain my ideas to people as we get there. Because while he's got all these like commercial and strategic military objectives for going there, you obviously can't tell a population, hi, I conquered you because I want to hurt somebody completely different from you. You got to give them a reason. You got to be able to like snow them somehow. So he needs to bring along a population that he hopes will be able to more effectively convey what he's after in this occupation. And this is where some of the problems come in with this move into the area. And it has a lot to do with the massive transformations from the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment. Because beginning in that scientific revolution, and with a lot of really influential thinkers like Spinoza in the late 17th century, and then tons of thinkers across the 18th century, a lot of Europeans were adopting, well, deism. This idea that there's a creator God that puts everything together, but then creates a clockwork universe with distinct laws that can be understood through reason, and then set it in motion, and then just, I don't know, retired to Tahiti and just sips Mai Tais watching things that doesn't do anything. They wanted to remove an interventionist God, but still not toss God entirely. So they needed a different type of God, a different way of thinking about it, that would actually make it easier for them to embrace a scientific method. Because, I don't know, to put it very simply, like, this falls because of gravity, right? It's a known law. If I drop it and it just levitates because an angel caught it and held it in the air, then we're just kind of screwed, because now suddenly a whole lot of our physics just falls apart. It doesn't work anymore. Oh yeah, this is taken from the Sistine Chapel, but it removes the Adam part and kind of puts him in space, like he's creating the universe in a sense. It's kind of like a deist version of the Sistine Chapel painting that somebody made on the internet. I thought was cute. This way of thinking is important because it allows for some really interesting misunderstandings, because Napoleon will ask his translators to tell the peoples of Egypt that he's taken. Okay, just very quick side point. The conquest is actually quite easy, like itself, militarily. And the simplest way of looking at that is their tactical differences. The Mamluks were still like charging with their pistols, riding on their horses, and then they throw the pistols to somebody else who's riding next to them, reload the pistol and pass it back. And the French just line up in their little rows and aim, and then there's somebody just like waiting with the saber and like fire, and a massive volley, and they just drop. So like the conquest is actually super easy. But when they're there, the occupation, that's the hard part. The occupation is difficult because you got to sell it. And when you're selling it, he tells the people of Egypt, the French people are good Muslims. We're good Muslims. Trust us because we're good Muslims. Was France a Muslim country in 1798? I think you guys know the answer to that. A way of understanding this, the reason he's doing it is it's like small m Muslim. He just means monotheist. That's all he's trying to say. It's like, we're good monotheists. We submit to the will of God, which to him was this God, the God of the universe. The God that created all the natural laws of the universe, because again, Napoleon is influenced by Enlightenment thought. So for him, yeah, he's still a monotheist. It's just not a personal God anymore. And he's thinking, I can manipulate this concept a little bit and just say, I'm a Muslim in the sense of being a good monotheist. But the peoples of Egypt aren't stupid, and they're well aware that France is a Catholic country. In fact, the common term in Arabic for the Crusaders was Franche, from the French, because there were so many Franks that came. So they know y'all were Catholic. So if you're telling me you're not Catholic and you're this small m Muslim type person, but we know you're not Muslim in the sense of submitting in the way we do, and you don't use Muhammad, so you're not Muslim in that sense either. What the hell are you? The problem here is that Napoleon and his advisors thought that if they told people we're not Catholics like the Crusaders, they'll be less likely to resist us because there's the religious conflict of the Holy Wars. And they won't think, oh, we're here to, like, impose our religion and everything else and destroy your faith. We don't care. That's not our issue at all. And he thought that would work better. It actually completely backfires, because from a Muslim perspective, and I'm sure a lot of Muslims would know this, Jews and Christians have a revealed religion, and the Quran says that's fine. Like, God will sort that crap out. By definition, a Christian can't be an infidel. They are a believer. They just have a different revelation, but it is a legitimate revelation according to Islamic thought. So holding to Christianity isn't bad per se. But ditching the revealed religion and creating your own through reason, that would be bad, and it would make you an infidel. Do you see the problem here? You totally thought that this would make it easier because it takes away the sense of religious conflict between Muslims and Catholics, but it actually made the French into infidels and pissed people off. So it's an example of, like, again, the culture clashes here, the way that they just don't understand each other anymore, because Napoleon is a product of the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment. It doesn't make sense to him that they would have been confused by this. It made perfect sense to him, but it's a completely different mental paradigm. And the reason for the Crusades from a Christian context and a European context has to do with that religious struggle. From the Muslim context, it really wasn't at all. It was never a matter of, like, we have to destroy all Catholics. It was like, y'all shouldn't have conquered land that had Muslims living on it. Totally different rationale. So they understood it differently. Another short, fun one I can point to as a little confusion here, and this is a neat one too, especially for a lot of Americans here. Y'all have heard the expression, all men are created equal. Excuse my gendered language, because that's how they wrote it, but let's assume they meant humanity and be charitable. But all men are created equal, right? It's in founding documents for the U.S. It's in founding documents during the French Revolution, and the rights of man and citizen, things like that. I think people today really have no fucking idea what it meant, because they're always trying to figure out, well, how did they leave so many people out? How did they mean that they weren't equal? They didn't mean equal in the sense of somehow equivalent or the same, like, conditions or anything else. What it literally meant to those Europeans and to the Americans was there won't be feudal legal systems anymore, which we didn't grow up with a completely separate legal system. In 17th century Europe, if you're a peasant or a merchant, you literally can't sue a noble, because you're in a completely different social class with different laws. You're not an equal citizen. So it doesn't matter that they completely exploited you. You can only you can complain about it, but you have no way of getting recourse for it, because you're in a separate feudal order with different laws. All men are created equal means one legal system for all people, which means, technically I can sue Trump. Now, Trump has more money than me, although he's not as rich as he think he is. But I could sue him, and he would have to come to court, because I live under the same legal system, and there's technically no aristocracy in the U.S. We have a different kind of aristocracy of wealth. He can obviously afford much better lawyers, so he'll win. That's a whole different issue. Technically speaking, he has to answer my lawsuit. That's not true in the 18th century. That's what all men are created equal means. But while our context is different, makes a lot of modern people have a hard time understanding this 18th century language, it's also true for the Arabs in the 18th century. Because when they translated all men are equal, all men are created equal into Arabic, and people heard this, they're like, the fuck is he talking about? Because they never had feudal orders, a completely different social and legal context. They didn't exist in the same kind of reality. So to them, they took it literally. And people like Al-Jabardi are saying, some people are taller than others, and some people are smarter than others, and some people are richer than others, and whatever. So clearly they're not equal, because they took equal as the same. the way a lot of people today do. So modern Americans and 18th century Egyptians have the same basic confusion about that expression because we don't live in a feudal context anymore. Does that make sense a little bit? So there's all these places where they're talking past each other. So he brought in good translators, they put the stuff out there, and no one understood what the hell he was talking about. Just as a fun one, there's also like, just little cute like culture one. Okay, so you guys know like armies had camp followers that would come along with them, people who obviously cook and clean, but also prostitutes would come along with armies as well. It's definitely not 21st century here. And there's a story of like a prostitute going into a barber in Egypt, because a lot of Egyptians shaved and whatnot here, and she walks in, pulls her dress up, and says, "Hi, can you like basically give me a Brazilian or something?" Like how do you do that? So it just makes you think, well, are all European women like this? Like it's like all these weird confusions. Or like there's one scene where they see some guys going, and they just, because Egypt still has public baths and toilets because they inherited like East Roman technology, so which the Arabs maintained and Turks maintained and everybody else. So they've got running water in places to use a restroom. But these guys go into the reeds, drop their drawers, and take a dump, and then they rip pages out of a book to wipe their ass. You guys know toilet paper isn't commonly a thing in a lot of parts of the Arab world. You get the squatty potty and you use your left hand and you water and you wash and everything like that. So this is like a double sacrilege to the guy who sees this, because not only is he tearing a page out of a book, books are, why would you do that? But he's also not properly cleaning his arse, and it's really like kind of gross to just take a dump in public. So there's all these weird places where they're just wildly different. Oh, fun little anecdote. I once saw the worst of all possible worlds, and I hope they fixed it shortly thereafter this, and it was just a short-term thing, but in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, they installed American-style toilets, but didn't install toilet paper. So you don't have the squatty potty with the hose or a pitcher, so you can't wash properly, but you got the toilet you're supposed to sit on, and then so you're like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? So fortunately, I always carry a roll with me because I travel, but I'm just like, how many tourists have walked in here without carrying their own roll of TP in their bag and have figured out, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Like, oh my god, but yeah, like literally every single stall, American style toilet, no toilet paper, but also no pitcher, no hose, nothing. So like, what? But anyway, so there's all this culture clash stuff going on, which I think is fascinating. And so it's going to complicate holding Egypt, like how to maintain the control over this. Like the actual defeat, that's actually, we're going to use this thing here. So if anyone wants a fun one, there's an expanded and well-translated version here of Al-Jabardi's Chronicle. This is was an Egyptian historian from the 18th century who was writing about the French, and his take on them is funny as hell. Like, I have so many fun stories I've taken out of stuff like this. Let's see, where am I now with it? Too fast. Where am I at? Back. There's Al-Jabardi, and then... Okay, cool. Now, another interesting reason to dwell for just a moment on Napoleon is part of the long-term consequence of his conquest of Egypt, and then I'll take us into Palestine with his troops. And that's that he brought along with him an army of nerds. The planning was all in secret. They couldn't talk about where they were going because they didn't want the Brits to find out and stop them. So they sent out messages to all these universities. We're going on an expedition. We're going to go someplace that's going to blow your mind. You're going to see things that you never thought you would see. Grab your pens and paper and all your grad students, whatever, and come with me, and it'll be the adventure of a lifetime. But no, I can't tell you where we're going. So he got like 300, academics to board his ships and travel with him. And then once in the country, he let them loose to see what they would come up with, to see what they would do. And that is an interesting step in several ways. First off, it does again reflect the character of the time and the fact that Napoleon himself is an Enlightenment figure in his thinking. The acquisition of knowledge is an end in itself, but it has a lot of interesting effects. One fun one, I don't know if you guys can see this at all. I'm gonna try and bring this guy in because the lighting is terrible in here. Is that any better? I don't know if anybody can tell what this thing actually is. But The Rosetta Stone is actually found during this, which actually unlocks the Demotic and hieroglyphic writing systems, because it uses those two and Greek. So you can read this. So there's a lot of stuff that you get out of that. But he basically sets people loose to explore, to study, to see things, and the outcome of that is a massive intellectual project, the Description de l'Egypte, which comes out in multiple volumes. It's like a huge project. Gosh, I can't remember how big this thing is. It's I think like 12 volumes, something like that. It's like a massive undertaking, and some of them are actually volumes of plates, what they call them, like the way you all these little lithographs, all these drawings of things that they saw, and then there's like whole volumes of all the illustrations and maps and whatnot. It's still a useful source for scholars. You got to read through a lot of the weird biases and misinformation and places where clearly people were mistranslating things for them because they didn't know the local language. But it is the single best portrait we have of an 18th century Arab culture anywhere, because you've got people out there documenting it, writing down everything that they see, drawing everything that they see, trying to talk to people, and again, getting things wrong. But it's a huge resource in that sense. But it also essentially helps us to create not only my discipline, Middle East, history, whatever, Middle East studies, but it also inaugurates the discourse of Orientalism. So if you guys can indulge me for just a second, I want to point out briefly what we're kind of like dealing with here, because what you're kind of running into is the way that in the 18th and 19th centuries, and at least into the middle of the 20th century, a lot of people really believed that knowledge could be acquired objectively, that you can just study something, I can look at it and write it down, and just the facts, ma'am, and here's the answer. And that's just not how this shit works. It's not how history, sociology, anthropology, none of it works that way. We're all part of power relations. We're all part of different discursive frameworks. We all take in all these different layers of knowledge that are all going to affect the way we see things, that are going to, that shape the bounds of the knowable, what we can possibly wrap our heads around. And you can kind of see this in the way that Egyptians and the French at this time completely misunderstood each other, because they had a completely different lived reality. They came from different worlds in a sense. And it's difficult to translate that stuff directly. You can work around biases, and we found all kinds of interesting techniques for that, but it always has to be in dialogue with people who have the different lived experiences and using their voices as well, and trying to understand the biases that we bring into it and the power relations that affect our own knowledge and knowledge production. When you don't put that work into it, you produce a lot of really shitty scholarship that completely misunderstands things. In this context, I'll give you an example from an important 20th century historian of the Middle East, and I'll show you an example of just how stupidly people can misunderstand basic shit because of their biases. But either way, this moment is quite important, just because, yeah, it does essentially create, a lot of, my discipline, as well as a really stupid way of thinking that creates a fundamental difference between the peoples of Europe and other peoples. They thought that it was sort of like almost an ontological difference. They're fundamentally different. They can never be truly like us. And a lot of that gets really fucked up too. It kind of leads you into all kinds of really racist and stupid ways of thinking. One fun example, sometimes giving classes, is like, so here's a fun ad for Pear soap. It says, the first step toward lightening the white man's burden is through teaching the virtues of cleanliness. Dun, 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 Pear soap. And there's so much bullshit in that one sentence to unpack, because first off, white man's burden, i.e. the civilizing mission, this idea that Europeans had an obligation to conquer the world and spread the wonders of European civilization. But one of the ways that you can lighten that burden is basically by mentally colonizing people, getting into their fucking heads. That's high imperialism. And realistically, what's happening in South Asia at this time, and what France is beginning to experiment with here, and really starts hardcore experimenting with in Algeria, is what'll become high imperialism, which instead of just straight up conquering and ruling through force, you start trying to change the way people think, so they will colonize themselves. I mean, just look at how many people in India speak English and drink tea and play cricket. You know, tea was not an Indian thing at all. Like today, you can't separate chai from India, but the Brits brought it in. Like they started cultivating it there to get around, you know, China's export issues. Like there's tons of ways in which that contact has huge long-term cultural implications, like by getting into people's heads. And one of them is just racism too. You know, I mean, one of the other nasty things about things like this is by using the soap, you're kind of symbolically lightening yourself, which is really kind of fucked up too. But the this whole process, you know, what we're looking at here is the development of a new kind of like modern way of thinking. And in some ways, modernity should be understood as kind of like a oh gosh, kind of like a package deal, I guess. Like it's an aesthetic and moral and political project. It's not a time period in this context. Modern can be used in tons of different ways. You know, like Debussy is a modern composer. You know, because the time, like this modern in this context refers to this political project, a moral project to change the world. And it involved a lot of really weird othering binaries, you know, capital O, othering, that would say, well, we Europeans have science, so you by definition can't. You must have superstition. Claire de Lune, somebody mentioned Debussy. Yeah, Debussy composer. Yeah, I love Debussy as a composer. Yeah, I like the post-romantic and modern period for classical music. Pointless trivia just for fun. Anyway, so Europeans have science, so you must have superstition. Do you think Europeans weren't superstitious? What about all that black cat shit, knock on wood, throw salt over your shoulder, all kinds of stupid shit Europeans believed? Of course they were superstitious. And peoples around the world also had superstition and reason. You know, like there's this contrast between like science and superstition, reason versus faith, civilization versus primitive. You know, like, so we're civilized, therefore you must be primitive. So it creates a kind of like a binary where you're moving through time. And where you do is you say, we are here, and the way you live is not the same way we live, so you must be further back in time, which doesn't make sense. It's assuming that everyone is moving in the same direction. You can see that sticking around for a long time. You can see that kind of progressive notion of time showing up in Hegel, in Marx, and all kinds of people that just thought there's a particular directionality to it. And if you're not at the same point in terms of development, you must be farther back and therefore primitive. There's a lot of consequences to the way that we start thinking. This I'm just looking at a tiny piece here because obviously there's whole like lectures that come out of this kind of material and this transformation, what's happening at this moment. But it is worth understanding that Napoleon's movement in here has consequences directly for the way people think. And you can see it demonstrated. Like the power binaries are not just I conquered you and therefore I get to rule you. It's I conquer you and therefore I'm going to structure the way the entire world works. I'm going to change the way you think, everything about it. This is not going to work here at all, but I'll see if you guys can tell in any way. Okay, yeah, probably not. Okay, so there are, you guys can look
Professor?
up like, oh yeah.
Just a sip of water.
The maps that you still see commonly in American classrooms are often the Mercator projection. And that's not the world. You can't flatten a sphere. All maps look different. You know, no map truly reflects like the real world because you have to fudge it somehow mathematically. But what they do in that particular projection, it's the ones you see where like the giant ass giant ass Greenland up here. Like Greenland is humongous. Antarctica looks huge. Like Greenland is a third the size of Australia. And in the Mercator projection, Greenland is twice the size of Australia. It doesn't reflect the world at all because what it does is it's making the northern hemisphere big and shrinking the southern. India is the same size as the European Union. South Asia is the same size as the European landmass. I mean, but we don't get that. It kind of looks like India looks like a country like France. It's so much smaller because the entire southern half is shrunk in. one reason to point to this as an example is that power structures knowledge. What we think is an objective depiction of the world as it is actually a reflection of the European power dynamics that began in this period at the end of the 18th century, when Europeans start thinking, I'm going to go conquer the rest of the world and impose my will on it. You're not just imposing force, you're imposing a way of thinking. You're changing people's heads, you're colonizing their brains, and you're making them think that this is reality. But this isn't reality. This is power relations. Right. That's one of the reasons, again, this whole shift and the rise of high imperialism does play a part in our story overall here. That this whole, like, you know, power knowledge binary, I guess. Now, out of this, the whole conquest of Egypt here, like France being there, it causes the Ottomans to look for support, and they reach out to the Brits and they start thinking, how can we do this? And it's actually a British squadron in the Battle of the Nile in late 1798 that destroys the French fleet, cuts them off. And they begin the process here. You know, now you've severed the supply lines and communications, but now how do you dislodge them? They're there. And Napoleon his troops are there in Egypt, in Palestine, and in parts of Syria for 3 years. You know, it's not until 1801 that they're finally chased out. And that process is kind of complicated. And while they're there, they do a lot of things. Like they start, it's hurting them, the area economically. Suddenly the grain prices are going up, coffee prices are going up, all kinds of things are affecting things. And France is reorganizing like the taxation system. They're reorganizing like, land and taxes, trying to like implement commercial laws to ease trade. So cut the prices back down if you can get trade flowing in. They're starting to try to apply some of these like French kind of like, physiocrat economic theories. They're trying to like restructure the country in the time that they're there. But they realize they've got to do more here. And France is pretty good on land. They're not a great naval power. They're a great land power. So they think, well, from here, we can totally expand and take more of the Ottoman Empire. So they launch an invasion to Palestine. And when they march into Palestine, initially, they do manage to conquer Palestine, which is one reason I've got this whole discussion here on Napoleon. Although realistically, I'd have to have a smaller one. It would still have to come into this at all. But it's quite important here because Palestine gets sucked into this, and they also start trying to reorganize Palestine. But they're actually defeated in Syria. Like an Ottoman military force straight up defeats the French army and forces a retreat. Now, Napoleon, like, don't tell anyone, bro, doesn't say anything about that. He then cheats, finds his own ship and sails back to France, and then brags about conquering Egypt. He like literally abandons his army there, just like fucks these guys over. But he runs back to Egypt and then topples the Directory and seizes power, and shortly thereafter declares himself emperor and blah blah blah. And then that whole long discussions and totally different context on that course. But what you've got here is troops are left behind, and those troops control Egypt and Palestine. They retreated back down, but they're still controlling the southern Levant and Egypt, and they have to be dislodged from that. And this is where there's a bit of Orientalism I can throw at you. Some of you may have heard of Bernard Lewis. He had a very long life, wrote a shit ton of things. In fact, there's not a whole lot of bookstores left, but there's some, right? So like Barnes & Noble is a big chain in the US. And the history section in a Barnes & Noble is almost all popular press stuff, not like scholarly press stuff, which means that there's a lot of garbage in there. But sometimes they're by actual scholars. They're scholars who publish things for a popular press. And Bernard Lewis would do that. He would publish things to popular presses. And it seemed every time I was in a Barnes and I was in their section looking at the Middle East stuff, I would always see his The Middle East, A Brief History of the Last 2,000 Years. And it is a garbage fucking book. I own a lot of trashy books, and because you got to know what people are talking about. And this book is just terrible. And I'll give you one really good example of how it's terrible from this cause, because he discusses the reconquest of Egypt in one paragraph and completely denies the Ottoman and Egyptian role in it. Just leaves them out. Says, well, it was the Brits that did it. The Britain reconquered it and then gave the territory back to the Ottomans because the Ottomans could not have done this on their own. it is true the Britain provided logistical support. They moved supplies around, and the British Navy was there, which had destroyed the French ships, so it kept them from sending reinforcements to it. But it was Ottoman troops that retook it. Ottoman troops reconquered Palestine and then Egypt. So they're moving down, they fight in Palestine, defeat them there, and then get into Egypt and defeat them in Egypt too. That's all them. That's not Brits that did that. And we just completely dismiss a lot of this shit in scholarship here that just, I don't know, honestly just denigrates the people really involved with this stuff. Now, Egypt has a long history of essential autonomy within the Ottomans. Ever since the Ottomans defeated the Mamluks and seized control of it, they've generally left it alone as long as it pays a hefty tax to Istanbul. So everyone knows that there's going to be a power struggle now to see who's in charge, who gets Egypt. And again, this might seem like a tangent, but it's important because not only did Napoleon take Palestine, but the government of Egypt is also going to conquer it not long after this. So we have an Egyptian occupation period in the early 19th century that's important for us. And I'll deal with a few consequences of that, including a Palestinian revolt against the Egyptians. So a very poorly understood period in Palestinian history. So, all right. Let's see. Watch my little images here. Where am I at? Oh no, there's. So the you can see him from behind here in a younger one. There's not many good paintings of him when he's younger, but but he's in this one. But Mehmet Ali is going to be very, very important in this. And if you're reading about Mehmet Ali, you'll often see him described as Muhammad Ali, using the Arabic form of his name, although that often just takes people into like, Muhammad Ali, it's like a butterfly, a sting like a bee, all that crap, like the other guy. And I tend to use the Turkish form of his name because even though he's ethnically Albanian, he's an Ottoman figure and serving in the Ottoman military and speaking Turkish. So Mehmet Ali is his name. So whatever. Mehmet Ali wins that power struggle. He's the one that comes out on top in this clash after Egypt has been reconquered by the Ottomans. And what he does from there is important because he's going to initiate a 50-year transformation of Egypt that will have massive repercussions in the Arab world. Egypt actually has the oldest national identity in the Arab world. And their approach to developing national identities is going to be exported to tons of places, including Palestine. Because, again, I haven't discussed it in this particular live, but if you guys know, nation, state, and country are different things. Nations are just groups of people. Nationalism is the idea that nations deserve a state, i.e. distinct peoples deserve a form of government. It's a whole thing, right? And this idea of creating nations, creating like a political movement around people with a common identity is a European one, rooted in European social context and a need to defeat the religious wars that were tearing Europeans apart. So it develops there, but it's exported to the rest of the world. And Mehmet Ali plays a part in introducing this concept into Egypt. And a lot of the reforms that he initiates during his half century here, and some of his successors continue, are going to introduce a ton of new ways of thinking into the Arab world as a whole. So it's kind of important to, like, I don't know, dwell on this for a minute, because while the Ottomans still aren't paying attention, really good way of seeing how the Ottomans aren't paying attention. So that fellow Selim III I mentioned in the first part, where you're looking at the first attempt at Ottoman reform that gets defeated when the Janissaries overthrow him. While his reforms are starting in like 1792, he doesn't get overthrown until 1808. He's literally in charge while this is happening, while France has conquered Egypt and Palestine and is moving into Syria. And the Janissaries still don't get the problem. They don't understand why they're losing and where the problem is. They think, oh no, we can bounce back. We can do this. Hey, look, we won a battle in Syria. We defeated the French there. We don't have to change anything at all. So they're the ones who depose him later, right? They don't get that they have to change. Mehmet Ali is paying attention. He gets that they have to change things in order to survive, that they have to adapt in some way. If no other single thing stands out, just consider the logistical difficulties of moving an army from one side of the Mediterranean to the other, without our modern technologies, and then conquering a deeply entrenched military force. They've moved in and they've taken this, right? And like, how do they do that? They know they couldn't do that. They know that the Ottomans couldn't, like, I don't know, send a fleet and invade France, right? They just logistically couldn't do that. But France could. And Mehmet Ali is wondering why and how. What have they done? What have they developed? What techniques do they have that gives them this ability to do this stuff? And he's figuring they've got to move along toward figuring this stuff out. One of the things that he has to do is he has to remove the people who would most oppose him. So another reason. Oh, this thing's getting off. Oh, the cat must have stepped on it. Oh, let's see. You little bugger. That's funky looking. Okay. So when the Janissaries overthrow Selim III in 1808, Mehmet Ali again is paying attention. Who is the traditional power elite in Egypt? It's the Mamluks. They were defeated by the Ottomans and Egypt was folded into their empire, but they still existed. And the Mamluk hierarchy is traditionally also a slave military. And they have a distinct social structure, and that their kids, instead of like, because again it's a slave military, so like they would create all these different walks and they would set their kids up to do pretty well for themselves, but they couldn't directly inherit power. It's an interesting social structure, but they are a traditional ruling elite, and they know that Mehmet Ali knows that they would present an obstacle to reforming in Egypt too, in the same way the Janissaries do for the Ottoman Empire. That they would be his obstacle, so he has to get rid of them. So he does. In 1811, so only a few years after the Janissaries have overthrown Selim III, Mehmet Ali massacres the Mamluks. He's been asked by the Ottomans for their help in putting down a revolt in Arabia, because the Ottomans control the Hejaz, the western part of Arabia, and the one of the earlier Saudi attempts at a state coming out of the interior is threatening that and taking the Hejaz, and the Ottomans can't get enough troops down there to take it back. But Egypt is closer. Like, hey, Egypt, can you do a boy a favor and reconquer this territory for us? He's like, sure, man, I can do that. And he's going to send his son on a military expedition to do this. So he invites all the Mamluks to a banquet, like a little feast, and then lock the doors, and then stabby. No more Mamluks. So long story short, he has decapitated the traditional ruling class who would most resist his reforms. And that's important, because what he's going to do is completely upend Egyptian society, like massively transform everything about Egyptian society. And one of the first things you're going to do is create a modern military, something like that Nizam Jadid that Selim III had started. And you do that by, so I mentioned like the Red Wedding, from Game of Thrones. Yeah, it's like that. It's like the Red Wedding. You're like, come to the feast and then lock the doors. And really nasty. George Martin likes stealing ideas from actual history. There's a lot of that in Game of Thrones. It's one of the things I had fun with the books, because there's so many things. Oh, I know where he stole that from. I know where he stole that from. Okay, so one of the big changes he's going to do is he wants to create a modern style military. To do that, you're basing it on conscripting ordinary people, right? You basically are converting Egyptian peasants into Egyptians, like, because people didn't think of themselves as having a national identity in that sense before. You had a local identity. You were attached to your village, to your religious sect, to your family or clan. You didn't think of yourself as part of like this larger project, because again, national identities have just been invented in Europe. The French Revolution that we're kind of like piggybacking a little bit on here is actually the first attempt at a nation state. None existed before that point. So it's a new set of ideas. And Mehmet Ali is like, he's on top of this. He's like way ahead of the curve in terms of other Europeans in adopting a lot of these ideas. So you create an officer's school to teach military stuff the same way the Europeans do. And you create a conscript military where you're drafting peasants. And the first thing you got to do to those peasants is teach them that they're Egyptians. Did you know that you're an Egyptian? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Like, here are our symbols. Here's our flag. Here's the language, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're learning how to be a good Egyptian. And this is going to help to spread the idea of an Egyptian national identity, right? It's really introducing the first elements of nationalism into the Middle East. And the two main engines of the early spread of nationalism as an idea, the idea that we're part of a nation state, is the military, so conscription into a common military, and education. And Mehmet Ali's on top of that. He starts expanding education in it. He sends tons of people directly to Europe to train in schools there and to bring stuff back. And next thing you know, they're opening up schools in Egypt, teaching modern European sciences and medicine, and they're bringing in tons of literature from Europe, bringing all kinds of books that are in English and French and German, and they're translating them into Arabic, and they're unleashing this stuff. And the next thing you know, you've got this whole, if anyone's ever heard of Al-Nakhda, there's this massive literary renaissance that happens in the Arab world, where there's tons of new creative thinking by Arabs in the Arab world. It's happening because they have inspiration. Because we all get smarter when we riff on other people's ideas, when we learn from each other. If somebody else brings in a new idea, you're like, oh, okay, that's a neat way of doing that. And you add it to yours. And then somebody else sees what you're doing. Oh, that's neat. And then they add it to theirs. And everything kind of like builds, right? So introducing a whole bunch of radically different thought into Egypt creates a massive literary movement that's going to reverberate across the next century, right? A huge impact of this. And Mehmet Ali sets all of this stuff in motion, right? By sending people to Europe to study and then to come back and open up schools. Well, how do you afford to do a lot of this stuff? There's a ton of things that you've got to be able to pull. Oh, let's see. From Al-Nakhda, the characters are literary renaissance. I keep forgetting to move the little pictures that I'm trying to show, but some of these paintings are kind of cute, so I'm going to show some of them. Then what you also have to do, and again, one of the things that most got him going, and one of the things that's absolutely central to defensive development is military stuff. If you only reform the military, you're still dead. You can't keep up. That's what the Ottomans kept doing. They kept trying to update their military, but they didn't have the money or the administrative techniques to afford it better. So they kept falling farther and farther behind. There's a lot more to it, but at the end of the day, you do want to catch up the military. And what Egypt starts doing is industrializing. And I cannot emphasize that enough. This is so many things that there's so many people in the Arab world today that have been brainwashed into thinking that there's somehow this barbaric, backward people that could never manage this shit on their own. And here, Egypt is actually one of the first industrializing countries in the fucking world. I don't know if you guys know that the Industrial Revolution starts in the UK with English and Scottish people. There's a number of reasons for that, but they're not really connected to this. We don't need to deal with that. But it starts there, and it slowly trickles out. Egypt goes hardcore on this stuff before most of Europe has touched the developments of the Industrial Revolution. And they're doing it so they don't have to depend on somebody else. Hey, if I want a ship, let's be able to build them. Oh, look, it's Mehmet Ali. Hey, check it out. That's my ship. He's pointing. That's my, check it out. Look at my ships. And they start building their own cannon, their own muskets, and they're using the latest techniques for this. The idea of interchangeable parts, right? Because before, like, a craftsman would build the gun and they would know every part. They would cast the metal and, whittle down the stock and all the barrel parts, and they would, create a mold for the triggers. You'd know every part of it because you're an individual craftsman, right? But they start in the later 18th century with interchangeable parts. Somebody makes a whole bunch of triggers and they're all exactly the same. And one of the main advantages of that is, like, if my gun breaks, I can just buy a replacement trigger part and stick it in there and it works again. Where before it's just trash. It's got to go back to a craftsman to be like rebuilt because everything is slightly different. They're all individual, right? Mehmet Ali's doing that. He's like setting up factories to mass produce muskets and cannons using those technologies, interchangeable parts, manufacturing this stuff themselves so they don't have to buy it from somebody else. Egypt, again, one of the earliest industrializing countries in the world. Why is it today not one of the rich countries? Why is it not a core country? That's part of our story here. And it has to do with Palestine too, because the overreach under Mehmet Ali is actually going to force them backward. So it's interesting how Palestine plays a more pivotal role in a lot of events in world history than people tend to think. But now in this period, there's like a few things that help to make this possible. Like he does obviously piss off lots of people. Much of the reforms require a significant amount of centralization of power. This is how the Europeans got ahead in the first place. There's a long process through the early modern, through the few centuries before this, of centralizing government authority, which allowed them to push things through that you couldn't have done in earlier governing forms. I can't. And Mehmet Ali's doing that too. He's centralizing tons of authority. And in the process, you're hurting a lot of people, like the traditional ruling class. You wiped out the Mamluks. He has to weaken the ulama, the clerical class. So what they do is they start taxing all the lands, including Waqf lands. So these lands that are part of religious endowments, you got to pay a tax on that, bro. And then he pulls a really dirty trick on this too. There's you guys know a lot of Waqfs were really, really old, right? They were established hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And everyone knows this is community property of the Muslim community, and these people just run it for us, blah, blah, blah. But the documents were lost in a fire, like, I don't know, 300 years ago, right? And Mehmet Ali's like, okay, so prove you're actually a Waqf land. Like, sorry, bro, there was a fire in the 12th century that destroyed the records, but everyone knows it was the 12th fucking century. This has been a Waqf land for 600 years. Everyone knows. They're like, sorry, you can't prove it. It's mine now. And he seized all those lands. This is actually the foundation of the wealth of the Egyptian royal family until they were toppled when Iskander mentioned the 52 coup. A lot of their wealth came from seizing huge amounts of land under Mehmet Ali. They took all this, but with all that, you've got power, you've got money, but you also have weakened one of the traditional ruling classes, one of the traditional like leading lights in society, the ulama. They have less power now because they're paying taxes, and a lot of them have straight up lost their land. Now, along with this, they're introducing new crops. So think about cotton. Right, so Egypt becomes a major cotton producer. This is also how Palestine becomes a major cotton. Cotton production expands there, but it's a really, really big deal in Egypt because the Nile is extraordinarily productive, just agriculturally. The rich soils that it brings out of East Africa when it floods every year make it really, really easy to grow shit in Egypt. This is why ancient Egypt has one of the highest living standards in the world. And Egypt was super, super rich for most of its history. One of the ways it starts falling starts here, because initially they do really, really well. I'll give you a fun one here because I mentioned the Civil War earlier today. So think about this. You start planting a whole shitload of cotton, and you make tons and tons of money on this because Britain is industrialized and wants all cotton for its factories. So you're exporting tons of cotton to factories in Manchester, and they're cranking out tons of textiles, and you're making tons of money. And then the Civil War happens in 1860. You're like, booyah, the South is under blockade. It can't export cotton anymore. Suddenly, Egyptian cotton is making even more money. They dominate the trade. Well, what happens in 1865 when that war ends and the South dumps all the cotton they've accumulated? The price plummets. Meanwhile, you've been spending, expecting higher levels of income, right, from all that cotton sale, right? And now suddenly you fall into debt. So it creates a kind of like downward spiral too that ultimately is going to harm Egypt because it connects them to international capital flows and commercial flows. It connects Egypt to liberal capitalism. Its economy is now tied to the global economy, which means all the fluctuations in it are going to fuck Egypt. And in this case, they start falling into debt. Now, eventually that leads to like all kinds of problems. There's, by 1882, Britain literally seizes control of Egypt. So it puts them on a downward trajectory in some ways economically, but that's a long-term process. We don't need to get into that again. We're not really, while we have to deal with some aspects of it, we're not focusing on Egypt's history here. But, oh, hey, King Cotton. There you go. The military situation, though, is interesting here because you steadily expanded power. With the fighting in the Hejaz, Egypt now controls the holy cities. It controls Mecca and Medina. That gives more prestige to it, right? So they defeated that early Saudi uprising, and Mehmet Ali has gained a lot of prestige, and they don't give the territory back to the Ottomans. When they retake the Hejaz for the Ottoman Empire, Mehmet Ali keeps administering it. He's seized control of it. You see where we're going here? Like, he's starting to think much more in terms of like their own power. And in one of those, like, I think I got a map here, don't I? Oh yeah, cool. So Egypt, right? Now they have a large part of Arabia because of that revolt, and he kept his troops there afterwards. Then he starts thinking, you know what? All these Europeans are getting rich because they're conquering shit. They're like colonizing shit. Why shouldn't we do that? Egypt conquers and colonizes the Sudan beginning in 1820. So again, this is under Mehmed Ali, 1820. So only 9 years after they send in the troops to put down the revolt in Arabia, they've launched an invasion and seized control of the Sudan and colonized the shit out of it. And that ends up being that's a problem that lasts for a long time. I mean, that's Iskander mentioned Nasser earlier. That situation isn't resolved until Nasser, a century and a half later. So there's a long-term Egyptian presence in Sudan because of this. But he's creating a colony. He's expanding his power. And from there, he's starting to think, I'm industrializing. I'm reforming my economy. We're making money hand over fist. My military is far more professional. My bureaucracy is more professional. The Ottomans are falling behind and they keep getting their butts kicked. Why shouldn't I be Sultan? Why shouldn't I take over everything? And that begins a period we call the Ottoman-Egyptian Wars. Egypt actually picked 2 fights with the Ottoman Empire with the express purpose of seizing control of it. So just imagine, like, I don't know, Texas decides to conquer the rest of the U.S. That's what you're kind of looking at here. Like a province of the empire has decided to seize control of the empire. And they're doing it not only by taking territory that was formerly part of the empire, but expanding beyond the empire on their own. Egypt is technically part of the Ottoman Empire, but Sudan is never administered by the Ottomans. It's directly conquered by Egypt, by a province. So I don't like, again, if like, I don't know, Texas invaded like Chihuahua, Mexico and annexed it, like just the state doing it. It's a weird situation, but it takes us into Palestine next because he launches his attack through the Levant and seizes control of that. So I can't remember the name there, but Beni Maro, as you're saying, it's open rebellion. I mean, he literally is. And the Ottomans can't do a damn thing about it because they depend upon him. They need him, right? And you can already see that they needed him because they couldn't put down this revolt here in 1811. They had to ask for his help. And remember, they aren't reforming. The Janissaries have literally overthrown a sultan who was trying to reform. They're not changing at all. And Egypt is changing rapidly and building a competent administration, a powerful military, and an industrial base to pay for it. So he starts thinking, bro, I can just take the empire entirely. The first Ottoman-Egyptian War is 1831 to 33. I'm not really good at remembering to mention like dates for things like this. Chronology is super important in history, but I don't usually throw a lot of numbers out as I'm going along. I kind of count on people just pulling that stuff out as they go. But so 1831, he decides to go for the empire. And, and there's decisive victories. He's taken the entire Levant in 1831. And he just storms through, seizes control of the entire area. Now, at that point, it stops, right? So there's a peace in 1833. It's not really all that they wanted, but it calmed things down a little bit for a minute. But the Ottomans basically had to be like, oh, we need to go negotiate. Please don't conquer us anymore. And they got a deal. Egypt has the decisive victory here. Like they seized the whole Levant very quickly, and they're up to into Anatolia. Like this is like the Tarsus area, Adana. They're in what is today southern Turkey when they stop in that fighting and negotiate in 1833. So the terms of peace leave Egypt in control of the Ottoman territories in the Hejaz and the Levant, as well as what he's conquered on his own. But he doesn't get to take the whole kit and caboodle. He didn't get everything he wanted. So eventually more conflict is going to happen here, right? I'm going to watch my little pictures here. So I don't know, you guys can see what these things well, but battles of paintings. This is from the conquest of Syria. So Egyptian troops up there fighting. Now this is going to take us into a rather important moment for Palestine directly, because Palestine is kind of like peripherally connected to all of this, but you know, that peace in 1833, so again, first Ottoman-Egyptian War, 1831 to 1833, that leaves Palestine in Egyptian control. Now, I want to pause for a second and just ask you guys to think about this for a moment. Because I said earlier today that empires are historically very decentralized. This is why I mentioned the notables at the beginning. The people mostly deal with local elites. They don't really deal with the faraway capital. It's not really part of their life. Egypt is a very different type of country. You guys hopefully have noticed already. They've developed a European-style bureaucratic government that is directly taxing and managing all the land and resources in the state, not leaving it to any local authorities. You don't have tax farmers anymore. That whole job that helped Zahir become rich in the first place and create our first Palestinian state, that doesn't exist under Egyptian rule. Tax farmers are gone because they have a centralized bureaucratic government that studies the people and taxes them directly. So Egyptian rule in Palestine, by definition, will be more oppressive because you have a government directly controlling the territory and not leaving it to local elites to manage things for you. Cool so far? So this is why in 1834, again, just the year after that peace, Palestine rises in open rebellion against the Egyptians. Right, so you've got an important revolt in Palestine against the Khedivate, against the Mehmed Ali's government here in Palestine in 1834. Why? Because, okay, let's think back again for one more thing. How was Mehmed Ali building his army? Conscripting peasants, teaching them a national identity, drilling them as professional soldiers, and then putting them in the field. It's a European-style modern military. Well, you're now in control of the Levant, which means you want to incorporate them into your nation, right? Which means you gotta draft people. So he issues, what's his name? Ibrahim Pasha is Egypt's governor stationed in the Levant. And he issues a conscription order for 1/5, 20% of Muslim males are all called up into the military. Think about that for a second. Can you imagine drafting 20% of the Muslim male population all into the army? Now, again, he's still thinking long term. He knows another war is on the horizon and he wants to conquer the Ottoman Empire. So he needs to keep building his military, making it larger, more powerful, and more professional. And he's trying to incorporate Palestinians and Syrians into this. So he's issuing orders to draft 1/5 of the Palestinian Muslim male population to the army, and also gives orders at the same time, and here's a fun one, to disarm the Palestinian peasantry to prevent resistance later. So I'm gonna take 20% of y'all as soldiers into my army, and I'm gonna make sure no one has any guns under their bed so they can cause me problems later. Do you think these orders will be popular in people that have, again, traditionally had a very decentralized form of government, that haven't had to deal with a central government at all? This is a completely new experience. In many ways, the 1834 rebellion is the beginning of modern Palestine. We can point to like Zahir state as the first autonomous functioning Palestinian state, but it's not modern at all. This is a very modern moment because they're experiencing a lot of these the forces that we kind of take for granted today, you know, the way governments work today, and they're initially fighting back against it. In the process, they're going to absorb a ton of ideas from it as well, but they're rising up in rebellion, and they're rising up in rebellion across the entire freaking country, like from Safed to Jerusalem, from Nablus to Jaffa, from Hebron to Karak, all the way over in what is today Jordan, from Akka down to Gaza. They're all like, hey, we're all rising in rebellion. It starts in one place and it rapidly spreads across the entire country, and people are adopting some similar language to the way the Egyptians are thinking. They're starting to think that we're fighting together as a collective, that we have a common identity and we will work together to defeat the foreign army that's on our soil. I really want to underscore that point and make sure we understand the significance of that kind of solidarity spreading across the length and breadth of the country, from the eastern Galilee all the way down to the Gaza Strip. You've got people saying, we are united against the fucking Egyptians. So this movement is significant in a lot of ways. Let's see. So Palestine in the period. Here's our little towns and villages and whatnot, and starting to build up in here. And this again puts it into the context of the Khedivate's forces. All these little colored areas are all the territory Mehmet Ali's Egypt controls. And here's the Palestinians saying, no, you fucking don't. You don't have the revolts like that anywhere else. The Palestinians actually put up a pretty hard fight here. But one of the reasons that it is downplayed in a lot of Palestinian historiography and doesn't get mentioned as much directly today is they did get their asses handed to them. The revolt lasted only 3 months. They got crushed. It's important because it showed a sense of unity across the length and breadth of what is today Palestine against this foreign imposition. But the fact that they lost so heavily does make it harder for people to kind of want to, like, I don't know, deal with in the same way. But the in the process, they do score a few victories. Like they did seize control of Jerusalem. They took over Jerusalem and actually looted the city a bit. They seized control of some territory. They seem to be doing all right, but because again, Egypt has all this modern bureaucratic structures and better logistics, and get the supplies in, a European style military, they're better prepared. If the Egyptian military rolls into action against Palestinian rebels, the Palestinians are just screwed. And they are. And the Egyptian forces are brutal about this. When they take territory back, they do it in some pretty horrifying ways. Like they had crushing victories at Nablus and Hebron, where they also looted and destroyed large parts of the areas there. And honestly, in the conquest of Hebron, I actually want to take a moment just to dwell on, and I don't know if you can see this. So that's at the time, right? Obviously much smaller. This is a painting here of the 19th century Al Khalil or Hebron. In the conquest of it, this shows up sometimes in Zionist stuff. So you guys may have run into this in some of your TikTok lives with people out there. Well, what about when the Palestinians unalived a whole bunch of Jews in Hebron in 1834? They were bad then, weren't they? It wasn't them, it was Egyptians. And it is a massacre that takes place there. It's not a huge number of people. It's only like a dozen people or so killed, although some of them are children. But there's also a lot of, what am I supposed to say on TikTok? Graping or something. There's a lot of like graping, and they loot things. They steal a lot of things. They desecrate synagogues. They do some really fucked up stuff. But this is an occupying Egyptian army that was fighting against a rebellion against their control. And their troops just kind of like went ballistic on the civilian population afterwards and leveled parts of the town and did a lot of damage. The Jews realistically could have thought they should not have been affected at all, because they actually didn't join the rebellion. They did think of themselves as, Palestinian like anybody else, but they've survived for so long in the area by keeping their head down. In the same way that like the Druzi usually do. Like they try to keep their head down. Don't notice me. So they didn't get involved in the rebellion. They didn't join the fight. So they thought, we'll be safe. The Egyptians aren't going to touch us. Well, the Egyptians did. They came in and they desecrated synagogues, and they stole. They robbed a lot of the Jewish people there. And again, they unalived at least a dozen people in that community. I think probably just around a dozen. But obviously we'll never know exactly because it's 200 years ago. But that's what our records tell us. Now that again does show up in discussions here. So if you guys ever do run into that rebellion here and the massacre that took place in Al Khalil, do try to point out to it that it was an occupying Egyptian army fighting against a Palestinian rebellion, and they took a revenge against the Palestinians, among which were Jews. More of the people unalived in this fight were actually other Palestinians, non-Jewish Palestinians, but Jews also got hurt in it. But there's a lot of people, the Egyptian army, unalived because of this when they retook this city, and Jews got sucked into it. And I've seen some, sorry for the tangent, but I've seen some very, very dishonest uses of this event. We really need to understand it in the context of the Palestinian revolt against Egypt and Egyptian repression in the aftermath of that. Okay, so that takes us into the move the slide here. That takes us into the second Ottoman-Egyptian War, because we all knew it was going to happen again. Oh, a mic came up. Is there something we need? Oh, I can hear somebody else on, so I don't know if there's something we need to pause for.
No, Maria, did you want to say anything? You're not muted.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just thought somebody was trying to say something.
Oh, no, my fault. I'm sorry, Professor Leah.
No worries. Okay, so let's see. So that's the 1834 Palestinian Rebellion. Move forward a few years, because the Second Ottoman-Egyptian War is 1839 to 1841. So it's also short, 3-year war on most of the major engagements from the first year of it. But in this one, there's a problem, because you've gone, it's been quite a few years since the first one, and they've seen how well the Egyptians have crushed the rebellion in Palestine. So the Ottomans know they're in trouble here. And again, they are still struggling to begin the process of reform. It's actually going to start around the same time period. I'm going to talk in a moment about the process of reform in the Ottoman Empire. And it gets underway at exactly this time period, largely because of this. But also they saw what happened in Algeria and everything else. There's a lot of things that are kind of like telling them, shit, we gotta do some changes. But when this war breaks out, there's a problem for Britain. And that is that the Ottomans have actually signed a peace deal with their traditional enemy, the Russians. The Russians and the Turks don't like each other, because the Russian Empire, as it expanded southward, starting under like Catherine the Great, whatnot, for quite a while, they were nibbling away territory and seizing control of Ottoman territory. For a while, the Ottomans basically controlled the entire Black Sea area. And now today we're like Ukraine, Crimea, all that kind of stuff, the Circassian territories, all that's in Russia. But it wasn't. It was in the Ottoman Empire. So when they signed a deal with the Russians, this worries Britain, because Britain doesn't want Russia to become more powerful in the region. So Britain steps up and says, bro, we got your back. We'll help you. We're going to support you. That's how a bunch of these like big fuzzy hat dudes get in here. Those ceremonial helmets, incidentally, just as a quick shout out to all of my like fellow environmentally friendly type people. Those big fuzzy hats that they still have, like the Queen's Guard or King's Guard, that stand outside Buckingham Palace and shit like that today. Every single hat, an entire bear is killed for that. One bear to one fucking hat. That infuriates me. In the 21st century, we're still doing that, and they refuse to use synthetic fur for it. So fuck the UK. Okay, tangent over. Back to our conflict here.
I'm glad you got that out of your system.
Sorry, I mean, you may have noticed I'm very passionate about a lot of issues. So yes. I am absolutely going to teach until I just drop dead. I'm gonna have a heart attack in a class, and I'm 90 years old. I'll be like ranting against the Vietnam War, and I'm just keel over, like. Anyway, so fuck the fuzzy hat dudes. Okay, the issue you've got here is that Britain is going to step up because they don't want Russia to expand its influence in the area. So they're basically going to argue that it is in His Majesty's government's interest to prop up the Ottoman Empire. And it begins a thing that we're not really going to get to talk about here. Again, much bigger issue, but it's like the Eastern question. What happens in the Eastern Mediterranean? All these European powers after the Napoleonic Wars are determined to avoid major conflict with each other. They don't want another great power war. And they kind of pull that off for like 99 years until World War I. There are conflicts, but they're not huge. They never really suck in everybody into like massive conflict. And as they're working to try and prevent that, they have to worry about the Ottomans, because as the Ottomans get weaker, it will tempt other powers to seize that land. And if somebody else seizes that land, well, that's going to bring the other European powers into conflict, because then they want a piece of the pie and they want to prevent somebody else from getting strong. So propping up the Ottoman Empire will be a major strategic objective that will last about 100 freaking years, or at least 80 something. But, it starts a little earlier. But like, it's a solid part of like particularly British foreign policy to prop up the Ottoman Empire, just to make sure they don't have to fight France and Russia for that territory. So it's a really interesting kind of a deal here. And what Britain does is they send a massive squadron of ships, and they send troops and they help out here, and they basically stop Mehmet Ali in his tracks. And that creates a bit of a problem here for Egypt. So this just anybody. His Majesty's government attached great importance to the maintenance of the integrity of the Ottoman Empire, considering that state to be a material element in the general balance of power in Europe. That's from the London Conference of 1840. And this establishes policy that stays the case until the end of World War I. The issue here is that they're basically going to prop up the Sultan. They're going to stop the conquest here. But what do you do about Egypt, right? It obviously has a lot more power, and it has proven itself able to threaten the integrity of the empire as a whole. Mehmet Ali will save the Khedive. He will save his power, but he does it by sacrificing all that made Egypt great in this period. All these reforms that have been piling up, well, not all of them. They continue to develop the national identity. There's still developments in schooling and in education, tons of things like that. But they basically forcibly deindustrialized the country. This is why Egypt isn't one of the major powers today, because again, they were one of the first modernizing, industrializing countries. They were ahead of the French and the Germans in pushing forward to do a lot of this stuff. And the peace deal that ends the Second Ottoman-Egyptian War after 1841 is going to put severe limitations on the size of their military, which will lead to the abandonment of much industry because you don't need it anymore. Why don't we need to manufacture muskets and cannon? Because we don't have the military for it. So they just give a lot of this shit up. And because they're basically forced back into the periphery economically as a cash crop producing area, exporting their cotton, they end up with all kinds of cash shortages that while they do continue to develop education, they can't take it very far because they don't have the money. Right? They can't afford to do a lot of this stuff. So it does, the Khanate survives, and it's actually Mehmet Ali's descendants that, again, as Iskander mentioned, the 1952 revolution in Egypt, it's Mehmet Ali's descendants that are overthrown. His family maintains power, but they do it basically by sacrificing Egypt and its rise to power. So that's at least worth like kind of noting there. Let's see. I had thing here. That's where's it at? There. And then okay. I was originally planning like a little break here, but I don't know that if we need one. I probably want to like just power into the Tanzimat unless people have questions. So I'll pause for a minute to see if you have questions. We don't need like a full-on break. But one of the places I was originally thinking to stop was right around here. Hey, can the Ottomans catch up in time? Because again, the Tanzimat reforms begin in the same year that the Second Ottoman-Egyptian War breaks out. They know they know they have to catch up now, but is it too late? Can they do it in time? What can they do? So I want to talk a little bit about this because a lot of those reforms the Ottomans do across the 19th century, beginning in 1839, are going to have a significant impact on Palestine and will actually, spoiler alert, significantly immiserate the population. They will make the entire country poorer in the process of these reforms because of the way they play out. So they are rather important for us. So I know some of these things seem like tangents, but they're really, really not. I try to pick things that I know were going to be important out of my different lectures to throw together. Like I made it like a little mental list of the things that I wanted to do, and then grab images that can go along with that to the things that I think work most here. But I'm gonna. Let's see. I'm gonna put it just for fun. This is snow on the Haram al-Sharif. That doesn't happen very often, but that's pretty badass, isn't it? Can you imagine? This is a snowball fight in front of the Dome of the Rock. How fucking cool is that? I so would have wanted to be there. Anyway, there's my little pausing picture, and I want to see if there are questions so far that I can answer, or if you guys just want to power into the reforms. Any thoughts? Anything came up here? If there's a mod that's got any questions, no,
it doesn't seem like it. Do you want to take a couple of minutes? I can play a song if you want to take a break.
I don't. I was going to pause for a second just to drink in the course of questions, but that's all I need.
Hold on a second. Okay, so
I have a personal question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Fatima.
So I want to know what age were you interested about Palestine? How did that come up?
Oops, hold on just a second. I don't know. God, I can't even recall being asked that. They're not specifically about Palestine, but I think for me, I started getting into a lot of both Mideast and to some extent European history, largely because I was interested in the different religions. Because so many different religions have been born in that area and spread from them. And I saw that people were very attached to the religions and they argued about them and thought that everyone was right and everyone else is stupid and all this stuff there. And as an autistic kid growing up, I was like, why are you fighting over this shit? Why does this matter? Like, what is the big deal here? So I got really interested in wondering where they came from, how they developed. So it took me into studying the ancient Near East. And from there, that interest grew and grew for the area. And then for the modern period, I did get sucked in a lot because of U.S. foreign policy. I've been a foreign policy critic since the 80s. I was a very precocious and annoying child. I mean, I used to like make signs and put them in my mother's yard and wait for her to find them because she was running a child care center out of the house. So it was a business, so she couldn't have political shit. And yeah, I had a lot of like, fuck the government kind of stuff. I was trying to slip out there all the time. But studying U.S. foreign policy sucked me back into the Middle East from the opposite direction. And I think between those two starting points, the ancient cultural elements and the modern political ones, I just kept studying and met in the middle and got to where all of it was interesting. But I think those are my two starting points in childhood. So yeah, that's the best I can do there.
I think Anna had a question. But Fatima, if you still had something to continue on with.
No, I just want to thank you for the answer. This is interesting. Thank you.
I think the single worst thing about because I blend like brew cacao in my coffee, so it's like mostly cacao and a little coffee to make it a little bit more bitter. Worst thing about it is it creates a film over the top when you don't drink for a while, which coffee doesn't do. So I was going to catch it and like, what is that? Whoops.
Oh yeah, you can just blow it away to the side.
Yeah, when it gets big though, I mean, there's like a just giant chunk I had to pull off a minute ago. It like covered the entire top of the mug. And like, what is that? Oh well. But it tastes good, and it's got all kinds of antioxidants, so it's good for you. It's supposed to be good for like wrinkles and everything else.
Anna?
Yeah, hi guys, how's it going? I do have a question, but it's related to the Tanzimat era, so I think maybe you could lecture first and then I could ask after.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the Tanzimat we shouldn't be too long. We'll get through that and then we can just I don't know, make sure somebody like stops me, like tag a mod, whatever, like, you know, make sure like if I don't get too far past it, you know, because I might blend straight from that into some other things. But we can stop like in that reform period and answer it there.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Was there anything else that got collected? Well, actually, while you look for a second, I'm gonna run and just pour water into this. So I'll be back in like 20 seconds.
Well, do you wanna play the song?
Play the song, or he said 20 seconds. So what I'll say is, everyone, please join the team by clicking on the golden heart up on top. It's 1 coin if you can. And also, please like and share the live. That should cover the 20 seconds as he comes back. Now I'm just filling the time.
You know, I lost the Irish song, the one Irish song. Do you know what song I'm talking about?
Vaguely, yes, I do remember, but I don't know which one it is. I can't remember the full name.
The lady sings it. It was like an old Irish song about the resistance, and they changed the wordings to for Palestine.
Well, that's neat. There's a lot of really good Fenian songs.
Yeah, give me 1 second, guys.
I once got sucked in with a group singing verses out of oh, what's the name of the song? Skibbereen, I think. Oh, Skibbereen. What's doing, Socks? Oi, Socrates. Hey, bud. You want to come up? Hi. Socrates hates the kitten. Interesting enough, like introducing another female cat when you have an established dominant female cat is usually pretty tricky. But I think Minerva is confident enough that it just doesn't bother her much. So when the kitten charges her trying to play, she's like, I'm an old lady, just hisses or bats at her to stop her, and then it's calmed down, and then they can hang out next to each other, lay down, whatever. They're pretty cool with each other. But every single time that kitten gets anywhere near Socrates, he hisses and retreats. He spent most of the last day hiding in windows to stay away from her. So poor old dude. He's not happy. Hey, buddy. Socrates. No, Socrates. No. Okay. Did anything come up? Was there any other question? Did we find anything, or do I just dive into the Tanzimat? Oh, you're looking for a song still, right?
Oh no, we're it's not now. We can put it later when we find it. So you can go ahead. Okay, Ruby. Cool. Moving cats. Let's see. So I'm gonna pop down here. Excuse this. It's not quite starting under him, but this is a little bit forward. But oh, you can't see the text anyway. Don't matter. Okay. So Ottoman reform is generally easily broken into three main periods. The Tanzimat initiates a lot of the most significant changes, and it's 1839 to 1876. And then there's a short life period where the Ottoman Empire is literally a constitutional monarchy for 2 years, but that gets overthrown in 1878 and introduces the authoritarian period under Abdülhamid II. And that'll last until 1909 when the Young Turk Revolution begins. And the Young Turks are in charge for the next, decade. So that's like 1909 and through to the end of World War I. And there's differences in each of them. The first two are pretty important here for our understanding of the development of modern Palestine in particular. The Young Turk Rebellion also affects things, but that'll come up definitely on a different day because it's 20th century. And I'm still kind of iffy about going all the way to the end of the 19th today, just because this trying to squeeze 2 centuries did turn out to be a lot harder than I thought. And the next section I had was only a few decades, so I think it'd be pretty damned easy to deal with the beginnings of Zionism and tie it to that one. And in the process of that, we'll deal with like World War I and the Young Turks and all the rest of that crap. But the Tanzimat is really important for us, and the beginning of the authoritarian period are important here. Tanzimat is like regulations. It just means like issuing new rulings. And the trick for a lot of that is that they're in really poor shape to start a process of reform. This is going to be very, very difficult for them to do. Okay, so first I'm going to mention a very distinctive feature of the Tanzimat itself and what makes it most different from the periods that follow it, the other types of reform, and that's that the Brits are the inspiring force. And I don't know how easy it is for people to remember, but in 1839, the UK was the global superpower. They were the one to beat. They were on top of the world. They had a large and growing empire, the most industrialized economy in the world, the greatest navy, tons of money is coming in, and London was the financial center of the world. So you, if you're going to think we need to somehow improve things,
Why not copy the guys on top? The problem here is that they're going to be copying where they are now and not how they got there. Because Britain's, someone says, where are we? We're in 1839, at the beginning of serious Ottoman reformism. The trick here is that Britain became wealthy and powerful over a couple of centuries of development. There's tons of things in the way, including the entire mercantile capitalist period, which, because of the whole favorable balance of trade and everything else, means that tons of cash is flowing into the country and not out. By this time, they're liberalizing. They're developing a much more liberal economy, influenced by Smith and Ricardo and the rest of that. But that's not how they got rich. It's just literally not. But those are the ideas they're going to export. So British liberalism is the defining feature of the entire Tanzimat period. So from 1839, in fact, including the constitutional period, those 2 years. So 1839 to 1878, British liberalism is our major influence. And for anyone who doesn't know, liberalism is a political and economic ideal that suggests that commercial markets should regulate themselves best, so they should be kind of like left alone. Don't try to create, monopoly companies and tariffs and anything else, free trade, let people do things. But also social liberalism in the sense that, you should give more rights to other people and, the government shouldn't be so oppressive. It's a long-term process to let go of a lot of the really oppressive things, but it's in this period actually, in this the same part of the century that the UK actually emancipates Catholics, gives them political rights. That didn't used to be possible. Catholics could not go to Cambridge or serve in government or vote. It's literally impossible. So liberalism has a lot of, human rightsy type aspects, but also all the free trade type stuff. And that's what they're going to export to the Ottomans. A respect for free markets and private property and individual rights. The problem, though, again, is that the Ottomans are way the hell behind at this point. And one of the reasons is that they've spent the last couple of centuries heavily decentralizing. Why do you think Zahir's uprising going back to the 1730s and 40s and on all the way to the end in 1775, why was that even possible? Because the empire had gotten weaker. In the provinces, it really didn't have any direct control. It just passed power to tons of other people. It couldn't afford to. As, again, the global economy is changing. They're being cut off from a lot of the land-based and sea-based trade. The Indian Ocean trade is collapsing, and the overland Silk Road trades are collapsing. This is drying up Ottoman coffers, so they are forced to decentralize. And actually, a lot of things get more oppressive in this later period because when they turn power over to local warlords, sometimes those guys are dicks. So it helps to explain why so many parts of like Southeastern Europe, for example, suddenly decided, we'd much rather be Bulgarian than Ottoman and start fighting for independence, right? It's a whole thing. But it's the long period of decentralization. The reason it's important here is that in order to do any of the things that the modern European states are doing now, you need a highly centralized government, and they don't have one anymore. So they have to change that. They have to undo a lot of that damage, wrest back control from the provinces, defeat tons of entrenched local power structures. And a lot of those are based on, old practices like tax farming, which is, again, how Zahir got rich in the first place. You take away the ability to do that. So this is going to mean a ton of changes are going to have to come through. And one thing, again, and I know a lot of like important points are getting kind of like shoehorned in here, like in small bits because they're in some ways tangential, but that concept of defensive development I brought up earlier, and mentioned it for things like Mehmet Ali's reforms. The one key about it is you always have to start in the military. You can't end there. You have to change the administration and the tax policy, the economic basis, tons of other things, or it'll never work. But you start in the military. And this is one of those places where I would stop and ask a question. Why the military first? The short answer is they can force you to do shit. So if I want to start with changing, say, tax policy on a local basis, and I want to impose tax policy on an area, well, people are going to get mad about that. And they're going to take those pew-pews out from under their bed, and they're going to rebel against it. But If you change the military first, then you can have the soldiers there waiting. Hi, now I'd like to discuss your tax rates. What do you think? It changes the narrative around that, if you guys understand how this works. This is why, in many ways, Mehmet Ali's officials fucked up in the Palestine case. That 1834 uprising happened because the military reform went too aggressive too fast, because he was concerned with fighting the Ottomans. So he tried to draft too many people too fast, and he changed the tax policy at exactly the same time. So people just said, fuck this, we're not going to comply. And they took out their guns and they fought back. If you start in the military, you have the ability to push through unpopular reforms, and there will be a lot of unpopular reforms. And a lot of places, including in Palestine, will resist a lot of changes that the Ottomans need to push through. But they do modernize the military. The short is that they take a page from Mehmet Ali's book. There's another like red wedding-y type thing. They basically wipe out the Janissaries. Because they all know, like, I mean, Mahmud II knows that if you leave, this is actually before the Tanzimat started. It's in 1826, I think. So it's a bit after the massacre of the Mamluks, but before the start of the Tanzimat, and it actually makes it possible. Because you remove that traditional elite that is able to remove a reforming government. You get rid of them first. So they wipe out the Janissaries. So an institution that goes back to the High Middle Ages, gone. And this allows people like Abdul Majid to really push through the major changes that we start seeing in the Tanzimat. It makes it possible to introduce tons of reforms. And I got to tell you, there's a lot that happens. This is a picture I took in Jaffa. This is an Ottoman era building from the 19th century. There's a lot of things that are building in this period, and many of them have directly administrative functions that just did not. Oh, somebody looked at the date. Thank you. Yeah, so 1826. Thanks. Oddly enough, I'm not great with numbers. It's weird for a historian. Great with chronology, but sometimes I'm kind of like, gosh, I think that's the right number, and I got to think for a minute. Not my first instinct. Thanks. Glad I got that one. Okay, so prisons. You guys know police and prisons and whatnot are pretty new. Like they're not an old idea. I mean, it's the whole idea of prisons really starts developing in the 19th century. The first proposals of things like that are really in the 18th. And the Ottomans start building prisons, right? They start building administrative compounds. They start building schools. There's a ton of reforms. One really important one here is the expansion of secular law. Now, we have to understand the Ottoman Empire is technically a Muslim empire where the Sultan is also the head of the religion. But from the Tanzimat period forward, they abandon the religious nature of the state to a large degree. They actually create a concept of citizenship. Instead of being subjects of the Sultan and Khalif, and instead of the old millet system where you had separate legal systems for different religions. This is why, again, the feudal structure is not their idea. The legal system in the Ottoman Empire was different based upon what religious sect. So if you were Jewish, your local legal authorities are the local Beit Din, the rabbinical court, and you turn to them first, and you never interact with Muslim law. They're separate legal systems based on the religions. They toss all that shit, and they create secular law, based on, Roman law, drawing in tons of inspiration from Europe. And that involves equal citizenship for all people. So by the time you get Islahat Fermanagh is in 1856. So this is well into Abdul Majid's reign. And what this does is it establishes full equality between Christians, Muslims, Jews, like whatever. It doesn't matter your religion. You no longer have to ask permission to build a new church. You're Christian, you can build a church. Nobody cares. It's like there's no legal distinction. In practice, in the Ottoman Empire, the different sects got along pretty well, largely because they were left to their own devices. You didn't feel that you had somebody else's religious laws imposed upon you, but they were different, and everyone knew they were different. And we knew, because it's the Ottoman Empire is a Muslim empire, non-Muslims were never the social equal of Muslims. They could rise pretty high, but they could never truly be the social equal of Muslims because it was an explicitly Muslim state. They abandoned this in 1856 and established a single concept of Ottoman citizenship for all people. That's a liberal idea that they brought in, and an astonishingly modern one. So we really got to give them credit here for being able and willing to just charge forward on some really radical changes. And among those are creating a fully functioning modern bureaucracy, which is how tax policy gets re-centralized. They can study the population, see what they have. They start building schools. Initially, they start with high schools, secondary schools, because they leave the madrasas in charge of like primary education, teaching people how to read and count. You can go to the mosque, they can teach you how to read and count. Cool, that's done. When you get to high school level, we'll take over. After a couple decades, they actually start creating primary schools too. And by the time you get to the beginning of the 20th century, I think it's 1900 is the University of Istanbul opens. So they're already to tertiary education. So it takes them a while, but they start with high schools, then go back to primary, to elementary schools, primary schools, and then go to colleges afterwards. But they're establishing their education explicitly along European lines, a secular education, all people can go to it. One of the reasons I'll get a little bit of blowback later is that, there are a lot of people that think, hey, education should not be in Turkish or whatever, and they start imposing more of that. So there's an attempt to, like, I don't know, there's a whole Arabist movement that builds up in the late 19th century that says, hey, our local education should be in Arabic, not in Turkish, and blah, 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 so they're not aiming for independence, but at least, like, more decentralization in like cultural terms. But the school system is now state run, and builds up steadily from there. And by the end of the 19th century, you've got 500,000 bureaucrats in Istanbul doing tons of state projects like building roads and hospitals and prisons and everything. All this kind of stuff is coming in, and all of that is only possible because the Tanzimat period starts, because they had to reverse 2 centuries of decentralization. Now, thinking about Palestine, one of the things that's going to get complicated about all the reforms that happen in both the Tanzimat and authoritarian periods is that the farther away you get from the capital, the farther from the metropole you're going to get, the more problems you have in implementation, and the more resistance you get. You get to be more and more different. And a lot of the social structure, economic structure is very, very different. Palestine is not Ionia in Western Turkey. They're culturally, geographically, there's vast differences. So the farther away you get, the harder it is to implement a lot of the same ideas. And again, Palestine, we have to remember, if you're looking in the mid-1850s, is an overwhelmingly rural territory. What today are cities, are at the time towns. That's it. You have a handful of towns, and then it's just a whole bunch of villages. And the economy is based almost entirely on agriculture, and most of the manufacturers just support that agriculture. And even things that they do manufacture, like the soap manufacturers I mentioned earlier today, that's largely for local export. Just in the from like Aleppo to Jerusalem, there's this north-south like trade routes that it's really only there. It's not like they're shipping it to France or something. I want to give you like a short anecdote that I thought about, and I pulled out a quote I want to give you here because it's sort of fun, right? From this period, because the Brits are involved and the Brits are advising in the Tanzimat period and contributing things. There's a whole bunch of British consuls on the ground. Consuls, if you guys don't know, they're not ambassadors. They have a slightly different function, but they build stronger economic links and whatnot in different areas. So you can have multiple consulates, but only one embassy. There's a British consulate established, in Palestine, in Haifa, which at the time is this town on a hill, and there's local, like, notable families still functioning there, right? So you got the wealthy Abdul Khadis family that's significant in the area, and their power base is in the village of Araba nearby. And they're trying to get to know the people in the area. So the wife, Mary something Rogers, is the wife of the consul, and she decides to go out and see where they're from, to meet them. So she goes out to their village, and she's interacting with people, and she's invited into the women's quarters at their house in this village of Araba. And while there, she starts getting direct questions from the women in there. Like, so women asking another woman questions rather than everything, because things are usually always mediated by men. And the first 2 questions that she notes in her diary are there, and I wrote these down. Let's see. First 2 questions she asks are, How many camels does your father have? And are your father's trees new and fruitful? By new, they don't mean immediate, but after like the first decade, they start producing really good crops. So like those are relatively young, where olive trees can live for centuries. So 2 questions: how many camels does your father have, and are your father's olive trees new and fruitful? And this really only happens here. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, it wasn't a wife. She's a sister. I'm misremembering. Oh, yeah, that's where the name's the same. Okay, so she's a sister. She's unmarried at the time, because like, first off, they're asking like, who's your husband? Like, no, sorry, I'm still single. I'm his sister. Oh, okay, cool. And then they go to father, right? Because that's your next step. You're assuming someone is still under the authority of their father, which technically, in many ways, she was. But those are their ways of understanding wealth. Wealth is defined in the size of your herds and the productivity of your agriculture. And this is, again, true for most of the planet. For most of our settled history, the main sources of wealth have been land and the products of the land, not like industry or trade or anything else. So it's their way of understanding it, and they're thinking, well, we have this massive herd of camels, and what do you use the camels for? The camels are really good over long distances, and they're for the trade routes. So if you're going to produce like a whole bunch of olive oil based soap, and you got to get it to Damascus, there's your camel caravan. You see how that works? And you can make money if you own it directly. You don't have to hire somebody else to do it. So those are their ways of understanding wealth. They're tied to the land. They're tied to agriculture. And that's the key here, because in 1856, Britain has been heavily industrializing for almost a century, and has created this, like, in the capital, like this very bourgeois culture. London is becoming this massive metropolis. It's a financial center in the world. They don't think in terms of agriculture anymore. It's actually in this period that agriculture has been defeated as a power in Britain because of the repeal of the Corn Laws, which sounds really weird in American English, because corn is technically a name for like general cereal crops, but in the US we call maize corn. Every other fucking country in the world calls maize, and we call it corn. But whatever. The Corn Laws were actually a way of restricting imports of cereal grains so that people had to buy them from British farmers, from like the wealthy landowners in the UK, but they couldn't keep up, which is why there's massive starvation. It's actually a contributor to like things like the Irish famine. There's huge issues. There's tons of poverty in Britain because as the population is growing, the food is too expensive. So they had to repeal that and open up free trade, right? So Britain has defeated its dependence upon agriculture already. It's gone. And they're thinking in terms of trade and whatnot. So the idea that wealth is centered on how many camels and olive trees you have just didn't make sense to them anymore. But it is interesting here to really keep us centered and help us remember Palestine is still a rural territory. It's not industrial in any way. Now, we need to talk about some of the main like Ottoman reforms. And there's let's see, where's the there it is. Okay. This is one that I'll probably come back to if we do push Zionism to the next session, which I think we should. I'll come back to this and make another connection to it in a slightly different way, but it's important in both cases here. The land code is one of the most significant unintended consequences of the Tanzimat, and it will directly harm Palestinians. So, quick coffee suck. Okay, so how do we do this? So I mentioned land at the beginning. There are people who do own land, but they're a tiny elite because having title meant that you had to pay very high taxes and serve in the military. So most land in Palestine, people have it. They've been using it for centuries. They've kind of inherited it in that sense, but there's no documentation. There's no title deed. There's nothing that says that like Bob owns these acres of land. It doesn't exist because it's never been an issue. With the Ottoman land reforms, and there's 2 of them. The first one's in 1858. By the time this process is finished, all land has to be built around deeds, which is how the Europeans had done it. Same process too. Think back to a lot of medieval and early modern development, most land is just open. People didn't own it. If no one was using that land, I can totally go farm it for myself and feed my family. Like the commons is a thing. The Brits slowly enclosed the commons, created title deeds, and made a small group of people super rich and threw most people off the land. It's a long-term process and very violent and difficult in Europe, stretching across like the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th century. It's a really big deal. We don't need to get into it. You know, that's more history of capitalism than this. But you're applying the same basic ideal here. You're introducing and doing it overnight, the idea of enclosure and title deeds. And historically, in a military patronage state like the Ottoman Empire, the land is the sultan's. You know, it's really his to deal with. It's no one else's, and you just use patronage. Oh, you get to run this land, you get to use it and benefit from it, but you usually don't own it. Over time, portions of it are given out to different people, and you start creating, again, these wealthy, notable families and whatnot here. But they're a relatively tiny part of the total population, and most land is worked through usufruct rights. No one else was grazing goats in this valley. I started doing it. I've established a right to graze my goats there, and my son will inherit that, and his son will inherit that, and we will have the right to graze our goats in this valley and not somebody else. So, de facto, you own it. De jure, you do not, because there's no papers for it. Does that make sense as an idea? This is what because I brought this up on some lives earlier in this, you know, like once I got involved in the whole like TikToking thing with y'all and tried to explain some of this, but I'm trying to like flesh it out a little bit more and make it specific for Palestine here, because it is kind of complicated to go from a concept of, for the most part, no private property to all private property. The nuance, it's a little more complicated, but it's essentially like, for most people, you didn't interact with title deeds. You didn't have property. You didn't go and buy a chunk of land. You just used it if no one else was. And now everyone has to have a deed for it. So the problem here is you're going to have a whole bunch of people come out in the area, and they're all going to be asking questions to document this stuff, to create the deeds. And what questions are they asking? The same traditional questions the notable families did. Because you know, once they're documented, once you have that title deed, now you have to pay taxes, and your sons can be drafted into the army. Do you see why Palestinian peasants are going to be unhappy about this? Because a lot of Palestinian peasants resist this idea forcefully, because they've never had to deal with that. They didn't have direct taxes all the time. It's just when the tax farmer felt like coming around every now and then, now you have regular yearly property taxes, and people are like, fuck that, I don't want that. So with what you have at the same time, and this is what really complicates things for Palestinians, and again, the farther from the metropole, the worse this is. In all of like Western Turkey, this shit doesn't happen, because you know the communication is better, people understand the reforms better. But what you've got is a bunch of greedy speculators, some of whom, it must be said, are from those Palestinian notable families. There are local douchebags who get involved in doing this shit and screwing people, but also there are people from Damascus and, you know, people from further out in the empire and closer to the metro. They're coming around, all these like these speculators saying, don't sign those papers, put my information down instead. I'll take care of it. You get to keep living the same way you always did, but my information will be on the papers. And people are like, booyah, that sounds great, right? You can do that. I can still keep working here. Okay, cool, done. You can have it. And they got their names on it. Now, a small handful of people own a lot of Palestine. And what can they do? They can sell it. This is how some of the early Zionist land purchases happen. Now, again, Zionists like to exaggerate how much was purchased. By the time you get to 47, it's about 6% of the country. But they do purchase a lot of land. But they mostly purchase it from outside players, from land speculators, from people who live in Beirut and Damascus and Istanbul. They're people who've never there. They don't see it. They have no connection to it. They don't care. Like, oh, you're going to offer me 3 times the market value for this chunk of land in Palestine? Fuck, you can have it. Done. And they start selling it. That's only possible because of these title deeds and because a lot of Palestinians did not understand what they were doing. And it also, in the process before that, much, much more importantly, because we can draw too much attention to things like these land purchases. This is not the biggest issue. The bigger one is that all those Palestinian fellaheen, they're fucked because they signed over that title deed, which means those speculators, and they might wait a little while, they'll wait 2 or 3 years, but suddenly you start getting a rent bill. Because, bro, you're living on my land. You're living on my land. You got to pay me to live here. Like, we've lived here for 300 years. What are you talking about? My great whatever grandfather built this house. What are you talking about? I got to pay you rent. Sorry, like, I own that shit. It's mine. You got to pay me. And what it does is it immiserates the Palestinian peasantry. We do forget the population was much smaller at the time, and people were absolutely able to take care of their families and live well. They were literally exporting things. They were growing cotton for export. They were dealing with all of their own local needs. They grew enough grain to feed the population. They had everything that they needed. They did not need to import things. They were relatively successful, right? They had a land of plenty for themselves, but now they have rent bills and all kinds of shit that piles on from there. So yeah, living standards are going to go down. So it's really, this is one of those like really significant unintended consequences of the Tanzimat period. There's like a ton of other ones we could talk about, but really, again, not a class on Ottoman history or whatever. So, just for fun, same dude, different time periods, right? So you can see, the Sublime Porte, got my cool onion hat, sitting there very serenely on my throne, versus like striking a pose in my nice little military uniform with my cool fez hat and my epaulettes and all that. There's a lot of transformations in Ottoman society in this time. One of the keys to a lot of it is that there will be resistance in tons of places. Some of them are going to fail because of European interference, and some are going to fail because people notice that they nakedly benefit Europeans because they're trying to export. Think about how difficult it is to industrialize your country when you don't have tariffs on products anymore. I'll give you like a modern example here, and free trader capitalists can hate me for this. Brazil wanted to build an automobile manufacturing and an aircraft manufacturing industry. So it sets severe tariffs on imports and then encourage investment in the industry. And by doing so, it allowed Embraer to build up as a major company. And then once Embraer could stand on its own and compete directly with Gulfstream, then they removed the tariffs because they don't need them anymore. But as their industrial policy was not liberal in the sense of free trade, because if they'd had free trade policies, an aircraft industry would never have developed in Brazil. Brazil would have just been like, grow more coffee for me, bro. I don't need your airplanes. But now they can export Embraer jets and people fly them all over the world. That's the key here. A lot of those policies in the mercantile period are why Europe got rich. But then they exported the thing they shifted to afterwards. And that's what they're doing to the Ottomans. They're telling the Ottomans, do what we're doing now. Well, if you do that, you never actually reach the same level of economic development, because if I have to think about it this way, if I'm going to manufacture Palestinian olive oil based soap in my area, right? And now I've got machine made English soap being imported. And the English machine made soap is far cheaper to produce because they already have big machines, because they had the money, the capitalists to invest in it and build machines to crank it out. I'm still doing a lot by hand, because I have to raise the money to buy machines. Well, I can't raise the money to buy the machines because I can't make any money anymore, because that British soap that's cheaper to produce has no tariffs on it, and boom, they're going to sell it more cheaply. And most people, you go into the store and like one thing is $2 cheaper, and you don't know the difference in the brand, like who cares? Like if you don't have like some super brand loyalty, oh, should I buy Palmolive or Dawn dish soap? Which one's on sale? I'll get that one, because at the end of the day, they're both fucking dish soap. Who cares, right? A lot of people make those decisions. Well, if you make those decisions, then suddenly the Palestinian olive oil soap manufacturers are losing money. And if you're losing money, you can't afford to buy machines. So now you're essentially deindustrializing. You're going the opposite direction. That's what happens to a lot of the Ottoman Empire in this period. It doesn't affect the areas closest to the capital as much. Those areas actually do gain some significant industry. It's, again, a topic that we don't need to get into. It's not relevant here because, not a class on the Ottoman Empire. But the farther you get away from the capital, the more the negative consequences affect it. So are in play. So Palestine gets fucked by this. Where Istanbul does fairly well. They can't keep up. There's not enough money in the local economy to make up for the difference and to actually compete on an even footing when there's no tariffs. So they're just sort of stuck in this point. So that takes us in through most of like the Tanzimat type stuff. The thing that kind of closes the Tanzimat, I'll give you like a very short piece there, and then I'll see if there was a question tied directly to it. Where's the thing at? So by the time you get to like 1876, the empire is in crisis. It's already faced significant uprisings. The Greek War of Independence begins in 1821 and is succeeded by the beginning of the 1830s. They're facing tons of resistance, and Serbia is breaking away. Romania is breaking away. They're like losing territory rapidly. And on top of that, you've got all kinds of natural effects that are complicated by the economic situation. So there's some drought that affects agriculture, and there's all kinds of problems here. And they're facing an interesting question. And where a lot of conservative and reactionary type people would say, we're doing the wrong thing, we shouldn't have adopted these policies, let's go back. The liberals who are driving the Tanzimat process say, no, what we have to do is we have to pedal to the metal, we have to go faster. We have to do more quickly, because otherwise this is going to fall apart. And that creates the coup in 1876 that topples one sultan and puts in place a relative who's willing to rule according to a constitution. So they literally produce an Ottoman constitution and make the Ottoman Empire a constitutional monarchy, which is really kind of a badass move in a sense. And it puts Abdul Hamid II in power. The problem for this, and where I'm going to take a break here, is that Abdul Hamid is lying. It's like, bro, do you promise to rule according to a constitution? Oh yeah, sure, bro, totally. But he spends those 2 years building a coalition to overthrow the government and return all power to the palace. So that's what ends the Tanzimat period. But they chose the wrong guy for the job. But they got to the point where they were a constitutional monarchy and were really trying to keep this reform process up, expanding democratization, everything else. But it's all going to kind of like take a really sharp detour into the authoritarian period. Okay, so that's the Tanzimat and its direct effect on Palestine. There was a question on Tanzimat, so I'm going to pause here for that. I can't remember who it was, though, offhand. Sorry.
I think it was Emily.
No, Anna. Anna had a question.
Okay.
I'm
Anna,
not sure if he's talking to her cat or if she's.
Oh, there we go.
No, my cat's he got back from the vet, so he's staring into space on his blanket. He won't lay down.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That was a perfect.
Drugged cats are so funny. I found them recently going through my pictures when I was like doing my phone upgrade. I had to take a whole bunch of stuff off. I found the ones from like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago when Socrates was neutered. And he's just like, I got a video of him like coming out of the cat carrier, and he's like drunk, is staggering around and then just staring. It's so funny.
And they won't do normal cat things either. Like
Nope.
he has a specific blanket he lays down on. It's his laying down blanket,
Yep.
but he won't lay down on it.
It takes a while to recover from when the vets mess with you.
Okay, my question was about, I think you kind of, I don't know. I don't actually remember if you went over it. I don't think so, though. The Ottoman Public Debt Commission.
Nope, did not mention it.
No, I just have like a textbook in front of me, which goes over like the making of the modern Middle East.
Okay.
It's The Middle East by Ellen Lust. Like the 13th edition. I've owned a couple editions. They're still like updating them, but it's a pretty hefty. I mean, it's an expensive textbook, but it goes through different historical periods and then has a different synopsis of each country or territory in the Middle East and their own specific history and demographics. Anyways, so to me, what the Public Debt Commission seemed like was an extension of the like modernization period or post-colonial period of the European powers, where they gained economic influence by giving countries loans while withdrawing type like boots on the ground. I don't know.
Yep.
But
yeah.
Ended up being a question.
Well, in this period, it's somewhat the reverse of that because you're still in the era of high imperialism. So what often happens is as areas fall into debt, it provides an incentive to seize it. So there's a bunch of Europeans who, for example, are investing in Egypt. And because of that, because the debt accumulated and worries that that government can't put it down. So like there's the Arabi Revolt, 1881. They start thinking, well, it looks like you guys won't be able to like return our investment. So British troops hit the ground and they seized control in 1882. So it's still on paper part of the Ottoman Empire. From 1882, Egypt is actually part of the British Empire. And it stays that way, through World War One. But for a while, there's this weird fiction where their troops were there and they had de facto control, but they still, all the way up until 1914, they still pretended it was part of the Ottoman Empire. But yeah, the public debt becomes a massive, massive problem. And it is similar in a way to what has been happening since World War II with the public debt of a lot of the global South, like the decolonizing area. Oh yeah, sure, we'll pull out, but we're going to leave all our corporations and we're going to make you dependent upon, IMF, World Bank, whatever loans. So it creates a kind of neo-colonialism. But we're still in the 19th century, so they still care about direct control to protect their investments.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think it was it Haiti that recently paid off their debt just like in the last 10 years?
Okay, think about this. Haiti owed France because they had a revolution and overthrew slavery. And they had to keep paying France because of the lost profit from fucking slavery all through the 20th century. Think about how unjust that is. And then ask yourself why you're super proud of the West. It's fucked. So yeah.
No, that's crazy.
I mean, they literally acquired that debt because they decided they didn't want to be slaves anymore.
That's like there's a lawsuit right now against the debt forgiveness. One of Biden's, I think it's in, I don't know, some state that starts with an M in the South. But the debt company or whatever who owns the loans, they were sold to them by the government, is suing the government for like loss of
profit, yeah,
capital, just because they're forgiving like $20,000 worth of loans per person.
Yeah, which is just, I mean, God, it's a drop in the bucket for some people like me. But I mean, even there, for many people, it's like it changes your whole life. It saves everything. But what they care about is not the loss of the principal, because the government is still taking that on. It's technically government debt. If the government forgives the debt, that's it. Where does the money come from those private companies? It's the interest. And it's why for a lot of people, like my student debt total goes up every year. It doesn't matter how much I pay. It's going to keep going up until I drop dead. And that's a cycle a lot of people fall into because it's the interest payments that screw you. And those companies make a shitload of money off of that. So they will do everything they can to keep people poor. It's a modern version of exactly what we're dealing with here in the late 19th century. And it's driven by the same basic process. Sorry, liberalism. Like liberal capitalism hands power to the financial sector, and they will do whatever they can to preserve it. If they have access to military forces, like in this case here, I just mentioned Egypt being seized in 1882, they'll use that. And frequently, when the US gets involved in militarily in different places, it's largely because we're serving as a mercenary force for global capital interests. It's a really fucked up dynamic. But a lot of things we have today in neoliberalism are very similar to the same dynamics we have in the middle of the 19th and late 19th century under, original liberal capitalism. So we just keep remixing the same stupid shit, not learning our lessons.
Yeah, they're offended that like they've lost the ability to steal resources from the global South, and then are like, well, that's affecting me negatively, so you should repay me for what I've stolen.
Yeah, exactly. They're what they do is they claim that they are rights, but what they are privileges. You had the privilege of robbing somebody else, and now you're insisting that we defend that privilege and keep other people down. It's terrible, but it's pretty much the West in a nutshell. So, yeah. And yeah, Verna mentions the robber baron era, which actually I mentioned to a lot of like hardcore cappies today. That like they want to deny the robber baron era it was even an issue. It's like these people never. These people didn't even get through high school history. It's infuriating oftentimes. But the wealth inequality today is worse. It's considerably worse. The share of wealth owned by the top 1% in the U.S. today is worse than it was in a robber baron era. And that caused all kinds of problems. And people were out in the streets and people were burning down factories and people were pissed about it. And we're just like, okay, please, sir, can I have some more? It's literally worse today. Like the milestone we passed a number of years ago that I thought was really hilarious is we passed the inequality stage that sparked the French Revolution. And that didn't get people to the streets. And now we're past like the robber baron era. Like it makes no difference. I don't know. It's really frustrating. But you're right to see a parallel between what we're doing today in neocolonialism with neoliberalism in the global south versus what was done in the period of high imperialism, which is directly driven by, again, economic liberalism. They're always tied together. And it's like, I just saw a bunch of these guys today. I'll make a factual correction on some Facebook page or other, and then tons of like idiots pile on with all kinds of like, and you always get to like, but communism killed 100 million people, like stupid shit. Like just like, what are you talking about? But they just deflect to everything and never pay attention to what they're actually talking about, what actually has happened. It's like you consciously choose to ignore most of our history and all the empirical evidence in order to keep doubling down on an idea that clearly does not work and does not make things better. I just don't get it. And pointing out that somebody else did something badly too doesn't change the fact that you're doing something badly. It's like that kind of whataboutism. I see this in some Pally videos recently too. Like somebody shared me one. It was like a 10-minute video and I managed to get through 3 minutes and I wanted to like throw my phone. So I stopped listening to it. But it starts off with a bunch of like whataboutism, like, oh, a lot more people have been unalived in Syria. So why are you talking about Palestine? Like, how did you, I mean, I don't understand how people are still stuck on like toddler logic, because in kindergarten, they're supposed to tell you that if Bobby does something bad, it doesn't mean Joey can do something bad. Like one thing doesn't excuse the other. It's like, it's the kind of shit we teach people in kindergarten, and millions of people cannot wrap their heads around it now. They're like, somebody else is doing something bad, so let me do something bad too. No. Anyway, so I'm ranting. Sorry, I'll shut up. Anyway, did I get to the point on Tanzimat? Or I do like the parallel you saw, like between the two periods, but was there anything else? Like,
no, that was perfect. I think it was just, yeah, it was more of a connection making thing versus any specific type of information. So thank you so much.
Ruby. Okay, let's see. Where are we time-wise? Okay, so what should we do here? Let me look at the pictures for just a sec. There, that's there. Okay. Whoop, slow down. Okay, so how's this then? Proposal to freedom and anybody else. I want to talk just for a few minutes on the authoritarian period under Abdul Hamid and the impact on that, and a little bit about late 19th century Palestinian social and economic changes. And then I think let's leave it there, and we'll dive into Zionism in 2 weeks, and I'll connect that to where I was going to go there. So instead of like, I was going to talk about the first wave of migration and what Zionism is today, and then start with the second. Next time I'll connect them. I'll run through that whole period if that's okay. So that's all right?
Yeah, of course. 2 thumbs up.
Okay, cool. Because I don't want to like keep people here the entire freaking day. I mean, you guys know I can go into rant mode and just never shut up. So I'm trying to cut myself off and stop so that people can like do other things with their lives.
No worries.
1 second. Emily noticed a question that I had missed.
Oh, Ruby.
Hold on.
Hannah, it will be on Dr. Liam's YouTube channel. So I'm gonna download it, send it to him, and he's going to put it on his YouTube channel.
Okay, so what's Liam's opinion on Paolo Caridi's book on H group? Please and thank you.
Whose book?
Paola Caridi, Caridi.
Which one is that one?
It's in the comments. They just put the name in the comments.
Oh, that doesn't sound familiar. Oh, resistance to government. Oh yeah, I looked at that one, haven't read it. I already have. I have, I think, 12 books on them. At some point, I just stopped buying new ones. But there's a handful I get every now and then. But no, I don't think I have that one yet. So sorry, no opinion yet.
But thank you for the recommendation, so I'm gonna look it up myself.
There is an important point in general about that, and it's one that if we go all the way to the end, and when we were talking about breaking down, this this history into like bite-sized chunks to do every 2 weeks, the last of them would have been from 07 to now, which would deal heavily with, H group and all that. And there was some concern that it could turn into fights, and because it's very politicized, people have strong opinions. So I don't know if we'll get to that or not, but that'll be down to Freedom Advocate and whoever else is going to be involved in that to decide if we want to do that. But I do think it's important to note that by consistently refusing to address the fact that it is a government, it functions, it provides basic social services to people. I mean, whether you want to consider it a legitimate government is sort of a separate question from the fact that it is literally a governing institution. So when we treat it the same way that we treat like Daesh or Al-Qaeda or something, you're kind of missing something really important about what it is. And I think a lot of the delegitimization of it is intended to just fit into all the war on terror kind of discourses and delegitimize them. But there's no possibility of peace if they're not at the table too. They absolutely have to be there. Whatever government there's going to be in the long run, how things are going to work, if they're not involved in the negotiations, those negotiations cannot work. So not talking about them as a government is a deliberate choice. And it's empirically stupid. So yeah, some of the more recent work, and I think that's one of them, does try to deal with them as a governing body. Although that one, I think it's a few years old now. So there's obviously a lot more that they've done since then, but there is a significant transformation of the organization in 07 when they seize control, because they have to start finding a way to govern. So yeah, it's something I talk about a lot in classes, but I don't know if we'll get to it here, because I know it's very because of the situation we're in right now, it's a very emotional topic for people. It might make more sense to talk about it, after this is over, but we'll see. Okay, so where are we, boss?
Are you calling Freedom boss?
Well, it's kind of, yeah, but really any moderator can step up, and whoever's steering the ship, man, like who's in charge? I'm just like, standing here I'm standing here on the boat deck wondering who's steering this damn thing.
I'm here, guys.
Where are we going?
We're talking to the dogs.
Okay, so was there any other questions, thoughts, anything I missed, or do we wrap up the reform era?
I think Bella is keeping an eye on the comments. I believe you got all the questions in the comments, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So, guys, we're gonna give you 5 seconds to raise a hand for a question. Other than that, we're gonna wrap it up and let Dr. Liam go have a bite.
Come on, buddy.
What are you having for dinner today, Dr. Liam? That's a question.
A fat cat.
Oh no!
Don't call him fat, please. It hurts my soul. This is Emily. I'm pro Socrates.
Yeah, I gotta. Wherever I can, I'm trying to give him some attention, so it kind of reinforces him. What made it easier for Minerva to adapt is, I just sit there talking to her the whole time. So, and it calms her down. She feels, oh yeah, and everything's safe. I don't have to worry about it. And she's confident enough about who she is that she's not too worried. He knows that everybody everyone outranks him always.
He's just a little insecure.
He's insecure, exactly. The only critter he's ever outranked is Amira, the dog. He's always been bottom cat. And he knows that Emma is going to top him. And he also, by nature, is much more solitary. Where a lot of my cats get really, really close together. They like cuddling.
Even the new cat outrank him.
What was that?
The new cat already outrank him.
Oh yeah, no. When Emma Oza chases Minerva stops, hisses, and bats her if necessary, and holds her ground. Every time the kitten charges to play, he runs because his instinct is to retreat from conflict. He hisses, but then he also retreats, and that just tells them, "You lose. I'm in charge." They establish a hierarchy through their behaviors. And I think the biggest problem there, it's not just that he is more insecure as a critter. He's also naturally much more solitary. A lot of my cats will generally establish close relations. Like Moshe and Minerva were like married. They were like joined at the hip. They spent time together. They cuddled. They groomed each other, and that happened after actually. It used to be Moshe and Saeed. And Moshe and Saeed were just tight. They slept in the same bed, curled up all the time, super close. When we lost Saeed, Moshe got really close to Minerva. Socrates has never gotten along with any of the other cats. He tolerates them. So he'll sit down a foot away from Minerva, no problem, but he doesn't actually like her. He's not like an affect. He's a solitary animal. He's like
I'm so sorry for derailing this into cat politics, but this is really interesting because my sister has a similar political cat problem in her home. Her cat is like Socrates, and she might be watching.
Yeah, you can get them to get along. Like the struggle with Socrates is always going to be the process we have to go through so that he's comfortable enough with him and no longer has a problem. Like he'll be okay. He'll accept Emma Oza. It'll take time, but he'll accept her. But he's never actually going to like her. He's naturally a hermit. He would rather live alone, and he doesn't. So he's stuck in my clouder. But I do try to give him attention whenever I can and make him feel better because it helps.
He just needs more snuggles.
Yeah, he'll get as much as he wants. But hi, you're a good buddy.
Okay, I'll stop talking about cats.
We love you. We have a question from Verena Fraser. She's asking are you gonna address Ottoman the ruler today?
The what ruler today?
Ottoman, Otomon.
The Ottoman state hasn't existed since like 1920, so I can't. If they mean like the Turkish government today, it wouldn't really be part of this series overall. But if people want to plan like, I don't know, weekends where we talk about Turkish and Ottoman history, I'm totally fine doing that. But I was asked to like do a bi-weekly thing on Palestine and Israel's history over the last, 200 years. So going forward, it's gonna be like just a few decades at a time, and we'll go through, and it's gonna be all about like Palestine. But if people do want to talk about Turkey or the Ottomans in general, sure.
Yeah, of course we can.
But it's not currently part of that. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just sort of like general topics and like intellectual or cultural history, European history, Middle East history, whatever. I'm perfectly happy planning and doing things like that, because most of this stuff, like I'm literally just riffing on things that I lecture on every year. Like it's just like, this is just like I could be half asleep and we'd be fine. But yeah, anything that people are interested in, no problem at all. Like the boss can plan something. So talk to Freedom and go from there.
Yeah, you can, guys, always, like, we are open for suggestions. So you can always DM me with topics, with anything that you need to know more about, and we will be more than happy to cover that topic. And with Dr. Liam, by the way, it is going to be a bi-weekly session for the summer break. So it's like every other week. So we hopefully we're going to see you like in 2 weeks for our next session.
Yep.
We're going to post about it, promote it, and just prepare for the next session better, inshallah.
Yep.
One
and
more
then we'll
question,
see in the
sorry.
fall how things go. I know my because I dropped one campus. I know my work schedule is a little easier in general. If we might be able to continue beyond that, I don't know if it needs to go back to like, I don't know, every 3 or 4 weeks, but we might be able to keep up with 2, and you guys can come up with other topics later. But we'll revisit that near the end of the summer, and we'll take a look at what the schedule is once I put my classes together and I've seen what all is involved and whatnot. But I'm a month and a half away from even thinking about it.
Yeah, sounds perfect.
Verana Fraser wants to know who is the person on the picture behind you?
Abdul Hamid II. Sometimes spelled out as 2 words, Abdul Hamid with a D if you're Arabizing the name, but Abdul Hamid together is the Turkish. So he's an Ottoman ruler. He's the one that was initially brought in to be the constitutional monarch and then overthrew it and created the authoritarian period of reform that I'm going to kind of wind down on today. I want to end by talking a little bit about the authoritarian period with this, because this dude's in charge from 1876 until 1909. So he has a significant impact on Ottoman and Palestinian history. So I want to look at like a little bit of what changes, and then a little bit of what late 19th century Palestine looks like, and we can end on that, and then start with the beginnings of Zionism in 2 weeks.
Okay, sounds good. So do you have anything else to add, Dr. Liam, before we?
Oh no, I'm fine to dive back in. I just wanted to pause for questions. I knew that there was like a question on Tanzimat, and then because of that, I figured if there's anybody else has any other ones right now. But like, I mean, I don't have that much more to go through, so I can go through like the next section here. We can probably be done with that. I don't know, 20 minutes, whatever, and then see if anybody has any last questions or thoughts. And
okay, perfect. Sounds good. Okay, go ahead.
All right, let's see. Where do we start with this? Okay. I'm trying to remember where exactly I left off. Oh yeah. Anyway, wake up. My garage sale TV. Okay, so Abdul Hamid again had what?
Man.
What are you doing, dude? Like, I want to go down, but now I want to come back up. Make up your mind. He'd agreed to rule as a constitutional monarch, took power, and they have a constitution, an elected government, and they're democratizing the empire. So it's really aiming to be kind of like the UK in a sense, where the monarch gradually loses their authority, and it becomes more and more a civilian government. That gets derailed because he spends those 2 years finding all the most reactionary people he can to support a power grab and return all authority to the Topkapi Palace. So in 1878, he rips up the Constitution and becomes an absolute monarch. And at this point, he doesn't actually end the Tanzimat period per se, but he does transform it fundamentally. The key there, move this along. The key there is that he's paying attention to some trends in Europe. So think for a second about the Germans. Germany as a country does not exist until 1871. It has its origins in the state of Prussia in the east, along the Pomeranian coast and toward like East Prussia. And it built up slowly and gained more and more control and seized more and more of the separate German states. And in a series of wars against Denmark, Austria, and finally France in the 19th century, Prussia became the German Empire. And Germany at that point begins rapidly industrializing. It had been pretty slow to adopt a lot of changes because it was broken up into very small, mostly very poor countries overall. It didn't have the resources to pull together to really get involved in major capital expenses, and certainly couldn't have an overseas empire because individual small Bavaria can't afford to like colonize something on its own, but now it can. So it starts rapidly industrializing, and within a few years, it surpasses British steel production. It's like going gangbusters, doing all kinds of stuff. And the Turks are looking at us going, they're doing all that cool economic and military shit, but they're not creating an equal democracy for people. That sounds cool, because the Second Reich is an authoritarian state. There's the traditional Junker ruling classes, and then all these different capital forces, and it's a monarchy. So they don't have equal rights out to everybody, and that's what had been imposed under the Tanzimat period. So Abdülhamid begins winding back some of that, taking some of this stuff back, and there are some really nasty consequences of that kind of change. But first, it does actually continue some reforms. Some things do continue forward, like the educational reform. So they already have primary and secondary schools, and now you're creating colleges, so tertiary education. So they open up the University of Istanbul. They seek a lot more industrial investment. In fact, Germany becomes a major investor in the Ottoman Empire, largely because they're a new country, so they don't have pre-existing places to invest in, and the Ottomans are offering them good terms, so they step in and offer a better deal. And next thing you know, the Germans are building the telegraph lines, like beep, 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 before telephones, and they're laying down the railroad tracks for things, and they're building ships for them, and all kinds of stuff. They're contributing to the development of Ottoman infrastructure, industry, and military. Those three areas the Germans become heavily involved in. In fact, the Germans play a part in the Ottoman genocides that take place during World War I, but no one likes to talk about that. But they become a major investor here. One thing that'll become important in that is the change in identities that takes place, the way of thinking about yourself. And how do I put this? Well, in the Tanzimat period, they tried to create an identity for people. And the key to that is Ottomanism, or Osmanlıçılık. Ottomanism was an attempt to create a unified national identity without a single unified nation. And again, some of this is hard without laying some foundations, but again, a nation is a group of people with something in common. The Ottoman Empire is huge. Not everyone speaks Turkish. Not everyone has the same religion. Not everyone has the same lifestyle or whatever. There's tons of different cultures within it. So you can't have a single nationalism. When countries decide to have one single nationalism and their territory is very diverse, one of two things will happen. They will either forcibly assimilate over time the population that's different, which is what's happened in, say, France, where they've wiped out a lot of their internal diversity, or they will fragment and become a whole bunch of separate countries, which is what happened to, say, Austria-Hungary. The Ottoman Empire is trying to find a middle ground. And in some ways, Osmanlıçılık is a little bit like the sort of civic nationalism that builds up in the United States. Because the U.S., like the Ottoman Empire, did not have a single nation. And the one that they were most closely connected to, the English, the Brits, the English and Scots, they hated. In fact, it's the main reason the U.S. Still today does not officially have a language. We have no official language, because people said, hey, let's put down English as our official language. A lot of people said, fuck the English. And some people said, hey, why don't we just pick German and switch to German? Like, everyone's angry about it. They fought a war of independence. They didn't like them. So they chose not to have a distinct ethno-national identity, instead built it around shared history and institutions and some cultural issues, including some very unfortunate shit like, colonialism and conquering the frontier and all this racist shit. So there's a lot of like that that's like really deeply embedded in American culture. but it doesn't have a single ethnic basis. And that's the influence here. What links it together is those documents like, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, blah, blah, blah. These are things that make you an American, regardless of where you came from or what language you speak. And the Tanzimat tried to create Ottomanism, like a civic identity, and make everyone Ottomans, right? We're not just subjects of the Sultan. We're not old Turkish. So instead, we have an Ottoman identity. They tried to invent a kind of cosmopolitan nationalism. It didn't fully work. It does have an effect, though. And one reason to mention this is that it has a significant impact on Palestine, because a lot of the elites in Palestine have a hard time letting that go. Even in the authoritarian period and into the 20th century, they started thinking themselves as Ottomans, right? Not as Syrian or Palestinian or Arab or anything else. They thought of their connection to the Ottoman state. And that starts to break down in the early 20th century. And that's sort of a separate issue there. But that's the elite's first political identity. Again, not most people, but that's in the towns that are growing in this period. They're influenced by the Tanzimat way of approaching things, and they start thinking of themselves as part of a broader whole and as citizens of a single large Ottoman empire. The problem with Abdul Hamid, well, there's many problems, but one of the biggest problems with this douche nozzle up here is that he breaks it. He just tosses that shit and opens the door to radical Turkish nationalism. What he starts thinking about is, how do I link people together and make them loyal to me? Well, to be loyal to me, they kind of need to be Muslim because I'm the Caliph. So if you're Assyrian or Jewish or whatever, like, how do I know you really respect me and will be connected to me? And the faction that's around him that wants to do that also, they speak Turkish. And they start thinking, well, maybe our identity should be founded on those two things: being Sunni Muslim and speaking Turkish. So in this period, we have the beginnings of a distinct Turkish nationalism, not an Ottoman one, a Turkish nationalism. And you can already see the writing on the wall with, they're pointing us toward the G-sides during World War I. This is, it'll show it all, but this photo here is from what we call the Hamidian massacres. This is in 1895. In 1895, you have a massive series of pogroms. Pogroms are like race riots, and they're targeting Armenians. And next thing you know, Turks are just literally unaliving their Armenian neighbors. Now, these are people that have lived side by side for centuries with no real problem, but suddenly the guy in the village next door, that next village over, gosh, they don't speak Turkish. What if they betray us? What if they become like the Greeks and the Serbs and the Wallachians and everybody else who starts breaking away and creating their own separate country? What if these guys do it? Because they're not like me. That's, again, the downside of nationalism as an ideal, is that people all have to be just like you or it doesn't work. It's one of the reasons that nationalism is one of the stupidest inventions in human history. But they start attacking their neighbors simply because they have a different language and a different religion. Because now, instead of being common Ottomans, these guys become just Armenians, somebody different, somebody who can't truly be trusted because they're different from me. That's the problem in this period. He's emphasizing his role as Caliph to gain support from the traditional religious population and emphasizing the Turkish identity of the state. And what they are increasingly doing in the period is essentially adopting the European discourses on civilization and nation. And in some ways, and this has long-term repercussions, we can't really get into this here, but just as a brief hint at it, if you want to understand things like Dash, and I'm using one that I think TikTok probably won't censor, but they have other names in the press that are usually like letters, like I-S, like they were a group for a while that seized territory. If you really want to understand them, you have to I group. That's a really interesting way of saying that. I would in context, I would have very little idea what you mean. Like, hey, what about the I group? What are you talking about? TikTok sometimes. They have to be understood as an Islamic nationalist movement. They are literally a modern nationalist movement, and what they are doing in trying to turn Islam into a national identity is black flag. That's a neat way of saying. Oh no, I'm gonna. I will immediately say, I was so wasted. No, you don't. You don't. I can't do black flag. Okay. Yeah, it's a band. What happens under Abdul Hamid is that Islam starts to take on characteristics of a national identity. It can't really work, so it never really takes on. For most people, it doesn't work out well because there's a lot of things in the nature of Islam that are explicitly opposed to ethno-national identities. But in the late Ottoman period, because you have a caliph, he is trying to make that the national identity, which means you kind of have to be Sunni for it really to work, which is why the Armenians become a threat. And groups like Daesh today are trying to build on that to create a kind of Islamic nationalism. So this unleashes some really destructive and stupid forces that we are still dealing with today. If you want to understand why did Daesh turn on Yazidis? Why did they turn on Nestorian Christians? Why did they start attacking people that they live right next to for centuries? Well, it's because they made Islam into a nationalism. And this guy's generation started that process. So significant in that way. Okay, so let's see. What else do we need to pull out of this? Where's my pictures here? Oh, there's a mouse. So, meanwhile, in Palestine, there are some real changes starting to happen here in this authoritarian period. Because while the military is still building up and infrastructure is still being laid out there, you have all these weird questions of identity beginning to show up here. A lot of the elites are starting to adopt this kind of Ottoman identity, but increasingly over the next few decades, they'll grow more and more resentful of the Turkification policies. This actually comes to a head in 1913. I'll talk about that next time. But there's a little bit of pushback against some of the policies because of the Turkish nationalist aspect, but otherwise they're kind of okay with a lot of the things that are happening here. And the economy in many ways is growing in the period, but it's growing in strictly agrarian terms. And this is where we really got to remember that Palestine is a rural territory. And it has a hard time urbanizing and industrializing in this period, largely because state policies work against it. They actually make it harder. So I mentioned the export issues that start up under the Tanzimat period. So our soap manufacturers who are producing stuff here cannot compete with cheap imported stuff. So they go into decline. So you're really suffering in a lot of areas. And some of the towns begin growing because many people can't make a living anymore. They're being pushed off land. They're struggling to make a living in it. But when they come into the towns, the economy there isn't large enough to support them either. So this process is going to continue for quite a while, and it will get much worse once we throw the Zionists into the process. But you're increasingly going to get a pretty angry urban population because all the traditional structures don't work anymore. And this is in many ways a problem that lasts well into the 20th century. So we'll deal with it before. All the stuff that I laid a foundation with today, the discussion of the merchant houses and the notable families and a lot of the traditional social structure for rural Palestine, it can't survive in the face of an aggressively modernist Zionist movement because they're from different worlds. So the difficulty in adapting and changing is going to be problematic for them. And a lot of that isn't really, again, their fault. It's just this is the way it's always worked, and it worked fine until the world changes around it. And they have a hard time adapting because not only do they have to know all the things that they're supposed to do and do it right, but at the same time, they're often dealing with state policies that have unintended consequences and negative effects on them, and they're pushing back against that, and they're pushing back against centralized Ottoman rule and angry about that. So they're really struggling to hold on to what they understand, and in that struggle they have a hard time being open to learning what they need to do in order to really adapt and survive. It's one of those like it's a rock and a hard place thing. You really don't have the ability. It's similar, honestly, to the economic issue. Like the main reason this guy is screwed as a business is because if his income is declining because of that competition, he can't afford to modernize his processes. He has to keep doing it the cheapest way possible. But if he does it the cheapest way possible, then he still is never going to be able to compete as a product, and it's going to keep going down. There's a lot of ways in which the basic social structure of Palestine as a whole falls into the same kind of double bind, where just struggling to doggy paddle and stay where you are takes up so much of your resources that you don't have the ability to invest in the things that you need in order to get out of that trap. So it is tricky there, but they do benefit from some of the Tanzimat policies and ones that are actually honestly going to continue into the authoritarian period, and some of those have to do with the changing religious policies and the changing religious nature of the state, because a ton of Christian tourists are pouring into the country. They all want to see it. They all want to walk where Jesus walked, and they're going there, and people can make money on that. You can do something with that. You also have people who start moving into the area, sometimes with really bizarre ambitions, like the German colony in Haifa is founded by a bunch of Protestant Germans who were convinced that they can convert the entire country to Protestant Christianity. That didn't work, but they were ambitious. There's a lot of people that are moving there, trying to change things, but also people who want to just see the sights and go places and like see where did Jesus die or something. So they're moving in, which means that some areas and some towns actually develop a significant Christian population, and that Christian population becomes better and better off because they're able to benefit from that trade. Haifa's population actually becomes a majority Christian for a while, in part because of what these Europeans are doing and inspiring it. They do play a part in this whole process toward like Zionism in Israel, but we don't talk about them as much. But there's a significant connection between Europe and the Americas here, and a lot of money starts pouring in as well to kind of rebuild churches and build up new sites. And local businessmen will start making money off that. They're like, hey, I got all these Christians coming in here. I'm going to start like making, little tchotchke or whatever that I can sell to them and things like that. So there's whole businesses. Hey, would you like to see where Jesus walked? I will take you along the Via Dolorosa. And like, you get tour guides and, people who sell junk souvenirs to people and all kinds of stuff. But it directly does help the Christian population in Palestine at the time. So there's a lot of that goes with it. On top of it, so you have Christian migrants coming in, and you also do have some Jewish migrants. And actually, Jewish migration into it, in many ways, predates Zionism. There were people trickling in a little bit of time over centuries, but it's picking up a little bit in this period, largely because, again, of changes in Ottoman policies that made it easier to move around, settle, have equal rights, and work in different areas. So a lot of these minority populations are benefiting. Some of those benefits and them doing a little bit better is one of the reasons, too, that the Ottoman state will get more and more radically nationalist and Turkish nationalist, culminating obviously in the G-sides, which I don't think I get to talk about these at all because we're trying to focus on Palestinian history. But you guys know in 1915, they kind of go aggro on their own population, and Greeks, Armenians, Assyrians, Chaldeans, all kinds of people are hurt. But these open policies really do help Palestine. It does start to change and shake things up. But you do still have all those negative consequences from the land reform too. The different absentee landowners are starting to charge more rent and hurting people there. Some of them are building really nice places for themselves further and further away from Palestine if they were locals in the first place, and they're enjoying this nice metropolitan life and their big ass urban villas or whatever. And they really don't care that the majority of the population are suffering because of this. And increasingly, the people who find a way out of that, and they do manage to gain some small holding of their own, and say, hey, we got screwed out of our land initially, but I'm going to save up and I'm going to buy a piece of land. Well, as soon as you buy a piece of land, now suddenly you've got all the land taxes. So you kind of don't get out of the rent problem. You're still paying money to somebody. And the taxes were pretty bad because the Ottoman Empire was suffering militarily. And now they know who you are, so they're going to draft your sons for their wars. So a lot of people who resisted it keep getting more and more poor, and the ones who try to fight back against it and, like, I don't know, join up and do what they're doing, like follow the same basic path, well, they're still stuck too, and there's all these weird negative consequences. So the land reforms of 1858 and 1867 have some significantly long-term deleterious effects on the Palestinian population. So again, the farther from the metropole you are, the worse these effects are. And Palestine is, pretty darn far from Istanbul. As a lot of people too struggle, it allows some of the landowners there to gain more and more control over territory too. So some of their holdings get bigger. They're able to, like, snap up what people can't afford. Oh, you can't afford the rent anymore? Cool. I'll buy your land off of you. And then it gets even bigger. But the agricultural production does continue to increase in the period. There's more and more development in this, and there's one that I want to kind of point to because, hi, little kitten is here. Emma, what's that? Mein Schein Kitzler. Mein Schein Kitzler. No, you can't jump over there. No. Cats jumping onto keyboards is a bad idea. No, we can't do that. There's one significant shift here that you may have heard of. Anybody who's also in JBS's book club, the last book they read talked a little bit about this, which is kind of cool. And that's the move to citrus production, because they're realizing they can't compete in manufactures because of the trade policies. They're kind of screwed out there. Well, what can they do? Well, they can still compete in agriculture. This is, you're stuck on the economic periphery. What can you do? Well, find a good crop and sell that. And some people figured out the irrigation techniques you would need to cultivate citrus well in Palestine. Now, there's one thing that Palestine has a lot of that's really good for citrus fruits, and that's the sun, because they're a subtropical fruit. They're originally from South Asia. But one thing South Asia has a lot of and Palestine does not have is water. So irrigation is key to making citrus work. You got to find a way to do it. In the long run, it wouldn't have really been sustainable here, but it was working for a while. And even in relatively dry parts of the country, they were very cleverly using the water in order to cultivate more and more and more citrus. So the numbers here are kind of important. I don't know if you can see this. This is just from growers, but these are two scenes in Jaffa Port in this period here, and you can see moving around big trolleys full of oranges. Here's tons of crates. You start massively expanding this, and it grows really fast. So if you're thinking of the area just around Jaffa, and this is obviously not the only place they're doing agriculture, but just looking in the area around Jaffa, between 1850 and 1880, the amount of land under citrus cultivation goes up fourfold. It quadruples. And then in the period from 1880 to 1914, going into World War I, it goes up again another sevenfold. So there's massive amounts of land being put under cultivation all over Palestine here for more and more citrus products because people will buy it. So do I have buy Jaffa oranges, finest for flavor. So they're building like a market identity around it. They're trying to find something that they can do, that can compete, that can make them modern. And this is one of the things that honestly some of the Zionist narratives are irritating about, because they, we brought progress and you guys weren't doing anything. No, they were adapting. They were trying to find things they could do. They couldn't sell manufacturers anymore, but they can certainly find some innovative ways to produce a crop that has a nice distinctive flavor and grows really well in their sunshine, and they can export it and make money off of this. So they're really adapting. They're trying. They're building things up here. But it is going to gradually affect land where there's issues that have to do with not only concentration among these absentee landowners, but also Zionist land purchase will become more and more of an issue. I'll talk more about that next time. Where to wind down here? What should we do? Yeah, actually, I think that might be. I think the agricultural production here is probably a good place to wind down. We've already talked a little bit about the social structure and how it's trying to adapt. Now we got the economic adaptations. They're still trying to find a way to thrive in a changing economy. I think the remaining changes we have to deal with that'll affect the Palestinians really don't make any sense until we start talking about the beginnings of Zionist migration. So I think that's probably where we should stop this for the day, just because we're, let's see, almost 6 hours. So definitely beat my 4 to 5. Like, yeah, this is already longer than I wanted. But yeah, does that seem good to stop?
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds perfect.
So we'll
hey guys,
end
if
on
anyone has a question, you can go ahead. And I believe that even with the J, it was still pronounced Y. It's like Yafa.
Oh, Yafa. Yeah, I know. It's just it's a common English pronunciation for things. I'm always like struggle mentally. Which one do you pick? You know, do I say acre, aka, or ako? You know, like. But yeah, Yafa, or then Yafo in Hebrew. But it's almost everyone says Jaffa in English. You just kind of get used to it. But it is wrong.
Which is good. They say jalapenos, even it does not start with an H, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, people we can learn, we can adapt, we can do it. But yeah, there's a lot of things we anglicize badly.
Okay. Any questions?
Oh, you caught that? I don't even notice earlier. I mean, so more often I'm saying Hebron than Al Khalil. They're totally different names for the city, but Hebron is the one that's better known internationally as the name for the city. You know, it's just like Germany is called Germany and not Deutschland. You know, like certain words catch on for different things, and then you're like trying to like paddle uphill to try and change it. It gets very difficult. But, yeah.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate every second you spent with us. It was very informative. We got a lot of knowledge. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Please, everyone, the mods, Dr. Liam first, and Mariama, Mike, and Willa Love, and all the subs, the new subs, everyone who was here from the beginning or just joined us or who was here for like 5 seconds or for the full 6 hours. Everything is appreciated. Everyone. Thank you so much. Anna's, go ahead.
There's a comment. There's one that somebody saw some Yafa oranges in the market last week. Okay, be careful about that because a lot of those are actually Jewish. You know, they're Zionist businesses now. Much of the land in historic Yafa has been like gentrified. A lot of the old port areas are now like nightclubs and restaurants and shit. And there's a lot of people that are trying to kind of like capitalize on that old history and do stuff like that. So there are Palestinian businesses still involved in things, but there's also a lot of Israeli businesses that do things. So you gotta, so you should, be careful about that. If you care about like economic boycotts or anything else, things like that. Yeah, because just because it says they're Yafa oranges and not Yafo in Hebrew does not mean they're Palestinian like necessarily.
Oh, it's like I lost my excitement. You can get some just to try them.
Yeah, you can try. You know, I mean, it's not that big a deal. But some people are very fussy about wanting always to boycott things. So I just want to be clear. You know, like just look up the company, make sure you know who they are and what you're doing, and then make your own consumer choices. You know, do whatever you want to do. But yeah, the labels have definitely been. There's a lot of places where the labels have been resurrected. This is true also for olive oil production and olive production in parts of Palestine. There are a lot of Israeli companies involved in that now too.
Yeah, that's why we get the olive oil from like the local farmers. They ship them to the US and we buy them like in big quantities, not like the small.
You get like big old plastic jugs and stuff. Yeah, like if you know people, you can find ways around that kind of stuff. And then there's some places that have started cultivating in more the exile. So there's a lot of like places in like Lebanon and whatnot that are producing it, but it's still kind of like Palestinian techniques, everything, blah blah blah. But it's a lot of the businesses involved are explicitly Israeli. Oh yeah, dates as well. Yeah, so just because it says, I mean, just because they're dates from the Jordan Valley, and I mean they're Palestinian. So.
Yeah, you get the taste, but you support the wrong business.
I mean, again, people's choices, but yeah, be an informed consumer. It's good to know what you're doing.
Yeah, well, thank you so much again. I know Anna's doing her dishes, so we're gonna keep her entertained. Mariama's going to play 2 songs until Anna finishes her dishes.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and then we're gonna close right after. Thank you, everyone, and we are going to see you in 2 weeks. Take care, everyone. Lonely boardwalks, every young girl calling.
you away. Now they must follow, chasing with an iron hand. Now amongst the life you lay, Lord, Palestine, where once they watched the small free birds fly. They had dreams, songs to sing, so lonely round the fields of Palestine. Lonely border wall, I heard my calling. Nothing matters when you're free. Forget the violence, stones they run me down. You must carry on with dignity. The fields of Palestine, where once they watched a small birds fly. There on the way, they had dreams and songs to sing. So lonely round the fields of Palestine. My lonely bomb shelter, she watched her last child falling. To see, she can breathe in peace in her dear Palestine. Fields of Palestine, once they watched a small free birds fly. They had dreams and songs to sing, lonely round the fields of Palestine. It's so lonely round the fields of Palestine.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the family. See you in 2 weeks. And what I wanted to say one more thing. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your weekend. And we will see you in 2 weeks.
Okay, so TikTok one is done. So I guess I'll shut down this one. Oh, look at that. What's that? Feel that. Yeah. Okay, that's good. All right, so that's done. Here. Well, so if anyone actually was watching on YouTube, hello. Sorry, I couldn't easily watch both places. Hopefully this worked. Hopefully that was visible before. So if you guys are interested in this kind of stuff, we'll pick up again in 2 weeks with the rise of Zionism and the first 2 waves of migration in. And just a little bit of time, we're going to go through this this whole period, this whole history. So have a great day.